Having won the Irish Karting Championship and following a brief career as a racing driver, the man affectionately known as EJ founded Eddie Jordan Racing in the early 80s. The team became frontrunners in British Formula 3 and played a main part in the famous 1983 championship as Eddie Jordan's Racing's Martin Brundle challenged West Surrey Racing's Ayrton Senna for the championship, with Senna eventually winning by a mere 9 points. EJ would finally get his win though in 1987 with another future F1 star in Johnny Herbert. After success in International Formula 3, winning the championship with Jean Alesi in 1989, Jordan set his sights on the pinnacle of Formula 1. Renaming his team as Jordan Grand Prix, the team debuted in 1991 with the exquisite Gary Anderson-designed Jordan 191, which in my opinion is one of the best looking F1 cars ever built. The car was originally named the Jordan 911, but following complaints from Porsche was renamed. But ever the shrewd businessman, Jordan managed to negotiate the loan of a Porsche for 18 months by way of compensation. Jordan's cars were originally piloted by Andrea de Cesaris and Bertrand Gachot, but after the latter fell foul of the law, Jordan's championship. A few years in the midfield began the ascent towards the top, and the team secured their maiden victory with a famous 1-2 for Damon Hill and Ralf Schumacher at a rain-soaked 1998 Belgian Grand Prix. The victory would be Damon's 22nd and final F1 win. 99 yielded 2 further victories for Heinz-Harald Frentzen as he challenged Mika Hakkinen and Eddie Irvine for the World Drivers' Championship. The year would be the highest point, though, in Jordan's Grand Prix history. They returned to the midfield, and their decline, despite a win in 2003 for Giancarlo Fisichella in bizarre circumstances at the Brazilian Grand Prix. At the beginning of 2005, Jordan sold the team to the Midland Group. The team would subsequently become Spiker, Force India, Racing Point, and latterly Aston Martin, as the team still based at Jordan's site at Silverstone. Despite having a diverse portfolio of business interests which included property, gaming and private equity investment, EJ embarked on a media career serving as a pundit for BBC and Channel 4. He was renowned for his candid, no-nonsense approach, and as such he was a favourite of many F1 viewers. On Thursday he died peacefully at his home at Cape Town, and at the time of his passing he was 76. Back to the on-track action then. It's David Sullivan and Tom Butterworth once again taking you through the 2025 season. Honda Cadet gridding up. Edward Rye on pole position by 0.2 of a second yesterday from Francesco Di Caro, with Sebastian McCarthy and Sam Dixon both excelling in qualifying yesterday will go off the second row. Albie Cam and Henry Colborne are on row number 3 for our Honda Cadets as they begin to form up on the grid. Then it's Jake Gibbon and Daniel Ziad. Gibbon with his best qualifying in P7. Layla Berryman and Tommy Burgoyne round out your top 10 with Ethan Pearson and Jacob McDonald, Abel Hutton and Alfie Keeling, Oliver Bullock and Aston Wilson, with Andrew McCrossan and Eddie Charlton, your Honda runners. And then we have a Micromax at the back of the number 30 of Tyler Grufferty.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to 2025. Brundle wasn't available. Herbert apparently is available nowadays. They tried Hacker the dog, but once again, they've asked me back. Sorry about that, everybody. Sorry in advance, but I am back again for 2025.
I am so happy you're back. I wonder if Callum can just straighten Tommy Burgoyne up for us, who's currently facing the commentary box. I don't know. He can come and see us if he wants. The door is always open. We'll see. The 68 of Burgoyne just needs a little straighten and then we're good to go. Absolute pleasure to be back working with you again, Tom, in what will be our,
as always,
7th season or so together as a duo.
Yes, indeed. Commentary wife.
Is it? Yeah. Well,
I'm not sure which way round it is.
No, I'm your wife because I'm called Dave. Hence you go, you're my wife now, Dave.
My wife now, Dave.
You're going to get the same level of commentary, and sadly you're going to get even worse jokes as usual.
Much worse jokes this year. All planned out and scripted, of course, as always.
I say it all the time. The commentary's free, the jokes get paid for. Green flag in hand by the starter. And race number 1 of 25 is underway. It's a good start from McCarthy from the second row. He slots in behind the poleman Edward Rye as they run up to the national loop for the first time. It's Rye from McCarthy and De Caro. The rest of the field so far on this damp Teesside National Circuit have made it round the first corner.
Something we haven't discussed so far. Many drivers changing class this year. It's really shaken up the order, and we've got McCarthy leading comfortably into hairpin 2 as we had a change for second place, heading down the back straight for the first time.
Rye leads from De Caro. Albie Cam with the nose down the inside of McCarthy. McCarthy door closed as they run up towards South Bank. And just behind, that's Henry Colborne going down the inside of Sam Dixon for 5th place. That move secured, and just behind that looks like it's Daniel Ziad, who started in 8th. He's up into P7, and he's also going to draw alongside Sam Dixon as they head up through the dogleg, and Dixon holds firm. Ziad's going to try and go all the way around the outside. Dixon closing the door as they go through the D-chicane at the end of lap 1.
Looks like near enough everybody out there on wet tyres as well, which is surprising for the... I didn't think the track was wet enough for wet tyres. It's a little bit moist out there, but I wouldn't say it's wet enough for wets, but who knows? It looks like they're all on wets out there at the moment. I'll have a look as they come past again and see if anybody's on slicks.
What I would say, Tom, is if you remember back towards the final round of last season, we had one runner who went out on wets and was leading until the final 2 corners where everybody else was on slicks on what I would say is a very similar track condition to right now.
Yeah, we've got a contact warning going out for Tommy Burgoyne as well, of course Bambino champion from last year, making the step up into cadets. And 2 laps in and picks up a contact warning, so finding life a little bit more tricky in the bigger class.
The top 2 are breaking away, but Francesco Di Caro 2/10 quicker than Edward Rye on the previous lap, and then there's a train now for 3rd place behind Sebastian McCarthy, Albie Cam, Henry Colborne, Daniel Ziad, Sam Dixon, Layla Berryman, Tommy Burgoyne, Ethan Pearson, and then a gap back to the 26 of Jake Gibbon. Here's your battle for 3rd, Tom, as McCarthy indicates to Cam that he'd like him to push him, and then Cam has a few little looks out. Albie Cam always goes well, Tom, in these sort of wet, dry conditions, but going well, here's Henry Colborne, nose down the inside for the 75, and he's going to try a little bit of a switch back as well. Sebastian McCarthy, the previous Bambino champion to Tommy Burgoyne, has really made a step up here this week and qualified 3rd yesterday with a broken seat stay, which was a great effort from him, and currently holding 3rd from Albie Cam.
I'd have left it broken if I was them. It clearly proved to be pretty fast in qualifying, so leave it broken.
Wide line by McCarthy. Looks like Cam is a little bit quicker at the moment, but McCarthy parking the number 56 blue and black machine perfectly to just hold the position as we head round hairpins 1, 2, and then down the back straight. They're all understeering wide round the South Bank corner, and this is the reason that most of our runners, we believe, are on the wet tyre. Here comes Henry Colborne down the inside of Albie Cam, and then Colborne gives Cam a little bit of extra space, but the move is done, and he's immediately up onto the back of Sebastian McCarthy. And I think McCarthy's going to find Henry Colborne a completely different animal, and already Colborne is down the inside, and that could allow Albie Cam through as well, and Cam indeed does finally find a way past Sebastian McCarthy, and here comes Daniel Ziad as well.
Yeah, great moves from Colborne. Both of them were absolutely exemplary, and then just leaned on, it was McCarthy, wasn't it? He was passing, leaned on him as they came through hairpin 4, and then again through through the national loop as well.
Yeah, McCarthy and Ziad still having a battle. Behind them, there's a great little battle going on now between Sam Dixon, Ethan Pearson, and who else is in the middle of that? Is Tommy Burgoyne. At the front, though, Tom, I'd like to alert you to the fact that Francesco Di Caro is now right on the back of Edward Rye and has dipped into the 49s, and there's lap traffic in front of our race leaders as they head up towards hairpin 1.
Indeed, and they both made their way through pretty comfortably and quickly, but that is a huge gap between 1st and 2nd and 3rd and 4th, the likes of which we don't normally see in Honda Cadet, and likewise there's almost the same gap as well back to 5th and 6th.
Reminds me of early 2023, where at the first 2 rounds it was Potter and Sullivan just moving away at the front before the rest of the field got to grips and reeled them in. And then we had 8 different race winners that season. Back to the battle for third briefly, which still sees Henry Colborne.
Change for the lead.
Albie Cam. Yes, absolutely, Tom. I'm just going to watch these two navigate some traffic. They do, but as you'd like to say, change for the lead. Francesco Di Caro through on Edward Rye, and he has a gap as well.
He does. He's got fantastic pace at the moment, Francesco Di Caro. Already set the fastest lap of the race back on lap 4, so a couple of laps ago with that fastest lap of the race, but now dropping Edward Rye quite comfortably as they head into hairpin 4. Third and fourth is Henry Colborne and Albie Cam, and they are still in that order, but I'm not sure how much longer that's going to be for. Albie Cam looking very racy as they come through hairpin 4. Across the line goes your leader, Di Caro, from Edward Rye. The gap already out to 3/4 of a second.
Yeah, the time's still in that 49.9 and 2 minutes to go.
Already
big
flying by.
Exactly, big gap for the top 2. Hopefully, I want to drop back onto the Berryman battle. They're just coming through the chicanes now, and we should pick them up as we head up towards hairpin number 1. They should come into shot around about now. There we go, Berryman, Ziad. And then you've got Tommy Burgoyne, Ethan Pearson, Sebastian McCarthy's fallen back through the order with Sam Dixon just behind. So we'll have a 5-kart train. Dixon still in the mix as well as they head down the back straight. Layla Berryman has come through from up into 5th place from the 5th row of the grid. But Daniel Ziad is the one to watch for me in the latter phase of this race, still with a 1:10 on the clock. So we're going to have 3 laps of Honda Cadet action still, because Di Caro already over the timing line with 1:10 remaining.
Yeah, Berryman leading that one in that bright pink helmet. At the front of this one, Di Caro is another half a second quicker than Edward Rye that time around. Just walking away at the front of this one, such is the pace advantage. Henry Colborne and Albie Cam were both quicker as well than Edward Rye, so whether Rye's struggling at this point in the race, maybe tyre pressures or something like that, have caused a little bit of pace deficit to those around him, although he is still very comfortable in second place. It's going to take quite a bit of catching for Colborne and Cam to close that gap that was immediately opened by Edward Rye in the opening few laps.
Timing is almost elapsing down to 0, so a lap and a half. Ziad is finally past Layla Berryman. Behind them, Tommy Burgoyne up to P7. Pearson, McCarthy, Dixon round out your top 10. Good showing from Alfie Keeling in 11th in front of Abel Hutton and Jake Gibbon. Oliver Bullock last year in Bambino in 14th. Then it's McDonald, McCross and Aston Wilson. Tyler Grufferty in the micro and Edward Charlton in the number 99 in 19th place. Race leader is currently exiting hairpin number 4 and will commence the final lap, and it is now a commanding lead for Francesco Di Caro. The gap 3.3 seconds now at the front. Di Caro leading from Rye. Colborne still being pursued by Albie Cam in the 34. Then it's the 3-kart battle between Ziad Berryman and Tommy Burgoyne for 5th down to 7th respectively. The remaining runners all running pretty much in isolation. Back to that's Jake Gibbon and Oliver Bullock. Bullock in front of Gibbon now up into 13th as our race leader round South Banks for the final time.
Indeed he does. Francesco Di Caro through hairpin 3 comfortably, through hairpin 4 for the final time. Got a little bit of lap traffic, but manages to negotiate that one quite easily. And across the line comes Francesco Di Caro to become your Heat 1 Francesco Di Winero.
Di Caro with his first heat victory here at Teesside from Edward Rye and Henry Colborne, Albie Cam. And then it's going to be Daniel Ziad. He's broken away from Layla Berryman. He'll take 5th. Berryman in 6th with Tommy Burgoyne, Ethan Pearson and Sebastian McCarthy. And then it's the 76 of Sam Dixon rounding out your top 10, fractionally in front of Alfie Keeling.
It was a great effort by Henry Colborne to hold off the fight of Albie Cam that came through on that last lap. He was defending hard through South Bank Corner and into hairpins 3 and 4 as well, and managed to hold on to the podium position for heat number 1. And already, that's it, done and dusted. Already on to heat 2.
Certainly is. Well, race 2.
Race 2.
Race 2. Well, heat 2. Turn the Honda straight round, get them back out again. It is, once again, an amalgamated Intergrid with Honda R200 and Inter Rotax together. We had one Inter Rotax yesterday. That was Joey Swan, last year's champion, and he'll roll off the front. And then we move into our Honda R200. Some interesting stories in this one. It was Dexter Petty on pole position for R200 with Ashton Horspool alongside him. Tom Nichols and Luca Bachuev row 2. Aaron Berridge and Matthew Plant on row number 3. Then it's Harry Pennington and Toby Turner in front of Jensen Whitehead and Tristan Gilfillan. And then our grid completed by Peter Webster and JJ Allen. Allen yesterday underweight in qualifying will go off the back of the grid. Peter Webster didn't take part in qualifying yesterday. Their race van broke down 20 minutes from home on Friday night. So they've managed to source a replacement vehicle and left their home over on the west coast at around about 5 o'clock this morning. They've arrived ready for race day today. So last year's Commentator's Choice winner of the season, Peter Webster, will start from the back of the grid, and we'll see how he charges through as he secured his first R200 podium, Tom, at the Winter Series round at Three Sisters, round 2 of that Winter Series, which this class was won by Thomas Potter, Tom Nichols in second place, Dexter Petty in third. This will be our first full season of Honda R200 as an interclass. Rolling start, 8 minutes on the clock. It's going to be pretty much a case, Tom. You'd look at this grid and you'd think, I wouldn't like to put money. If you were putting money on it, you'd spread it across at least half of them.
Yes.
Because we know that Petty can win, Horspool can win, Nichols can win, Bachuev, second in the Honda Cadet Championship last year, can win.
It's like a handicap race.
It is, isn't it? Aaron Berridge, who will sport in the number 122. Sporting a new sticker kit this weekend and new helmet design. Designed, Tom, by Richard McMahon from Brisbane in Australia. Now, we do like our Aussies.
Who's
Aaron Berridge.
Aaron Berridge.
New lid, new sticker kit.
Right, okay.
Designed from the other side of the world.
All right. How did that come about then?
I don't know. I've just had a message and said, can you let people know this? I've not got the full backstory.
Get another message that says how it came about.
We do have a second Inter. We'll find out who that is in a few moments when they come through, because they'll trigger on the timing. But Intermax are go with Edward Rye leading us away. And then Honda R200 a go as Dexter Petty leads us up into the first corner. It's Petty as Horspool, though, tries a little switch back. Petty leads from Horspool. Luca Bachuev, good start from Matthew Plant, but he's eased out by Tom Nichols in 4th place. And then Toby Turner's going to go all the way around the outside, takes the high line and takes 5th place away from Matthew Plant.
Yeah, lovely move from Toby Turner. Extreme amount of grip there. And we still haven't triggered the timing to find out who actually is the other Intermax that's out there. Joey Swan still leading it. Oh, we've got a name.
It's Isla Parsons. I should know that from the sticker kit.
Okay.
Joey Swan. I expect better of oneself.
Joey Swan led near enough every lap if memory serves, led every lap. It might have been near enough every lap, but it felt like every lap.
Yeah, I think Thomas Harper came, didn't he, for a round? He led some laps, but yeah, Joey Swan.
It certainly felt like he led every lap.
It certainly did.
Won every race.
Timings arrived on the left-hand side of the screen, which is fantastic. Petty then in R200, leading from Horspool, but Bachuev looking racy. He's going to try and go round the outside. He's trying to line the switch back up, but Horspool has that one scouted as we head down the back straight now. As the top 3 try and break away from Tom Nichols, who's got Toby Turner in hot pursuit. Bit of a gap back then to Matthew Plant. Aaron Berridge loses a few places and looks to be struggling for a little bit of pace early doors in this one. Does Berridge see whether he comes good in the second half of the race, as Francesco Di Caro did in Honda a few moments ago. Second place now in Honda R200, taken by Luca Bachuev. Horspool drops a place down into P3.
Tell you what I've just been thinking about.
Cakes.
No.
Oh.
We've got a strong Honda Cadet class, as we always do here, and we've now got a strong inter-Honda class in the R200s. We've then got Junior Pro Kart, and we've then got Senior Pro Kart as they go side by side down the back straight. We've now got Senior Pro Kart as well and Junior Pro Kart. There's a strong pathway through for Honda now. You can literally run those 4-stroke engines from cadets right the way through to seniors now.
Absolutely. Down the inside of Dexter Petty goes Luca Batchev as Tom Nichols briefly passed Ashton Horspool. And Nichols is still getting past Ashton Horspool. Horspool's going to struggle here to get back in. And Toby Turner, ever the opportunist, moves his way through. And he goes up into 4th place. I know exactly what you're saying, Tom. There was almost a break, wasn't there? Because Junior Pro Kart wasn't a particularly strong grid. As Luca Batchev comes into contact with Isla Parsons as he tries to go down the inside of the Intermax. That allows Dexter Petty briefly back through for the lead. As they run down the back straight, Batchev should have track position on the inside, and indeed does. We'll have a bit more of a talk about that pathway after this race, Tom, because we're going straight into Junior Pro Kart after this one.
Yeah, I'm genuinely looking forward to this pathway now. What I was going to say is I think in a few years' time we're going to have a really, really strong Senior Pro Kart grid.
Yeah,
that's
with the younger drivers coming through.
Yes.
As now Batchev does find a way back through on Isla Parsons. Isla Parsons trying to get back in. Parsons has got every right here, because she's still racing Joey Swan. As Petty tries to go all the way around the outside. Toby Turner again, the opportunist, is up into 2nd place. It's sometimes helpful just being that kart length off the back, isn't it? Because you sort of see everything else happen in front of you, and it sorts itself out. The straight line speed of the Micromax is being exploited here by Isla Parsons. Then we get to the corners, and the Hondas are quick around the corners. This is very, very interesting. I think what we'll find for heat number 2, Tom, certainly is we'll find the gap that the Hondas leave to the Inters in front will be extended slightly. Obviously, whoever's on pole, if they're going too quick on the rolling up lap, they do catch up to those in front.
Yes, I
agree.
I
think certainly they'll give themselves a few more laps, I think, to string themselves out before they catch. If they do catch, indeed, later on fully dry setup, the Intermax is in front, and Nichols still struggling to get through, as this is going to allow Toby Turner to break away. But what it is doing, it's allowing Horspool, Berridge, and Harry Pennington in the 22 to close up. And Pennington's alongside Berridge in the background. Nichols not too impressed with trying to get past the Intermax, but the others have found a way through. So Nichols is going to have to try and do the same. And he's going to have to do it very, very quickly, unless Toby Turner's going to disappear off in front of him for what will be a superb 2nd place. And I'm just having a quick look as to how he's sitting with Luca Batchev, and he's pretty much matching him for lap times as he sets a personal best on the previous lap for Toby Turner.
He did excellent in those overtakes as well, just positioned his car where nobody else was, and because of that they were all coming together, and he was just like, all right, well, I'll just keep my speed up then. And through he went, nice and easy.
Looking further down the order in the background.
Opportunistic, as you said, though, David.
Certainly was, and he's done that a few times in this race, and all credit to Toby Turner, who started in 6th place on the 3rd row, has moved himself up into 2nd place. Luka Batchev on this lap has extended the lead ever so slightly. So, I think Turner now, Tom, might be getting to the cusp of where them tyres have seen their best life.
Yeah, they're certainly looking pretty...
Well, Parsons and Nichols are closing in on the back of Toby Turner, whose kart doesn't look quite as planted as it was a few laps ago, and he will hand over a place on track, at least, I think, here to Isla Parsons. In the background, that's Harry Pennington down the inside of Ashton Horspool. Pennington squeezing Horspool. Horspool trying to squeeze Pennington round South Bank, which is drying very, very quickly, Tom.
Well, the whole track is drying very quickly, and you can see drivers are starting to overheat their rear tyres now, particularly through hairpin 1, because they've got that long right-hander through the national loop. that's going to warm the tyres massively. They're constantly sliding through there, and then they get to hairpin 1, and there's just no grip left. They're all fighting to hang on to the kart through hairpin 1. As Nichols is still struggling to get past Parsons, giving a little Morse code on the rear of the rear bumper of Parsons, heading through hairpin 1. All made it out in one piece. I think potentially Nichols has got some pace in hand if he can get past Parsons, but Parsons, as he said, David, earlier on, with that straight line speed advantage that Micromax has, and there it is in prime example, just in front of the commentary box, as pulled alongside Toby Turner.
Yeah, and then Parsons, though, couldn't get through. She clipped the puddle on the inside slightly, and then he had to ease up. And I think if she finds a way through, this is going to play into the hands of Tom Nichols, who's gone with Isla Parsons and up onto the back of Toby Turner, has managed to pull away from pole sitter Dexter Petty. Then there's Aaron Berridge, Harry Pennington, who's now found a way past Ashton Horspool and has moved away. So Horspool with a tough opening race to his campaign, having qualified on the front row. Then it's Matthew Plant, Jensen Whitehead, JJ Allen, Tristan Gilfillan, and Peter Webster, with no practice yesterday, is fresh out onto track this morning on what was a wet session this morning. Final lap for Joey Swan as he's going to lead them through, and Isla Parsons is alongside Toby Turner, and once again Toby Turner holds firm and he keeps the Intermax cushion between himself and now a charging Tom Nichols in the 74. Final lap here, and it's going to be mouth-watering. Parsons is through. Turner's going to go down the inside. Can Nichols get through as well? No, he can't. Parsons is back down the inside of Toby Turner. Tom Nichols now in the red number 74, swarming all over the back of Toby Turner. Turner will take a defensive line as they run down the back straight towards South Bank.
Yeah, that cushion that he had between himself and Nichols is now fully evaporated. As Joey Swan comes across the line and takes victory in the Intermax class, we're still focusing here on the battle for second and third in the R200.
Yeah, Bachuev wins R200. Isla Parsons second in Inter. Toby Turner holds on in second place from Tom Nichols in Honda R200. From Dexter Petty, Aaron Berridge and Harry Pennington, Ashton Horspool, Matthew Plant, Jensen Whitehead, and then it's JJ Allen, Tristan Gilfillan, and Peter Webster.
I think it's safe to say that everybody will be on slicks for their next round of heats. They were certainly getting cooked, those wet tyres out there, so unless they've got something along the lines of an Inter, which would be very difficult to see at this early point in the season.
In an hour's time. Yeah, in an hour's time, this is going to be drier than your Nan's Yorkshire puddings.
Oh, no, made good Yorkshire puddings. She's from Yorkshire.
From Yorkshire?
From Yorkshire. Yorkshire. Proper Yorkshire. They were right good.
Into the live chat. Emma Parsons said it's Isla Parsons. You know, we're just deciding who it was. But we figured that out, and then we're into live chat. If you do want to get in touch with us, please do let us know where you're watching from. Let us know who you're supporting as we move on to Junior Pro Kart and the first of our random grid races here at Teesside, then before we go into Junior and Senior Rotax together, and then Senior Pro Kart, where we have 3 grids merged together. It's a pole position for the Teesside Junior Pro Kart debutant Joshua Sullivan. After a stellar weekend at Shennington a few weeks ago, he arrives at Teesside in high spirits, but the track far more taxing than Shennington, and we'll see how the youngster gets on alongside the early season favourite, the O-Plate winner Oliver Watson. They share the front row. And then it's a family affair, Tom, on row number 2. Ted and Olivia Hall will share the second row. Daniel Camp and Ashton Carmichael, as he moves over from Junior Rotax after 2 years in that class into Junior Pro Kart. Liam Edmonds will start alongside Grace Matthews on row number 4. Isaac Welburn and Reese Cranston running the 43 rather than his traditional 19. He moves into the Junior Pro Kart MS famous 43, and he'll start in front of Reese Dodds and Josh Brown on what will be the biggest Junior Pro Kart grid in recent history, Tom. The grid seeing a nice re-emergence here at Teesside, and we'll see how race number 1 of 2025 goes as Sullivan and Watson back the field up for the rolling start as they run up towards the dogleg, towards the cones. Power down, and we're away and racing as they run up towards the national loop for the first time. Sullivan on the inside, Watson trying to go all the way round the outside. The 13's going to hold on though from the O-plate as they come through the chicanes for the first time. Ted Hall, good start from Liam Edmonds up into 4th place. It's going to be 3rd as he's straight down the inside of Ted Hall, and a change for the lead immediately into hairpin 1 as Oliver Watson goes down the inside of Joshua Sullivan. Early contact warning for the 5 of Liam Edmonds.
What you will notice as well with these junior pro kart runners is the size difference between the drivers. Some of them will be bordering on senior pro kart level and will be, for want of a better phrase, fully grown, whereas you will have runners joining this year from cadets in the likes of Joshua Sullivan and who are, pretty tiny by comparison, and there's a good example of it.
He's only been out the womb 20 minutes.
Well, you can see how much smaller Joshua Sullivan is, than Liam Edmonds. I mean,
you look at cadet, and there's like a 5-year age gap sometimes from the youngsters, but the size of them isn't different. This one, there's a 3-year age gap, really, 12 to 15-ish, but that is the age where
they hit their second growth spurt.
They turn into adults, don't they, as you say? But the top 3 are on a bit of a breakaway at the moment, albeit the gap is equidistant. Wonder if any of them, I know a few are on slicks, Tom. I wonder if anybody's on wets. Liam Edmonds has made up some good places at the start of this one. And he's closing in, I think, now on Oliver Watson. So I wonder if he's gone wet. And I'll try and have a quick look as they come through. They're going too fast, Tom.
There's the 43, I think it is, of Reece Cranston is on slicks, it looks like.
Yeah, the 13 is as well. And now he's starting to come back into this, Tom. Liam Edmonds in the 5, just being reeled in on the previous lap, certainly round the national loop.
Cranston with very little confidence in the front end of that kart. You can see him sawing away at the wheel a little bit further back from this group. But hacksawing at the wheel, trying to feel where the grip is on the front end of that car, eventually finding it, and there goes Sullivan finding some grip down the inside of Liam Edmonds and taking 2nd place. So the slick tyres seem to be coming to Sullivan a little bit quicker than they are for Cranston.
Edmonds with the fastest lap of the race until now, and it's Sullivan dipping into the 49s, 49.5. Watson with a personal best with a 49.8. The top 3 breaking away. But the pace coming from the 2023 Honda Cadet champion in the 13. But he's wide at hairpin number 1. Gets the rear jacked up, and that allows Liam Edmonds to close back in.
Just out of the commentary box window, I've been keeping an eye on Reece Cranston with those slick tyres on as well, and the heat has definitely come to the 43 now. It's like night and day compared to the previous lap, and he's driven straight around the outside of, I think it was the 95 of Ted Hall at the National Loop.
Update coming in, all wets, bar the MS duo of Sullivan and Cranston in the 13 and 43 respectively.
So we did call it right then.
Yeah, and with 6 minutes to go, Tom, the wets are only going to fall off and the slicks are only going to get better.
Well, that's the theory. That's the theory. Let's see how well those wets hang
finding the way through, though.
They will be brand new wets as well, won't they, on every kart?
Well, no, because wets are open, so you can use as many different wets as you want, so you can use them.
You can have pre-used wets.
Yes. Now, the difficult thing here, particularly for your drivers that have just come out of cadets, is the fact that these karts are almost twice as wide. So it's understanding where you can position that kart and where they're going to leave enough of a gap, you see, there down the inside, door firmly closed by Watson, as Sullivan in the 13 is going to try an up and under, trying to go all the way around the outside, and he's alongside Watson and slides down the inside through the dogleg. We're still not at half race distance yet, and the 13 leads. Watson trying to come back at him down the inside of the national loop, but he holds firm. And it is a confirmed change for the lead as they run up towards hairpin number 1. Still wide once again for the 13, struggling to get it pitched in. But now the 43 of Reece Cranston's coming into it as well. And he takes 4th place away from the 27 of Olivia Hall.
I thought that Watson had held on there. And in fact, he's dropped down to... has he dropped down to 3rd place? No, he's managed to hold on around South Bank. An attack there coming from Liam Edmonds. I thought he'd got Sullivan all blocked off there, and then at hairpin 4 on the previous lap.
Well, that was my
Sullivan
surprise.
Just got great drive.
Yeah, well, round the outside, I thought Watson had just squeezed him onto the curb. And then, but imagine my surprise as we're coming through the dog leg and we've got two karts alongside each other for the lead.
And Cranston now in clear air for the first time, so we're going to see what kind of times he can pump in. It is a personal best that time around, but was half a second slower than your leader, Joshua Sullivan. Of course, those two, the only ones on slicks. They head down the back straight one more time. Edmonds still managing to hold on to the back of Oliver Watson and not able to mount another attack that time around. Last lap, of course, was side by side at this point, and Watson just drove clean around the outside and held on.
Cranston with a personal best on the last lap, 0.3 quicker than the two in front of him, and he's on slicks, but he's got a big gap to close in of 3.9 seconds in the remaining 4 minutes of this race. It's a long session, some for the younger drivers now, 10 minutes plus 1, that's 12 for the final as well, so they're going to have to get used to it.
I think young Mr. Sullivan will be in the weight room after this one and pumping some iron and get some biceps going. We've seen it a few times where the smaller stature drivers have struggled when they've moved up to a bigger, heavier class. We see it more with junior Rotax than anything really, but of course these junior pro karts are very, very different machinery to the cadets that they're used to driving. Of course, the engines are the same. They just strap another one on.
Just buy another one.
Buy another
one. Bolt it on.
Lob it on. Job done. Away you go.
The difference between the cadet and the junior pro kart as well, massively. 58 kilo in weight. 107 kilo to 165 is the weight difference. And that's the big thing, Tom. It's they're you know, for your younger drivers, they're big, they're cumbersome units. That's the thing.
And that's what I'm trying to say, yeah. So when they get into the corners, what did you say the difference was? 58 kilos?
58 kilos.
So that's 58 kilos every corner, every south bank, every hairpin 3, every hairpin 4, every lap.
But the engine itself weighs 16.5 kilos. So that's 16.5 kilo on. You're still looking at 41, 42 kilos in extra chassis. But also the fact that to get up to the weight, I know for a fact Watson runs 24 kilos, Tom, to get up to junior pro kart weight, and he's 15. He's just, he's got his dad's build, which is basically you lose him behind a lamppost as you're walking down the street.
He turns sideways.
Yeah. Well, you'll remember from a few years ago, I remember in a wet British 24, we're like, who's the child going round South Bank? And it was Paul Watson. It's just, he's so smart. He laughed about it afterwards. It's fine. That's why we can tell the story. It's not sensitive. Fastest lap still coming in, though, by your slick runners. Reece Cranston, the gap down to 3.2. It was 3.9, but the fastest lap of the race by Sullivan with a 48.4 as Liam Edmonds tries to get down the inside. Oliver Watson with a personal best on the previous lap. But the wet tyres, and now Edmonds is alongside, round the outside. Still side by side. Edmonds could have track position. Neither of them are going to give this one up, and Watson holds on by the skin of his teeth. And the thing, he's not going to have any skin left on his teeth, Tom, if they try that one again. They were side by side almost all the way through the D.
That was pure force of will, that from Oliver Watson to hold on to that position. There was, it was a none shall pass kind of moment for Watson there, as it was actually Edmonds that led over the line, and coming up from the rear on these two is Reece Cranston. He is side by side again.
Cranston's going to want these two to squabble. He really will. He's been taking a few tenths a lap out, but he'll be taking half a second out if these two squabble, and that's why Watson has a look over the shoulder. Liam Edmonds not alongside this time. Minute on the clock as they went over. They're doing 48s. So they're going to get 3 more laps in here at Teesside. And Reece Cranston could well, Tom, be right on the back here.
He could. And slick tyres definitely the way to go. Certainly later in the race. Early doors, these two of Watson and Edmonds have managed to build that gap to Cranston. Of course, random grid as well. Cranston had to come through the field, unlike Sullivan, who started from pole.
Did drop to third, though.
Yes.
And then come back up, but exactly. I know exactly what you're saying. Let's see.
So the wets gripped up a lot quicker than the slicks did. Yeah, and they warm by design. They warm up quicker than the wets.
Rhys Cranston. I'm going to call this now. He was a second a lap quicker on the last lap, and Sullivan crossing the line with 10 seconds to go is going to give Rhys Cranston 2 laps to attack Oliver Watson and attack Liam Edmonds as well, as Sullivan navigating some lap traffic in front of him at hairpin number 1. Does so cleanly. Rhys Cranston, though, sliding his way around hairpin 1, and at the moment, Tom, looking like he could be sliding the 43 up to second place. He's right on the back of Liam Edmonds and Oliver Watson, and Edmonds, who's toiled trying to get past the O-plate lap on lap, is now going to have, he's the meat in a sandwich at the moment.
And Edwards with a very worried look around as they headed out of hairpin 2 onto the back straight, and with good reason, as they now go side by side across the line. Cranston with huge amount of speed as well. Great drive off of hairpin 4. Takes third place away from Liam Edmonds and moves up and right onto the tail now of Oliver Watson. I think this is only a matter of time here, potentially into hairpin 1. Has a look down the inside.
Watson's going to try and hold him off, Tom. Watson's going to straight line it into 2. That could allow Liam Edmonds back down the inside. Cranston's going to need the drive. Cranston gets the drive, and he's through. Up into second place. Watson tight out of hairpin 2. Can't get on the power. And Rhys Cranston up into second place. Out of hairpin number 4, though. It's the first time of asking in Junior Pro Kart. It's Joshua Sullivan taking the victory, and it'll be a 1-2 for the stablemates as through comes Rhys Cranston for second place. Liam Edmonds in third as he gets past Oliver Watson on the final lap. Watson P4, Olivia Hall P5, and it's going to be Ted Hall in front of Isaac Welburn and Grace Matthews, with Ashton Carmichael and Rhys Dodds having already crossed the line in the 82.
Yeah, great drive from Sullivan. Also a great drive from Rhys Cranston as well, coming from way down the order to take second place. Liam Edmonds in third place in the end, with the taking the position from Oliver Watson on that final lap. And yeah, best of the wet shod runners was Liam Edmonds in the end.
Sullivan then with a victory with a gap of 8.5 seconds from Rhys Cranston, Liam Edmonds and Oliver Watson, with Olivia Hall winning the family battle between herself and Ted in 5th and 6th respectively. Welburn, Matthews, Carmichael and Dodds round out your Junior Pro Kart grid. Missing a few from I was expecting to see. I was expecting to see the 14 of Daniel Camp, who didn't make the grid in time, I believe, Tom. So should be out for heat number 2. But karts have got to be on the grid 2 minutes before the end of the preceding race, or unfortunately you get the you can't come in, mate.
Yeah, name's not down.
You're wearing trainers.
Shirts and trainers.
Well, like we're both in our 40s, Tom. That's shirts just. But that's basically when we went out. You had to wear
shirts and shoes.
Shirts and shoes, didn't you?
Yeah. No caps, no trainers. That was it.
It was almost like, what are you doing, son? You're wearing trainers, son. Right, 2-stroke action, Tom. The first thing you said this morning was, "I've missed this smell."
Yes, walking along the barrier, along the start-finish straight, along the side of the barrier at the start-finish straight, during one of the 2-stroke warm-up sessions, and yeah, beautiful, glorious smell it was.
So here we go. It's Oliver O'Donovan and Freddie Witherington, row 1. Joseph Yao and Morgan Cooney on row number 2, in front of Evelyn Bye and Jacob Carnes. Jake Grufferty and Sam Robson, Jaden Stonehouse and Holly Swan, Jack Morris and Ava Reynolds, and then the sole Rotax senior of Paul Swan. Although we did have 2 yesterday because Owen Spears was testing, but not here today. So we're going to roll round once again. It's going to be a false start early doors. Just having a quick look at Joseph. I'm not used to seeing Joseph Yao in that sticker kit. He's been racing with Jack's Motorsport at PF in the white, green, blue livery, so he's back to running his own livery, but it's a new helmet as well for Joseph Yao.
Yeah, that's what's confusing me, because Oliver O'Donovan has the same helmet that... Is it the same helmet that Joseph Yao had last year?
Black, stealthy, just like
Did he
a
have
matte black.
helmet last
Yeah,
year?
yeah. And not even like the carbon, but it's like matte black. And
Yes.
I like it.
And that's what's going to throw
I
me
like
off
it.
massively.
Yeah,
'cause I'm gonna
exactly.
think that's Joseph Yao.
This is the problem with allowing kids to get karting stuff for Christmas.
Yeah.
Is they turn up the start of the next year and we have to relearn them all again.
Exactly.
Yeah, stop it.
It's a hard reset for us.
Yeah.
Here we go. And they still look pretty quick here, but no, they have slowed down now and allowed the pack to bunch up. So that's much better this time around, and it looks like we're going to go racing.
Green drops then. There's Witherington immediately tries to switch to the inside of Oliver O'Donovan, and indeed does, moves through. Freddie Witherington will lead us through then. From Oliver O'Donovan, it's Joseph Yao up into third place with a good start. In front of Morgan Cooney. Morgan Cooney goes wide though at hairpin 1. That allows Holly Swan to come in. Cooney taking what he thought was going to be a wet line on what is now a very, very dry at the first half of the lap. Certainly hairpin number 1. Dry lines pretty much everywhere. The top 2 on a bit of a breakaway from Joseph Yao, last year's Junior Rotax champion here, in third place.
As they head towards the start-finish line for the first time in the Junior Rotax. Witherington leading fairly comfortably, you could say, from O'Donovan. A bit of a gap then already to Joseph Yao in third, but going with is Holly Swan. Then it's sort of equidistant then between the rest of the karts all the way down to Jack Moss in 12th place. And then our sole senior Rotax, Paul Swan, kind of just running around on his own at the moment, but we'll probably hope to catch the rear end of the junior Rotax field by the end of the race.
Well, that's got to be his challenge, really, hasn't it? Just catch the pack and see how far he can get through that pack. As Witherington leads us through then.
A waft of two-stroke hits the commentary box for the first time.
There's no open windows and you can still smell it.
I can still smell it, and it's gorgeous.
It's like when you're watching a cookery program and you can smell what's on the telly. It's like that, isn't it?
Yeah.
It probably doesn't even smell it in here, Tom. It's
or
just
you start
that
watching Keith Floyd and then instantly feel drunk.
Yeah. Witherington leads from Oliver O'Donovan, Joseph Yao and Holly Swan, Jacob Carnes and Morgan Cooney. Then it's Evelyn Bye, Jake Groverty and Sam Robson, Ava Reynolds, Jack Morris and Jaden Stonehouse in 27. Your 12 juniors.
What you've got on your screen here on the left-hand side, you've got each driver's fastest lap, each driver's personal best lap and what lap they set it on. As you can see, most of them hitting personal bests as they come over the line for lap 3.
Yeah, tyres getting up to temperature now. And the sun makes its first appearance of the 2025 season. I'm so surprised. I'm really surprised at how quickly this track's dried, given the fact that from about 6 o'clock last night till about 10 o'clock, I was considering knocking an arc up. It was battering it down.
Yes. The canoe would have been a better way of getting around the track at that time. I was travelling down at that time of night, and it was pretty wet and foggy over the top of the A66 as well.
So Paul Swan has now started to integrate his way through some of the juniors.
Jaden Stonehouse in the 27, now dropping down to 13th place. Lovely livery on that.
There's
a bit of Cannon Williams.
Exactly, I was saying whenever it's yellow, white and blue. Now there is a Bambino in the country that has a 92 replica livery, and similarly Oliver Hill in Senior Pro Kart in 391.
Yes,
last year ran one.
Years,
I don't know whether we'll find out in about 10 minutes whether he's running it this year as well.
But that one with Stonehouse has definitely got hints.
It's got
of
feels,
that
hasn't
Cannon
it?
Williams livery to it, definitely.
The funny thing is with the one in the Bambino, they had to get the sticker kit changed to say Gamel.
Yes.
because they turned up for the first time. They're like, hey, you can't run that. Not allowed to run that anymore. So had to have a slight change on the sticker kit and change the, I think the camel.
Oh, because the tobacco advertising.
Exactly.
Yeah, sorry.
So now it says Gamel and it's got a picture of a llama on it. It's absolutely brilliant.
It's Gamel the llama.
Yeah. At the front, Oliver O'Donovan takes a 10th out of Freddie Widrington and is beginning to close up behind them, though. Joseph Yao takes 3/10 out of them both, and he's dragging Holly Swan and Jacob Carnes along as well. And before long, this could be a 5-kart battle at the front, unless Oliver O'Donovan can find a way past Freddie Widrington in the next lap or so. I get the feeling we're going to see a fairly intense battle. In 6th place, Morgan Cooney. Lonely, but at least he's nearer the front, Tom. He's going forwards, is Morgan Cooney. Another driver straight out of cadet into junior Rotax. And again, it's another one of them just getting used to the physicalities of having a lot more grip and a lot more weight. I mean, we're running about 145 kilo, so there's more weight. There's less weight than a junior pro kart, but there's a lot more power. And that power, particularly when you put the power down the back straight and your body feels like it's about a foot further forward than your head, your neck is very, very aware of the extra power.
Yes, indeed. And the front 5 really starting to come back together now. And in fact, it was Jacob, Jacob Carnes in 5th. He set the fastest lap of the race that time around, just to emphasise the point that front 5 are really closing up now.
Yeah, so Yao was 3/10 quicker than the 2 leaders, and Carnes was 3/10 quicker than Yao on the previous lap. That time round, Carnes was almost exactly the same as Yao, but Yao again 3/10 quicker. And just like an accordion, the top 5 have folded together around hairpin number 1, and they'll go pretty much nose to tail down the back straight towards South Bank. And I think Joseph Yao, the fastest driver on track, him and Jacob Carnes, but I think Yao has a little bit more experience, last year's champion. Let's see how long it takes him to decide to make a move. Get the feeling, Tom, hairpin 1's going to be his first real opportunity. He had half a chance there at hairpin 4, but I think that would have come a little bit too soon for him. It would have been, a half move, the risk too high with 3 minutes and 20 still on the clock, and I don't think he's actually close enough to O'Donovan up to hairpin 1. He's certainly not. In fact, if anything, Holly Swan closer to Joseph Yao.
Yeah, it's we're not used to seeing packs like this in junior Rotax. Certainly, we see good fights throughout the field, but not a pack of 5. And you can tell that these 5 drivers have all graduated from Honda Cadet over the last couple of years, because this is the sort of scrap that they'll have been used to. And it looked like Joseph Yao, in fact, Joseph Yao has moved through just off camera there at hairpin 3 into 2nd place. So it's demoted O'Donovan down to, it's Widrington who's dropped a couple of places. O'Donovan now leads from Yao, Widrington now 3rd with Carnes 4th, and Swan 5th, so all change at the front.
2.5 minutes on the clock. They may well encounter some lap traffic before the end of this race.
Seemed to all happen at hairpin 3, that one, and we just slightly missed it off camera.
Let's see whether O'Donovan's got extra pace, though, now, Tom. Now he's got clear track in front of him. It looks like there's a little bit of a gap forming between himself, Joseph Yao going with him. Freddie Widrington is going to be in the middle of the 5, but has 4 or 5 kart lengths off the back of Yao. And then there's a few more back to Jacob Carnes. Lap traffic will come into play. It depends on whereabouts. I think they're likely to catch round the hairpin 3 and 4 section of the circuit, which is a little bit more advantageous. In fact, it's going to be down the back straight.
Widrington losing another place there to Jacob Carnes now. So dropping down the order is Widrington after leading more than half of this race.
Yao down the inside of the lap traffic. O'Donovan having to go
it's all right. It's
all the way round the outside. Carnes is through as well, as is Widrington and Holly Swan. So your top 5 all making their way through the lap traffic as they head up towards the chicane. 1:15 on the clock. Widrington, you can now see the karts really beginning to grip up. They're almost skipping rather than sliding round the national loop. They're skipping, and you can see that the track now really beginning to grip up for these karts. The tyre pressures are probably going to be 2 or 3 psi higher than what they'd normally run on a full dry meeting, Tom, just to get the heat into the tyres early doors on what would still be a greasy track. And now you can really see them starting to grip up. Normally you'd see them almost unicycling round hairpin 1 as the inside rear lifts, and it's almost like it's being just pushed back down into the ground. With O'Donovan leads then from Joseph Yao. 2 laps to go. Jacob Carnes going with them. It's a clear top 3 now.
Yeah, Carnes has had a good drive through the field so far, up to 3rd place, and now putting Yao under pressure into hairpin 1. Yao can't feel that pressure because he can't see behind him at the moment, but I'm sure he'll have a look as they head down the back straight, see who's there. Doesn't, in fact, and so Carnes has got the opportunity here to make a move on the inside at hairpin 3, but is nowhere near close enough, actually. Yao with great pace through South Bank corner. And O'Donovan still managing to hold on. So the gap, as you were, as they take the final lap board. O'Donovan from Yao, from Carnes, Widrington and Swan. Widrington and Swan looking like they're just dropping off this front 3 now. I think this is the fight for the overall podium, and that's the one that we want to be sticking with.
Certainly is. Just looking a little bit further down the order. Morgan Cooney in P6 has got a comfortable gap to Sam Robson, Jake Gruffity, who are still battling over 7th place. Evelyn Bye is in P9 as we head towards the final lap. It's Oliver O'Donovan and Joe. We're on the final lap, sorry.
That's it. Checkered flag. Oliver O'Donovan takes victory in heat number 1 of Junior Rotax, followed by Joseph Yao and Jacob Carnes, Freddie Widrington and Holly Swan. Morgan Cooney, Sam Robson, Jake Gruffity, Evelyn Bye. And then Ava Reynolds will be the top 10 in juniors. Then it was Jack Moss and Jaden Stonehouse, and Paul Swan finishing 10th overall on the road, but your only senior Rotax runner.
It's like I blacked out and lost a lap of my life then, Tom. I just looked to my left, I was like, oh, the final lap, and then it changed to the checkered flag almost immediately.
That's 'cause you weren't listening to what I was saying.
I was like, what is happening? Yeah.
Too busy looking at the timing screen.
That's what I mean.
I'm guilty of that more than often.
I'm usually far better than that, I
That's
can
why
assure
I go,
you.
who are we talking about now?
Where am I?
So, coming up next, we've got the first senior pro kart grid, of course, random grid as well, and 3 classes to contend with. David, do you want to take us through it?
Absolutely. George Ludwell, the only driver on this grid to have won a final, with Connor Lucas deciding to take a sabbatical year and focusing on the younger drivers and coaching out of the MS stable. So George Ludwell in the 13, the 2023 novice champion, 2024 club champion, will start his 2025 assault on the Pro Championship from pole position. Alongside him, club runner Kyle Burns on a random grid, with Dominic Needham and Ike Needham, another pro runner in P4. Maximus Shields out of the 181 and into the coveted 43, starts in P5. He's got Jamie Marshall alongside him, and the first of our novice runners on the 3rd row. Then it's Lee Jackson and Mark Hilditch, Tyler McKenzie and Matthew Farrell, with Matthew Hauschby and Freddie Cowley. Zach Dawson and Jake Collins, Danny Bean and Sam Neri, Oliver Hill and Dan Weldon, with Philip Reynolds and Joseph Richardson. Isaac Duff, Simon Dougherty, Riley Matthews and Rossi Costello, David Brewis, and then 2 more novice runners in the debuting, Chloe Oakes and Craig Grant.
So random grid, rolling start as well for Senior Pro Kart. Change from the standing start that we used to have a couple of years ago. We had rolling starts all last year. And the carnage was certainly a lot less.
Got one driver going slowly round the back. I know it's number 82, but we don't know who that is number-wise. But as they head out of hairpin number 4 and up towards the acceleration line, Ludwell on the inside, Kyle Burns on the outside. As we run up, and it's a fast start by Ludwell. He's away. Here's Dominic Needham's going to try and move down the inside of Kyle Burns. Burns is going to hold on, though. It's a good start from Mike Needham. He's up into 3rd place. Maximus Shields in the 43. Problems already for the 62 of Jake Collins. He was the driver going slowly round the opening lap. And
Looks
He's
like
rolled
it's
off into pit lane already.
potentially only on one engine.
So Ludwell has escaped at the front. Ike Needham is down the inside at South Bank. Goes Maximus Shields on Kyle Burns. Shields up into third place. Burns in P4. And then it's the all-black machine behind of the number 10 of Tyler McKenzie with last year's novice champion in the 83 of Zach Dawson. Then it's Dominic Needham, Matthew Hauschby, Oliver Hill and Isaac Duff. Simon Dougherty, 10th place gain on the opening lap, moves up into P13.
And contact warning for Rossi Costello for the opening lap as well. And who was that going over there? Back and around.
Oh, we've got Hilditch, we've got Chloe Oakes round, we've got the 99 of Craig Grant and the 7 of Dan Weldon.
It's the 14 of Mark Hilditch who went over the chicane and over the grass of the chicane and then lost the back end, and that then caused the rest of the carnage around hairpin 1.
Change for second place. Maximus Shields up into P2 and takes 2/10 as well as an overtake out of George Ludwell. Ludwell leads them from Shields and Needham. Kyle Burns, here's your top club runner from Danny Bean. Then it's Zach Dawson and Dominic Needham. Tyler McKenzie, your leading novice runner, drops 3 places, but still is 6 places in front of the next novice of Matthew Farrell and Lee Jackson, who are 15th and 16th respectively. As McKenzie tries a move, and we've got one off at hairpin number 1. It's the number 8 of Jamie Marshall, who slides onto the grass, and as we know with the grass there, it does angle away towards the tyre wall a little bit. It is very tough.
And
the
it's
gap
wet
was
as well.
Yeah, the gap was 7/10 at the lead. That's not 7/10 now, Tom.
No, indeed it is, and Ludwell coming under increasing pressure from Maximus Shields. Ike Needham able to go with ish, not dropping back by much. A couple of tenths that time slower than Shields, but quicker than Needham. Sorry, Ludwell. Needham quicker than Ludwell.
Yeah, Bean down the inside of Kyle Burns, down the back straight. Burns really, really smart there. Rather than trying to fight with Danny Bean, just tucked in behind him, and they've just pushed his way down. And if he'd have fought with Danny Bean, he'd have lost another place immediately to Zach Dawson, who we know's got some pace in that 83 anyway, last year's novice champ. And super driving from Kyle Byrne, who just seems to have stepped up a little bit, Tom, compared to last year.
We're looking at that battle on screen at the moment, but I think we need to start looking at the leaders here as Shields is now right on the tail.
I know why Kyle Burns.
Ludwell.
I know why Kyle Burns has stepped up. He's got a slight helmet design and change, and that's always worth a 10th.
Oh, 2/10.
Yeah,
2/10 right there.
And there's 3/10 in a new suit as well. We know that. Down the back straight, the leaders go. And Shields pulls out and tries to get through. And Ludwell's defending already. 6:20 on the clock. And we're scrapping at the front already.
Yeah, Ludwell feeling the need to go defensive very early. And we've got the
Chloe Oakes in the 204.
Yeah.
Her debut race comes to a premature end as she moves into the pit lane. Going to cut to the lead battle. There's Ludwell at the front in the 13. Shields in the 43. All over the back of George Ludwell. At the front of this one, they crossed the timing line pretty much bang on 6 minutes.
Yeah, Ludwell is almost wearing Maximus Shields at the moment. It's that close between the two of them. As they head down the back straight, Ludwell with a very nervous look over the shoulder.
Got a bit of a gap this time though, Tom. Ludwell, good exit out of 2. Contact warning this time for the 80 of David Brewis. He's in P11 at the moment.
Into the back went Shields there, just reminding Ludwell how close he is and how he's able to close up on the brakes.
Yeah, it meant he couldn't have that dive though down the inside into hairpin 4 because it sort of ruined the run. Just a quick one, pro runners have got the yellow background down the left side. Your club runners are in blue and then your novice in red. Simon Dougherty's dropped 9 places, Tom, on that previous lap from P10. And now it's Tyler McKenzie, who was the leading novice. He's dropped 5 on a lap. that is...
oh, Shields is through. Sorry to cut across you, David. Shields is through at hairpin 2. We said Ludwell was almost wearing the 43 of Maximus Shields. Maximus Shields in that new 43 kart for the first time this year, and he is wearing that number very well as he takes the lead here in heat number 1.
I will absolutely allow you cutting in, Tom, for a change for the lead. And Shields trying to open up a gap, 2/10 as they cross the timing line. He's going to have to try and break the toe of George Ludwell, because if not, Ludwell's just going to be able to stick right to the back of him. But Ludwell, a very, very accomplished driver, and he's straight back down the inside of Shields at hairpin number 2 and squeezes Shields out wide onto the rumble strip. I was about to say, from a driver that we first saw as a novice and who admitted pretty much at the time that he didn't know really, one end of the steering wheel to the other, the ascension of George Ludwell to being one of the front runners in this championship has been nothing short of remarkable as he takes the fight to the 43 of Maximus Shields.
Indeed, it was a lovely overtake. Fox Whiteley-esque at hairpin 2, just straight lined it between 1 and 2. Took the inside line away and took the apex from Maximus Shields and thereby took the lead as well. Ike Needham is enjoying this as a front row view of now Maximus Shields doing exactly the same, a carbon copy on George Ludwell from the previous lap and retakes the lead away. Defends down the inside then into South Bank corner, but then has a much tighter entry. I thought Ludwell might be able to carry a bit more speed than he did, but it looked like he just got a bit of understeer and then a bit of oversteer. Four-wheel drifting. We've got lap traffic coming into play as well.
Yeah.
They head round hairpin for the novice car of, I think it was the 8 of Jamie Marshall.
Freddie Cowley. Oh, yes, it was.
Stepping out the way wisely there. And not holding up, although it looks like Ike Needham got a little bit balked just because of where he caught the lap traffic. There's only a single file line through the D chicane and into the national loop.
Shields wide at hairpin 2 is going to allow George Ludwell to get the nose down the inside. Ludwell could have track position up towards the South Bank corner. Ludwell does have track position up towards South Bank. Ludwell's back through. 2.5 minutes on the clock. Shields is immediately straight back at Ludwell. Ludwell with trying to close the door, and the 43 already in the gap, and Ludwell couldn't get it shut. Shields slides his way through, and Needham's on the back. I know this is random grid, Tom, so we're not going to see this battle every single race.
Well,
but
I
tell you what,
it might not be for the lead.
No, but if this is the story of the season, Shields, Ludwell, Needham, I will take that every single Sunday that we're here at Teesside.
Yes, indeed. And Needham getting very squirrely as he came into hairpin 1, lost the back end, managed to gather it all up, but not the quickest way through there. Cost himself a little bit of time, and the gap opens up again to Ludwell and Shields.
Thing to note as well, Tom, early on in the season, with all the new drivers joining us here at Teesside, is the extra dynamic now where they're going to have to find the way through lap traffic, and 2 of them in front are having their own battle as well, so they've got their own right to race. We've mentioned it many times before. You don't move out of the way. You hold your line, and it's their job to find a way through, and Shields and Ludwell indeed do find their way through, but the lap traffic as they head through the chicane, Shields straight out behind the 99 of Craig Grant. And George Ludwell through as well, trying to take advantage. And Ike Needham slightly balked, but he's still there or thereabouts. And Ludwell again has got a good run out of hairpin 2. Shields wide again. Shields trying to squeeze across on George Ludwell. Didn't squeeze enough.
I thought he could have shut the door there.
You were waving.
I was saying he needed to move across. He couldn't quite shut the door. He was clear by about an inch at one point and didn't press home that advantage. It allowed Ludwell then to carry the momentum, and that carried him through and into the lead. We've got 30 seconds still on the clock, so 2 laps to go.
Ludwell from Shields and Needham. Then it's Danny Bean, Zach Dawson, Isaac Duff, last year's junior champion, Carl Byrne, Matthew Hauschby, Dominic Needham inside the top 10, and David Brewis in the number 80. Racing in pro in P number 10. As down behind the steering wheel goes Shields. Ludwell, like a barn owl with 2 or 3 looks over his shoulder.
like that analogy, yeah. Looking all ways. And Shields into the back of Ludwell there, and then gets a run into hairpin.
Oh, that is textbook.
It's well, I mean, where have we seen that before in a 43 kart?
Lucas, Folcus, Folcus, Lucas.
It's the carbon copy. I think
it's a preset on the steering wheel. It's a
preset. You push a button at hairpin 4 and it does it all for you. It's
Ludwell trying to get back down the inside of Shields. Shields slightly wide at hairpin 1. Shields is going to straight line. That is another textbook 43. Needham's alongside down the back straight. Where's he come from?
I don't know. Where does he come from?
Leicestershire.
Shields.
He comes from Leicester.
He's come from Leicester. Shields does move across that time and manages to block off the run of Needham. It looks like this one's going to be done and dusted for the lead. Shields, I think he's going to hold on here just about, but it's Ike Needham taking second place now. So Shields with the victory. Needham takes second place. Ludwell, well deserved, but unfortunate, I think he will see third place as well. So like you said, David, I think this is going to be a battle that's going to run and run throughout the season between those three. Fantastic efforts, great racing in Senior Pro Kart. Danny Bean takes the Clubman win with a 4th place overall. Zach Dawson in 5th and Isaac Duff in 6th. And then we have Matthew Farrell, Riley Matthews and Sam Neri, your novice class podium as well. And they're the novice class growing as well this year. We've got a lot of entries. I think it's 13 entries in novices this year. So good to see such a strong new what's the word?
Batch.
Yeah.
Collection.
What's the word? Intake of
That's
drivers. So, words to effect anyway. You know what I mean.
Yeah, it's like year 7s.
Yeah, we've got a new class, haven't we? We've got a whole new class of drivers come into this, and of course, if they perform well, they will move into the Clubman class and then the Pro class as well.
So the 43 wins again, but it's a new driver in the seat with Maximus Shields. Ike Needham in second place. He was signed on in club until the week, Tom, when I messaged him and said that he's absolutely worthy of being a pro driver, and the drive in that race certainly justified his move into the top tier class in Senior Pro Kart.
Well, it bulks out the class a little bit as well because there's 5 of them now rather than
well, it was less about that and more the fact that I messaged him and I went, I know you finished 4th last year, so you can stay in club. However, you're an absolute bandit to be staying in club because you're more than good enough. You've made a step up, so go and prove yourself. And I think, for me, that was a proving race that Ike Needham can mix it with Shields, with Ludwell at the front in our Senior Pro Kart class here at Teesside Autodrome.
So that brings to an end already our first round of heats. We're about to go with heat number 2 of Honda Cadets. David is just going to bring up a grid.
It's start where you finish. What I am looking at, Tom, is whether we had any penalties applied. And we did. We had a gaining an unfair advantage for Tommy Burgoyne and a 5-second penalty for a front fairing, which Tom is going to tell you about what one of those is whilst I find the grid for heat number 2.
So if you're new to karting, if you're not too sure what we mean by that, or you're joining us for one of the first times, then a drop-down penalty or a front fairing penalty is there's a bracket on the front nose cone, the very front bumper of the kart, and if it gets whacked a little bit too hard, if it gets pushed or bumped around a bit too much, it drops down. The bracket physically drops down a couple of centimetres, and if that's the case, it's a 5-second penalty.
It does. It pushes it and it wobbles around a bit as well, doesn't it?
It's like it's like a telltale, really, of you've been a naughty person and we haven't picked it up.
Sometimes it's unfortunate as well. You can spin and someone crashes into you and it drops down. You go into a tyre wall. I've seen people, they've come into the pit lane and skimmed the wall and it drops down. But it is what it is. We all know what field we're playing on.
I've seen it, on the cool down lap. I've seen somebody not brake test, but they've run into the back of the cart in front, and then there's a 5-second penalty.
Sometimes the amount of times you see it on the rolling start lap where somebody gets one before you start. Right.
Indeed, yeah.
Grid is as we finished the results for heat number 1. Heat number 1 winner, Francesco Di Caro, starts on pole with Edward Rye alongside Henry Colborne in the prime P3. We often see that driver move up into second place at the start if they can get away well. Albie Cam is on the second row alongside Daniel Ziad and Layla Berryman, with Ethan Pearson and Sebastian McCarthy. Your top 10 completed by Sam Dixon and Alfie Keeling. Tommy Burgoyne, who finished inside the top 10, but his penalty drops him down to P11. He's got Abel Hutton for company, Oliver Bullock and Jacob McDonald, Jake Gibbon and Aston Wilson, who moves up out of Bambino from last year, Andrew McCrossan and Edward Charlton, with the Micromax, the number 30 of Tyler Gruffity, completing your cadet grid here at Teesside.
So just having a look at all the new liveries, all the new helmets for the first time, now that we're not discussing, starts to seasons and things like that. It's nice to see Edward Rye with the early Alonso-esque helmet going from P2, and Henry Colborne as well. That is a sick lid. Look at that.
Can't miss it.
Can't miss it.
Can't miss it.
I like it as well. There's a lot going on it, but it's great as well. I like the orange that's blended into the yellow and then back into the orange again. Really nice looking lid is that. And then we've got the 34 of Albie Cam, who's got a Berridge-esque helmet.
Yes, the Zamp blue and orange. Green flag in hand then of our starter. 8 minutes on the clock, plus 1 lap. And we're away. It's a good start from Rye. He's going to hold on to second. I think he gets across. It's a good start, though, from Daniel Ziad. He's almost alongside Albie Cam. Cam closing the door in the 34. As Rye is through on Di Caro. Round the national loop. Rye leads then from Francesco Di Caro. Rye, though, struggling to get the kart to bite into the first corner. Daniel Ziad all the way round the outside of hairpin number 1. And Layla Berryman with the switchback, but it's Rye from Di Caro. Rye, though, with a contact warning. I think he's been adjudged to have a little bit of a nudge on Di Caro to open the door on that first lap. Always tough to judge on the opening lap, but it's Rye from Di Caro. Henry Colborne and Albie Cam. Layla Berryman, then Daniel Ziad down the inside of the fast-starting Sebastian McCarthy. He's up into 7th place. He's taking Ethan Pearson with him. And then Tommy Burgoyne trying to challenge Sam Dixon. Dixon holding on from Burgoyne. Alfie Keeling. And then it's Oliver Bullock, Jake Gibbon, Abel Hutton and Jacob McDonald. Aston Wilson, Andrew McCrossan, Tyler Gruffity and Edward Charlton.
We've got a contact warning went out on that opening lap for Edward Rye as well. But Henry Colborne able to go with the front 2 early doors in this one. Was unable to in Heat 1. But he's definitely going with the front 2 this time.
Had a chat yesterday with Edward Rye for one of the interviews that will go out on the Teesside Owner Drivers Facebook page every Wednesday between this and round number 2. And he said that he thinks the battle for the championship will be between himself, Francesco Di Caro and Henry Colborne, Tom. And that's your top 3. So the premonition of Edward Rye proved correct. I spoke to Di Caro and Colborne, and they pretty much agreed with Rye's assessment.
Oh, okay, so they're all feeling pretty confident then, those front 3. Confident in their own abilities, confident in their own talents and their machinery as well, and it seems to be proving right so far today.
I'd say the most confident of the 3 would have been Di Caro, because he outright said that he basically thought that he could win it.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm a big fan of that.
Can you win it? Yes, I can.
He proved that
Will
in heat number 1.
No, let's find out.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? It's generally, the early season will see drivers break away, and then throughout the year, their progression arc doesn't have as much of curve as, let's say, your Cam, your Berryman, McCarthy, who's only a year out of Bambino, Daniel Ziad, who I'm not quite sure how old he is, but size-wise looks like he's about a year out of Bambino, even though I know he's not. But their progression arc, they've got a lot more to gain, Tom. It's almost like being like an Aston Martin in F1. They can gain a few tenths, whereas your front-running teams can't. McCarthy down the inside of Berryman. That allows Ziad to get down the inside of McCarthy. And Layla Berryman's going to get shuffled back behind Ethan Pearson and Sam Dixon. A contact warning for McCarthy coming out for his move down the inside. A 3rd in qualifying yesterday for McCarthy, a career best here at Teesside for him. The top 2 have dropped Henry Colborne. who went with them early doors, but looks like he might have gone high on pressures, so he's fallen away ever so slightly off the back of the leading duo. But once again, Tom, Francesco Di Caro is starting to reel in the fast-starting Edward Rye.
Yeah, Edward Rye in heat number 1 just wandered away at the front and then was reeled in by Di Caro, overtaken and then gapped.
Yeah.
And it looks like that may be happening again as we look at the battle here. Is that Ziad at the front of that one?
It
so
is
this is the battle for 5th place.
From McCarthy, but they're all closing in as well on Albie Cam in front. So Cam, who is seems to be falling back ever so slightly. And behind, that's Sam Dixon alongside Layla Berryman all the way round the outside. Sam Dixon. Dixon holding firm, but not as firm as Berryman. Berryman not backing out. And look at the gap it's opened up to the 3 in front. It was a train of 6, and now it's 2 3s. As they say, Tom, 6 of 1 and 2 3s and all that jazz.
Something like that, yeah. But, yeah, as we said before, it was sheer force of will that held Berryman in that position, but it's not going to be holding there for very long as Dixon pulls alongside once again and does manage to complete the move this time into South Bank corner. Berryman was not giving that one up through the D chicane though, and not giving that one up either as fights back through hairpin 3, leans on Dixon as well, just to make sure and get the move done.
Gets the pencil sharpeners out on the elbows for Layla Berryman. And Sam Dixon, Tom, who I think's probably got a little bit more pace at this phase of the race. The 166 has been struggling to break away as Berryman picks up a contact warning for that robust defence, as now they are coming up to some lap traffic in front. At the front, Edward Rye's broken away once again from Francesco Di Caro. We're going to stay with this one because we've got 2 battles going on in almost one screenshot here. There's Berryman, Dixon and Tommy Burgoyne, who's adapted incredibly well, Tom, to cadet racing out of the Bambino.
He comes from good stock though, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
I mean, it's in his genes, really.
Yes.
And I don't mean the type you wear.
No. More lap traffic to contend with for Ziad, McCarthy, and for Ethan Pearson as well. And it's going to be the same lap traffic as Berryman. Eases the Micromax wide round the national loop. There's a warning for Aston Wilson in the 16. Berryman then still holding firm from Sam Dixon and Tommy Burgoyne. And Dixon here, like I say, he's got more pace, Tom. I can guarantee it, but can't find the way through. Noses alongside Berryman again, and Berryman defending in the background, trying to squeeze him off to the inside. Minute and 43.
Burgoyne can't quite find a way through at the moment. I'm sure we're going to see Burgoyne's racecraft just step up and up and up as this year goes on, as he starts to fight amongst this Honda cadet group. I think at the moment just finding his feet, and rightly so, but our Bambino champion from last year adapting to life pretty well in Honda cadet so far and finds himself well inside the top 10.
McCarthy, the battle just in front, has got McCarthy all over the back of Daniel Ziad in the 15. Berryman parking that 166 right on the inside as they run up towards hairpin number 1.
I thought Burgoyne was going to take advantage there and straight line it Fox-Whiteley style between 1 and 2, but...
well, that's the difficulty for Dixon, is that if he makes a move on Berryman, he knows that Burgoyne could well find a way through. This here is now where Dixon's got to try and make something happen, because that 166 is being absolutely parked to perfection at the moment by Layla Berryman. 2 laps to go.
What's the gap between Rye and Di Caro?
It is 0.6 of a second. It's been fairly consistent for the last couple of laps. With Ziad starting to close in on Albie Cam, as is
I was going to say Colborne's in a race of 1, but it looks like Cam, Ziad and McCarthy are starting to move back towards Henry Colborne now. Yeah, they may run out of time as they're going to take the last lap board this time around.
Dixon's going to try the long route round the outside of Berryman and then catches Berryman again in the middle part of the corner. There's enough room down the inside there for a move.
We've got a contact warning for Sam Dixon going out as well.
Well, he has. There's been a bit more Morse code to allow Berryman to tell Berryman he's there. Final lap for Rye. 0.6 of a second, but there is lap traffic in front for him to contend with, but it should be down the back straight, so he should be able to find a way through. There is a bit of a concertina, and Albie Cam wide at hairpin 1, and then Daniel Ziad tries to go round the outside of him. Sebastian McCarthy, Albie Cam is weaving across the track to try and defend off Daniel Ziad and Sebastian McCarthy. McCarthy's going to get through on Ziad, but Albie Cam with the widest, number 34, as he weaves across the track. Ziad's back down the inside of McCarthy. Rye takes the victory from De Caro, and then it's going to be Colborne in front of Albie Cam, Sebastian McCarthy and Daniel Ziad. Ethan Pearson, Sam Dixon finally gets through on Layla Berryman, although it's about 6 minutes too late for him to mount a challenge on those in front. He certainly had the pace to go with McCarthy, with Ziad and the 77 of Ethan Pearson. He just couldn't find a way through and expertly parked 166 of Layla Berryman. And then it's Tommy Burgoyne in front of Jake Gibbon, Abel Hutton and Jacob McDonald, Alfie Keeling and Oliver Bullock, Aston Wilson, Andrew McCrossan, Tyler Grufferty and Edward Charlton.
Already heat number 2 of Honda Cadets done. Congratulations to Edward Rye. A very calm and professional performance from Edward Rye, managing to hold off Francesco De Caro, who was the heat number 1 winner from Henry Colborne, who has finished 3rd in both, I think, now.
Yep, so Rye and De Caro
won podium for Colborne.
One apiece. Colborne in 3rd, who went with early doors, but then fell away back into the clutches of Albie Cam. Not sure whether his final lap defence of McCarthy and Ziad will be looked at, Tom. It did look, what I would say is on the borderline. Well, we don't get paid to make decisions, do we, mate? It's the best part of the job.
We get paid for the jokes.
Your commentary's a joke.
How dare you?
How dare you? It's been 6 months, mate. I've absolutely missed working with you. It's been a
likewise.
It's been a long time. We have caught up in between, of course.
Yes, we have. Yeah, many a conversation. You're normally during my evening drive to work.
Yes, because you go to work when I finish.
Yes.
We're like ships.
Although
not that one in the Humber estuary.
Well, you could say that, because here we are, come together at last.
Ah, yes, we have.
Joey Swan now heading out for heat number 2 with Isla Parsons at the front of the Intermax field, and as expected, the R200s are now leaving a much bigger gap this time around to the Intermaxes to try and keep those 2 grids separate. It was a bit of an issue in heat number 1, certainly for the front group. It did manage to get itself sorted out in the end, but we've already got Joey Swan and Isla Parsons. I think there's going to be around about half a lap between them, so that's good work from the R200s there, although we've just lost one on the rolling up lap.
Is that Harry Pennington round?
But the Inters are away, and it is Isla Parsons taking the lead around the outside of Joey Swan into the national loop. Great start from Parsons, and Swan immediately down into 2nd place.
So Parsons, a first visit to Teesside Autodrome, and finding where the grip is early against the reigning champion. Hondas have indeed given themselves a lot more space, although by the time they come through, the Inters will probably be on the back of them. Bachuev leads us through then. Tom Nichols just behind him on the 2nd row. It's Toby Turner, though, trying to take the long route high and wide round the outside, but he can't get in. He's going to drop down into P5. Berridge and Petty side by side. Petty's got the sharper elbows. He's up into P3. Nichols in 2nd place as Luka Bachuev leads us through. So it's Bachuev from Nichols down the back straight. Petty, Toby Turner and Aaron Berridge. Berridge squeezing Turner to the inside. Ashton Horsepool up into P6. And behind them it's Matthew Plant trying to hold off Harry Pennington.
In the inters, Joey Swan with a robust move on the exit of the national loop took the lead away from Isla Parsons. So it's as you were from heat number 1.
Dexter Petty up into second place and has attached himself firmly to the back of Luca Batchev as they come up and over the timing line. Gap between them, nothing, basically. The length of a kart as they were nose to tail, and that's the difference between their transponder positions. The top 3 breaking away slightly as Toby Turner gets up into, is still 4th, but Ashton Horspool has found a way past Aaron Berridge, P5. Then it's Plant, Pennington, Whitehead, Gilfillan, Peter Webster, and the debutant JJ Allen. As we've got a change for the lead, Tom. Dexter Petty down the inside of Luca Batchev into the right hand, long looping South Bank corner. Tom Nichols almost found a way through as well in the number 74. The top 3 still trying to break away, but now it's still Toby Turner in P4, and Aaron Berry just found a way back past Ashton Horspool. He's coming back into this, and he's closing in on Turner as well.
Indeed, and when Swan did manage to hit the front, he was instantly a second a lap quicker than Isla Parsons, and in fact has extended that to 1.4 that time around, so moving away now easily at the front of this one.
Berridge is down the inside of Toby Turner. Turner trying to squeeze him, and Aaron Berridge saying, "No, I'm all right, thanks," and he takes 4th place away from the 66 of Toby Turner.
In your front 3, you could throw a blanket over them still here. It's back, Petty from Batchev from Nichols.
It is only spring, so they might need a blanket later on.
Yes, indeed. It's certainly not the warmest day here in Middlesbrough. But pleasant so far. As we said, a lot of rain overnight as Batchev had me almost having kittens there as he went into hairpin 1. I thought he was going through Dexter Petty rather than into the back of him.
Going through, though,
actually managed to avoid.
Going through was Ashton Horspool, who went down the inside of Toby Turner into hairpin number 1, and he moves through into 5th place in this class. The one to watch for me, though, here, Tom, is the 4th place man, Aaron Berridge, who is starting to close up, and what will inevitably be a 3-kart battle at the front. So he closes in a little bit on those in front. And what the trio at the front need to do is just have a bit of a work together for a lap or 2 to try and break the resolve of the charging 122. But Petty and Luca Batchev are having a squabble for the lead, and this is exactly what Aaron Berridge is going to want in that 4th place to get himself up onto the back of this leading trio as Petty goes wide and Batchev goes down the inside, and we do indeed have a change for the lead at the front. Batchev, the Heat 1 winner, under pressure now from Dexter Petty, who's in the middle of the sandwich, with Tom Nichols in the 76 just behind.
I'm just looking at Joey Swan, who's now caught the back of the R200 field and is currently scything his way through with intention. I think it's safe to say he's giving everybody fair racing room, but he's just so much faster than these R200s with that machinery of the Intermax underneath him, and he can just put the kart where he wants.
It's down the straights, isn't it?
And just drive past.
But Swan's being smart with it as well.
Yes,
he's taking his time round the corners.
No risks.
Just out the corner, just getting on the power, isn't he? Yep. Oh, Petty into the back of Luca Batchev and then gets sideways. Nichols is round the outside. Nichols will have track position through the dogleg, and Tom Nichols is up into 2nd place. And that was all down to Dexter Petty finding Luca Batchev's rear bumper. Carried a bit too much speed into hairpin number 3, and Nichols is right onto the back of Luca Batchev already through the chicanes. Berridge is coming as well, and Ashton Horspool's going to turn this into a 5-kart scrap by the end, I can guarantee it.
Yeah, it's definitely looking that way, particularly with Batchev potentially needing to go defensive here to hold off a charging Tom Nichols, who's right on the back of Batchev now. Is he going to send it at hairpin 3? No, not this time around. Batchev managing to hold on to the lead. Petty dropping back a little bit now into the clutches of Aaron Berridge. And Ashton Horspool not that far away either.
Oh, Petty's out! Petty's out! Problems for the 16!
He bangs the steering wheel in frustration. it didn't look anything particularly obvious as he came past.
No, well, other than the fact that the steering wheel was being whipped like a champion racehorse. But no, Dexter Petty out of this battle for the lead. Luka Bachuev and Tom Nichols then are now a duo at the front. Aaron Berridge and Ashton Horspool trying to close in on them. Timer is 1.5 minutes.
I'm wondering whether Joey Swan is going to end up getting involved in this front group as well.
One does hope not, and just from a selfish point of view, I would like to see them have a
hold that gap in between now. He's in between the.
Come on, Joey, play the game, lad.
I don't think he's gonna though, is he?
Play the game.
I have no idea where Isla Parsons is.
Watch the battle in front.
Who have we got off here on the inside?
Oh, Tristan Gilfillan has lost the wheel. No, he hasn't, has he?
No.
No,
Not from this side.
No, I just heard some tyre squeal. And
you can see the line where he's gone off.
Wall, yes. So Gilfillan is in the wall. Waved yellow flag through the dog leg. There's been a change for the lead at the front. Waved yellow at the front. Red flag.
Red flag.
We've got a red flag, and whilst Tom Nichols has taken the lead, that will go back a lap, and I think Luka Bachuev will be credited with the victory. 32 seconds on the clock. So Nichols, who did indeed find a way through, they will be stopped on the outside of the national loop by the first marshal they get to, which is the correct procedure.
And actually, they've stopped at the D chicane, which is
perfect.
Yeah,
well, the clerk's
it means
up there.
They may be able to peel into the pit lane.
Exactly. So,
that is genuinely
credit to the man at the front, which is Tom Nichols, for sort of backing the field up, arm up in the air, and
Isla
slowing
Parsons,
them down.
I think maybe getting a telling off as well, because they were all stopped on the D chicane, and she's just driven into the back of
JJ Allen in the 10, and they are being peeled off into the pit lane as expected with 33 seconds on the clock. So it will go back a lap. So the result on track, at least, as they cross the timing line, was Nichols from Bachuev, but I think that'll get re-switched round. Berridge, Horspool, Turner, Pennington, Plant, Webster, Whitehead, Allen, and then Petty and Gilfillan in Honda R200. Swan from Parsons in Inter Rotax. Now, just a quick one. Big shout out to JJ Allen, his debut weekend in any form of racing. He's been karting for 6 months, but it's his first race weekend. And do you know what, Tom? He's with the pack and doesn't look out of place. And that's what I always like to see for your first timer. That gives them a little bit to go at. They're with the pack, and then the pack will get them quicker naturally because they can race and they can learn as the medical team head out onto circuit.
Just while we've got a little bit of a break here, obviously you did a lovely and very fitting tribute to Eddie Jordan at the start of today's stream. Would you be able to pull that up again for me, David? Because there were just a couple of things that I wanted to discuss. The first one, obviously, was the first car. Is it the EJ191 or something? The Jordan.
Oh yeah, the Jordan 191, the 7-Up livery.
Yes, which you're currently partaking in 7-Up. Do you know the story of why it was a 7-Up car? Why it was 7-Up sponsorship?
Yes, because Michael Jackson set his hair on fire.
No.
Yeah, no, it was.
No, it's not. No,
there is some of that, by the way.
There is.
There is some in that.
They were sponsored by PepsiCo.
Yes.
And obviously their biggest drink is Pepsi.
Yes.
But being an Irish team, the number one drink in Ireland was 7-Up. It wasn't Pepsi.
Yes.
And so that's why they went with the 7-Up livery.
But do you know
in the same way that in Scotland, it's Iron Brew, and everywhere else in the world, it's Coca-Cola.
Yeah, but the precursor to that was that PepsiCo, all of their budget was going to go on sponsoring Michael Jackson's tour.
Yes.
So EJ pitched them, and they said, look, there's no money available. And then Michael Jackson set his hair on fire with too much lacquer, and then the tour got cancelled, and PepsiCo had loads of spare money and went, there you go, have some for your F1 team.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. But as I say, it was going to be. But Pepsi wanted to put Pepsi sponsorship on, and EJ said, "No, we'll have 7-Up."
And then he went out and found every other sponsor that had basically green in it.
And I'm trying to find now what the other thing that I was going to discuss with it was. Where was it?
just a quick update on that Henry Colborne helmet, Tom, while you're trying to find it. Self-designed with Lando Norris inspiration, painted by Raceface Customs, apparently. So an update there from Henry's dad as to the design on that helmet that you are a big fan of. Tristan Gilfillan still in the seat of his car, but helmet off, just being assessed by the medical team at the moment.
So the car was originally named the 911,
yes,
or the 911, but following complaints from Porsche, was renamed. But ever the shrewd businessman, Eddie managed to negotiate the loan of a Porsche for 18 months by way of compensation. Do you know who else has fallen foul of the 911?
Was it the band?
No.
Oh.
It's it was the Peugeot 90...
210.
Was it 906 that we raced in the early 90s at Le Mans?
Yes.
That was called the 911. And
was it?
Porsche said, I'm sorry, no, you're not allowed that. The one that was team managed by Jean Todt before he moved to Ferrari. So that Peugeot entry was also called the 911 and was told, no, we've got that trademarked.
Imagine what's going to happen when Porsche find out what number you have to press when to ring the police in America. They're going to have a field day.
Everyone in America will be driving Porsches.
Yeah, exactly.
All the police.
All the police.
They'll get rid of them Dodge Chargers and they'll all have...
I'm going to get me a Porsche.
Have Boxsters and Caymans and 911s everywhere. So there you go. That was I thought we would fill some time with some talk of Eddie Jordan. Did you ever meet him?
No, but I know of a lot of commentators that did. And Andrew I'm fairly sure Andrew McCrossan hasn't met Eddie Jordan either, but he does love coming to see us in the commentary box, which is fantastic.
I'd never met him either, unfortunately. I know a lot of, like you. I know a lot of people that did, and a lot of people that knew him, and everyone. To a man, woman and child seem to absolutely love the man. So a big loss to the motorsport world. It really is. So
I mean, that first F1 car, when it first got rolled out for testing at Silverstone, where admittedly at the time they didn't even have enough money to paint it, so it was just black carbon, and it just looked like...
It looks great. It's one of the... I mean, even if you take the 7-Up livery off it, it's still... looks like one of the best Formula One cars you will see. It's a gorgeous car.
Absolutely.
And you know what they say, if it looks fast, it usually is.
That is very much the case, isn't it? We saw it last year, when Mercedes wheeled it out with the weird side pods on.
The zero pods.
Yeah, and it didn't look fast.
No.
And it wasn't.
No, exactly. Whereas now you see them with these side pods with these overbites and things like that.
Yeah.
And these, like, the air intakes that are, they're millimeters across, so they're, when they look fast, they usually are.
Yeah, absolutely. Medical team leaving the circuit, so we should be back with our race date soon. The end of heat number 2 will be heading towards a break, I believe. It should be 2 heats of break and then heat 3 in the final. Just going to confirm if we're going to do that or whether we're going to do the 3rd heats and then have a break before the final. What we're doing, Kat?
We're going to do the end of this heat and have a break.
Yep.
Okay.
That's what. Yeah, that's what I thought.
It's a bit early today because there's no Bambinos.
Yeah, there is no Bambinos this weekend.
Bambinos.
Bambinos. There was another event in the week, Tom.
What's that?
There was another event. Kat had a birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Kat. I missed that because I'm not on Bookface.
Now, what you could say is we could say, Kat, how old were you? But I found out.
No, you don't ask.
No, I know. I'm not going to ask. I found out. And do you know how I found out?
This is dangerous territory we're in here, ladies and gentlemen. Go on.
Went on company's house.
God's sake, David.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm no longer the man who's number 43.
So,
42
dear.
University, obviously had 43.
Yeah, exactly.
Race number, and now I'm just
This.
Okay. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I turned 41 the other week, and it's horrible.
Did you? I thought you were still 40 like me.
No, it's horrible.
Oh,
Horrible.
is it? Do you feel?
It's horrible.
Do you feel different?
I just, yeah.
You look different.
Every year I gain at least a kilo. So I go up a level and I go up a kilo as well. Because I don't call it aging.
What
I
was
don't
your
get,
s- what was
I
your
don't get
starting-
older, I just level up.
What was your starting weight?
Exactly. That's my point. But yeah, I'm experience level 41 now.
Level 41.
Yeah, I've now got a hat and boots to match my experience level.
Dear.
Yeah, it's going to take me on some rare quests.
I'm still getting me 5 stars on my McDonald's badge.
I reckon it's going to take me on some rare quests. I'm going to meet some interesting people who are going to give me some interesting side quests.
Side quests, like a video game.
Yes, exactly that. Yeah. I think I'm playing an RPG, just very badly. I got lost somewhere about level 12, 13, and it's never really come back.
What's RPG stand for? I know what RPM stands for.
Don't know what RPG? A role-playing game.
No, mate, I'm all motorsport.
Oh, goodness me, David. Keep up, lad.
I don't
Keep up.
I don't gate. I do a little bit, but it's like Forza. That's about it for me.
Right. Well, we were having a discussion last night with my roommate in the hotel about how odd my body clock is at the moment because I'm working nights.
With how odd my body is.
You know, he was saying he got up around 2:30 and was getting himself ready and left the house at 4 yesterday to come to the track. And I was like, I was still playing Call of Duty at 2:30.
Yeah, you are. You're like a hamster at the minute, aren't you?
Yeah,
you're
I'm
fully nocturnal.
all over the shop at the moment. Yeah, and falling asleep at random times. This is why I'm not able to stop. I have to keep busy. If I sit down and do nothing, like we're going to have lunch break, I need to keep walking about. Otherwise, I'll just fall asleep. I'm literally like narcoleptic at the moment. So as soon as I stop, that's it. I'm out.
At Le Mans last year, we did 12 till 12, and then we had an 8-hour break.
Yeah.
This year, I'll do the first 12, and then you can start at midnight.
No worries.
you just carry on.
I will do that, no problem.
All by yourself. Right.
I will, and be prepared for some ranting, ladies and gents, because I'll be on my own, and he can't stop me.
No, we're gonna. We did say we were going to have a feature at every round this year of very similar to Family Guy. Do you know what really grinds my gears?
Yeah, we're going to have Tom Talks.
Tom Talks. Right, Junior Pro Kart heading out. Oh, we've got to drive around immediately out of the dummy grid. Think it could be the 26th of Grace Matthews, who, until Thursday, Tom, or Friday, I believe, was in hospital. Wasn't well, but has dragged herself out and racing this weekend. So it's Edmonds and Grace Matthews off the front row, Isaac Welburn and Reese Cranston on row 2, Reese Dodds and Josh Brown on row 3, with Joshua Sullivan and Oliver Watson on row 4. Ted and Olivia Hall, row 5, Daniel Camp and Ashton Carmichael on row number 6.
And we've got the acceleration cones out as well, because this is although it's a random grid, it's also a rolling start as well. So drivers need to be paying attention to that, not going too early.
Yep, field is still very spread out, Tom. It's going to need a bit of backing up by Edmonds, which he's done very, very well. And everybody is nicely into position for this rolling start. Edmonds on the inside, Matthews on the outside. Second row of Welborn and Cranston. And we're away. It's a slow start in the middle of the pack, I think, for the 82, and that's allowed Oliver Watson to go all the way round the outside. Heat 1 winner Sullivan drops down. Daniel Camp is round, as is Olivia Hall.
Reese Cranston already through and into the lead of this one. From 4th place, managed to weave through everybody at the start and through the national loop and take the lead, and is already moving away at the front of this one. Who's that slow out of hairpin 2? Dropping down to
Isaac
4th place
Welburn,
now.
I think. And Liam Edmonds appears to have a bit of a problem. In the 5, it's the pole
Liam
man.
Edmonds, yeah.
Yeah, the pole
struggling.
man going backwards and is falling down the order. So it looks like early race problems for Liam Edmonds. But it's going to be Reese Cranston over the line at the end of lap number 1 from 4th place. Grace Matthews in 2nd. Oliver Watson with a big gain. He moves up from 8th into 3rd, although he did have a strong start. He managed to make his way round the slower starters. Then it's going to be Ashton Carmichael and heat number 1 winner Joshua Sullivan, who goes down the inside into hairpin number 1 to take 4th place. And wide, Ted Hall's in the wall, and Ted Hall is stuck. He's going to require some assistance from the marshal, trying to get out of the kart to try and get himself back in it. Marshall does the job for him, and Ted Hall gets back in with a punch of the steering wheel.
Well, there's your clip for Wednesday, isn't it, with Ted Hall in the wall.
Oh, it does rhyme, doesn't it? Unfortunately for Ted. Changed for second place, I believe, here as Oliver Watson tries to go round the outside of Grace Matthews. Matthews holds on, though, from Oliver Watson, and that's going to allow Sullivan and Carmichael to close back up. We've got a 4-kart battle for second place as Reece Cranston is off at the front with a clear gap.
Yeah, Cranston looking extremely comfortable at the front of this one already. Sullivan forces his way through at hairpin 2. Robust, I think, would be a kind way of putting that. We've got a contact warning out for the 95.
It's almost like he's come out of a very robust cadet class, Tom.
Almost that way, yeah. As he pushed his way through into what is now third place.
Yeah,
and I think it's only a matter of time before Grace Matthews receives the same treatment.
Well, he straight-lined it down too. We've seen that from one of his prior stable mates, Jared Fox-Whiteley, haven't we? And made it work, and then just eased Oliver Watson out onto the rumble strip on the outside of hairpin number 2 and basically gave him a choice of back out or grass as we head up towards hairpin number 1 as Grace Matthews parks it on the inside and Sullivan can't find a way through, and now Watson's going to try and do the same to Sullivan as they run down the back straight. Sullivan out onto the rumble strip. There's less grip on the concrete, but he's done enough. Grace Matthews desperately holding on to second place here as they go round South Bank corner, heading up towards hairpin number 3.
Watson giving a tap to the rear of Sullivan as well. Sullivan giving a tap to the helmet to say, come on, work with me, Oliver Watson. And I think Watson's going to turn around and say, not after what you did to me at hairpin 2.
Well, also as well, Watson will feel that Sullivan could be quicker at finding a way past Grace Matthews. That's the thing as well, is that if Sullivan can't do it in a few laps, then Watson's going to want a stab at it. Similar to Hamilton and Bottas, where one allowed the other through to have a challenge at somebody else. And again, Sullivan can't find a way through, and Watson's going to try and retake that third place from Sullivan. Sullivan, though, on the power down the back straight. And Grace Matthews, this is like watching Layla Berryman in the Honda Cadet, just parking it perfectly.
Down the inside this time from Sullivan, and Watson, as expected, followed straight through, just plugged the gap that Matthews was going to try and get back into.
Yeah, at the front though now, it's 5.4 seconds for Reece Cranston at the front because Sullivan and Watson have taken time getting past Grace Matthews, and you can see now they're beginning to gap the 26, who is still going well, Tom, in that third place. Ashton Carmichael, P5. And then it's the 12 of Josh Brown on debut. Isaac Welburn, Olivia Hall. Ted Hall back up to 9th, Tom, after that second lap trip into the tyre wall at hairpin 1. Reese Dodds, and then 2 retirees, Liam Edmonds and Daniel Camp, have both found sanctuary in pit lane.
I'll tell you what I've noticed as well, even though we're only into heat number 2 of 2025 for Junior Pro Kart, Grace Matthews really looks like she's got that car underneath her for the first time. We saw it all last year. She was fighting it through hairpin 1, fighting it through hairpin 2. Every single lap, the back end was all over the place. Now she's got it underneath her. She can place it where she wants, when she wants, and the pace has come. And holding on to 4th place comfortably here and showing a great performance from Grace Matthews.
Yeah, gap at the lead, 5.6 seconds as Reece Cranston extends his gap by a 10th. But just to highlight, Tom, the where things were previously, both Sullivan and Watson 8/10 quicker on that previous lap. Now they're in clear air in 2nd and 3rd respectively. Sullivan still holding on from...
Well, Cranston puts in a fastest lap of the race that time around, so the message has got through and was quicker than both Sullivan and Watson that time.
5.7 seconds though now, Tom. He's clear at the front, and he's managed to find a way past the 82 of Reese Dodds, some lap traffic for him to contend with. And Watson now seems to have a bit more pace, I think, than the 13 in 2nd place. He's done a 46.9 in the previous lap, which was half a 10th off what Cranston did at the front. With 3 minutes and 48 on the clock, it's going to be entertaining battle, at least for second place, particularly because there's lap traffic to contend with in front of this battle for P2.
Personal best for Sullivan that time around, but not quicker than Cranston, still able to gap slightly by, well, 1100.
Here's the lap traffic into hairpin number 1, and they have managed to find a way through nicely. So no harm done, and down the back straight they go. Grace Matthews the next to find the traffic in front. They head up towards South Bank, and Matthews is through as well. Reece Cranston, though, at the front, cantering away with this one at the moment. And I say canter, but he's plugging in personal best after personal best.
Well,
so
it just needs to match what the front two, what second and third are doing. Another fastest lap of the race that time around was quicker than second and third by half a second. Yeah, so just needs to go a little bit easier here, Reece Cranston.
Yeah.
Look after those tyres, make them last now, because they've got to do more than one round, of course.
Yep, 3 sets of tyres for Junior Pro Kart, and obviously Sullivan and Watson with lap traffic to contend with on that previous lap. Sullivan slow at hairpin number 2. Just didn't get the front end biting in quite as much as he'd have hoped. And don't know whether Watson's biding time. No, Watson's down the inside. A traditional Pro Kart move, a little bump and run, but done to perfection by the O-plate of Oliver Watson. And now I think he's going to park that. They know they can't catch Cranston. So can he park the kart in front of the 13?
I think that was just retribution on Sullivan, really. The little bump and run was just returning the favour of what happened earlier in the race. And no love lost there, but also no harm came to either of them. It's Watson now holding on to second place. Sullivan got good drive down the back straight. They're really closing that gap as they get towards South Bank corner. Gap appeared in the first half of the lap as Sullivan with a little wiggle coming through South Bank.
That's the strength thing we were talking about, Tom, at heat number 1, of just struggling to hold on. I mean, the size of the little thing, which I can say because he's my little thing.
He is tiny in that thing, isn't he? It's like...
He was never big in the cadet, though, was he? That's the thing.
No, he wasn't.
But age-wise, up he goes.
But what I was saying is, it's like when you see the new Bambino intake as well. When they first come, they just look like little bobbleheads.
Well, my wife always calls them bobbleheads because their heads just wobble around on the shoulders, don't they?
But Sullivan looking very much like, I mean, you can barely see over the steering wheel. You can see there as he comes down the back straight, such as the size of the machinery he's now behind. But Oliver Watson, a little bit taller in the car, and also being that little bit taller allows him to shift his weight a bit more as well.
Yeah.
And in particular in the wet, that will make a big difference.
Well, it's static or dynamic, isn't it? And obviously all the weight that's on the cart, and the lower you are, a lower centre of gravity is traditionally better, but your weight is very static, whereas when you're able to shift your own body weight around in the cart, that weight becomes dynamic. It's almost like where you strategic ballast as to where you're placing things. So
active aero.
Yeah. As we head out.
It bends you around the corner. And
fastest lap, Tom, on the previous lap by Oliver Watson with a 46.59 for Watson, which is 0.3 quicker than what Cranston was doing and 0.2 quicker than his previous. But as Reece Cranston crosses the timing line now to commence his final lap with a gap of 5.9 seconds. Watson takes a 10th out of him, so that's going to give him a bit of confidence for heat number 2. Sullivan fractionally closer to Oliver Watson, but not close enough, I think, to challenge here as they head into the final lap at hairpin 1 and 2. Reece Cranston on screen, though, Tom.
I'll tell you what the difference is for Sullivan. I've already noticed it from jumping from cadet into pro kart. He's having to push the wheel rather than pull it like he could do in a cadet.
Out of hairpin number 4, though, for his first win of 2025 in heat number 2. It's Reece Cranston in the MS43 from the Apollo 0 of Oliver Watson in the O-plate. Sullivan in the 13 in P3 in front of Grace Matthews with a superb P4. I think that's her best finish on a grid of this sort of size. in front of Ashton Carmichael, P5. Josh Brown in 6th place with Isaac Welburn. Daniel Camp's come back out on track, Tom, which is great to see. So whatever problem they had, he's back out. Although will be classified P11. He'll cross the line now with the yellow helmet. Then it's going to be a recovering Ted Hall, who was in the wall. Say that again because it does rhyme, unfortunately. He finishes P8 in front of Olivia Hall and Reese Dodd. So it's one apiece now in the Ted-Olivia battle for family bragging rights.
And the brawl for the Hall. Bragging rights.
Brawl for Hall.
Brawl for the Hall, bragging rights, yes. We're going to do all the rhymes.
Oh, yeah, we do them. You do your Francesco Di Caro ones. And
Well, it's Francesco Di Caro in a carto. And he's Francesco Di Winero of heat number 1.
It was, yes.
It's a great name.
It's a fantastic
It
name.
genuinely is a great name. I love his name, Francesco Di Caro. Brilliant name. And I know I joke about a lot of things, but I genuinely do mean that.
Yeah.
I really like it. That's a great name. Frankly jealous.
It's good, isn't it? He's got to move into cars at some point, hasn't he? It's the whole point.
Yeah.
Because if not, he'd be called Francesco Di Carto, wouldn't he? That's
Yeah.
So yeah, we've got to go into cars. Right. Combox updates. We've got a bit in the live chat, but not as much as we'd like. We do like live chats. Do get in touch. We've got Dave Nichols, Tom Nichols' dad, just saying that hope Tristan's okay in the R200, the red flag earlier on in that race. Junior Rotax and seniors will be out next. Random grid, Jake Grufferty and Sam Robson, Jaden Stonehouse and Holly Swan with Jack Moss and Ava Reynolds in front of Oliver O'Donovan and Freddie Widrington. Then it's Joseph Yao, Morgan Cooney, Evelyn Bye and Jacob Carnes, and then your senior runner of Paul Swan.
Head round on their rolling up lap as we've got
Jaden Stonehouse,
yes,
27.
I knew it began with a J, and I'm getting there. It's still early in the season, folks. Bear with me, but I knew it began with a J.
Right, just having a quick look, Tom. The Inters have been declared. Tom Nichols, the winner from Luka Bachuev, Aaron Berridge and Ashton Horspool. Changes post-race for that one. Jensen Whitehead, unfortunately, underway, so removed from the standings. And Harry Pennington with a 5-second penalty for a front fairing drop down.
We're about to get going here. And away we go at the start. Oh, and we've already got
Evelyn Bye.
Yeah, Evelyn Bye in the 143 has dropped it on the way to the grid over the start-finish line. Think he's going to get underway. Doesn't look like there's any drive there, and I think, in fact, Evelyn Bye might be out as Jaden Stonehouse again goes round at hairpin 1. And there's now mud on the track as well. And Evelyn Bye is indeed rolled to a safe position and out the way. And unfortunately into retirement.
Good work by the marshals to clear that track to allow the leaders to come through now with
under green flag.
Yeah, and it's going to be the 58 of Sam Robson leading us through from Oliver O'Donovan and Joseph Yao, Holly Swan, Jake Grufferty and Freddie Widrington, Jacob Carnes, Jack Moss, Ava Reynolds, Morgan Cooney and Jaden Stonehouse.
Cool, Oliver O'Donovan had a big swapper on it. Hairpin 1. So he was about to go straight into the back of Sam Robson and had to jink out of the way.
Yeah, no Paul Swan in this one, Tom.
Oh, he was. He did take the start. Definitely took the start because I saw him come across the line.
Drive around in the middle of the South Bank corner. It's Joseph Yao, the reigning champion. Here's round in the middle of South Bank and he falls all the way down the order into 10th place.
It is still Robson from O'Donovan who got into the back of Robson through the D chicane. Robson got all out of shape but managed to gather it up, and it's as you were. O'Donovan definitely making his presence felt to Sam Robson. Holly Swan holding on to 3rd place now from Widrington, Carnes and Grufferty. Heading down the back straight. And also in there is Jack Moss as well.
Oh, just had a quick look back at the Yow. He went into the back of Oliver O'Donovan. And
Right.
it's self-inflicted, unfortunately, there for Joseph Yow.
Like a spin to avoid spinning anybody
No,
else.
tapped into the back, and then the rear end went light and went round. So,
Yes.
yeah, no, less avoidance and more just went into the back of Oliver O'Donovan and took himself out, thinking of taking things. Jacob Carnes down the inside to take 4th place away from Freddie Widrington.
Yes.
Morgan Cooney with a technical. Paul Swan's back out. I'm the king of the segue, by the way. So Morgan Cooney being shown the technical, but that's been removed almost immediately, I think, off the overhead. So I think we're just looking to confirm whether that is the case. Holly Swan closing in on the leading duo at the front. We're keeping an eye out. Yeah, rear bumper for Morgan Cooney, unfortunately. As Jack Moss peels off into the pit lane. Morgan Cooney's right rear side of the bumper. We see that happen a lot here at Teesside on that right rear. It's where they clip the curb, Tom, going into the D chicane. It sometimes pulls it out. It happens as well at hairpin number 2. In the right-hand hairpin 3 as well has got quite an aggressive curb on the inside.
Holly Swan going for the lead
Up
now.
to second, yeah.
Up to second and making moves on O'Donovan as well. So Robson dropped a couple of places on this lap. And Swan has now got eyes on the lead.
Yep, Holly Swan aiming to be the first female winner here at Teesside since Amy Peacock last season.
And it looked like Morgan Cooney already knew that there was a problem because was already pulling off into retirement when Morgan received the flag. To say, come into pits, the bumper's loose.
So let's see whether Swan is very quick round South Bank. Very quick and closes right up round hairpin 3 and then tries half a move down the inside into hairpin 4 that because of where O'Donovan had that kart placed was very difficult for Swan to make the move work fully.
Jacob Carnes looking very racy on the back of Sam Robson as well for 3rd place, trying every which way to get past inside, outside round the national loop. Neither working. Robson holds on to 3rd.
Good battle now for 3rd place, Tom. Robson, Carnes, Widrington's in there as well. Who's just off the back of that? Jake Grufferty. Joseph Yow is back up into 7th place, but he's going to close in, I think, before the end. We've still got 5 minutes on the clock. But Widrington and Swan at the front. Then it's O'Donovan and Swan at the front. Robson, Carn, Widrington, who's been supported in the live chat by Ben Botherill. He's in 5th place. Jake Grufferty in P6. Joseph Yow is the fastest driver on track. 2/10 quicker than the battle in front of him. Just needs to close in the 3 seconds or so, which I think he may well do before the end of this race because it's going to happen. It's going to battle at some point, and out of the slipstream comes Jacob Carnes. He's down the inside of Sam Robson for 3rd place. A nice clear move that didn't really lose either of them any time.
And that's what I was just about to say. I think Carnes has now got some pace to be able to drag those 3 behind as well towards Swan and O'Donovan and make this a 6-kart train at the front. And then Joseph Yow's just got to hope they all start fighting each other and then it can be a 7-kart train.
Absolutely.
Joseph Yow has definitely got the pace.
Yeah, well, Carnes, even with that overtake, was a 10th quicker. Swan closed in as well, but only fractionally on Oliver O'Donovan in the previous lap. So we do have 6 karts in effectively 1 camera shot down the back straight. But Holly Swan needs to try and find a way past Oliver O'Donovan. She did have a lot of pace in the early part of this race, but we always see that, Tom. These races are long races for our junior Rotax class round this circuit, and it's that you're never going to find an optimum tyre position for the entire race. You either go early, go for the middle, or go at the end. You're never going to be able to manage it because it's so frantic round this track. The surface abrasive at the corners as well. is that you're never going to get a tyre that's going to be optimal for the full 10-minute race.
No, and the issue that you've got with that is if you do go for the later, go low in the pressures to build them up towards the end of the races, you can go too low, and then the pace doesn't come until the 10th, 11th, 12th lap of the race.
Yeah.
And it's too late by
a lot
that
of
point.
it as well, you look where you're going to start, and if you're starting at the back, sometimes you'll go high early doors to try and get through the traffic and then manage it. If you're starting at the front, you'll probably go a little bit lower so that you've got more pace later on in the race and try and minimise the damage in terms of any track position loss early doors. So there is a lot more going on than just chucking your cart on the ground and going racing as well. We're not on a fixed gearing either in Junior Rotax, so you can gear differently, as now we've got the leaders encountering lap traffic as Oliver O'Donovan goes down the inside of the 27 of Jaden Stonehouse. Holly Swan is through as well. The rest of the field, though, are going to struggle. Jacob Carnes is going to find Stonehouse in the wrong place. He finds a way through. The rest of the field, though, are going to struggle. Jake Grufferty, Sam Robson, Freddie Witherington's dropped behind Sam Robson because Jake Grufferty's made up a few places up into P4, but they lost 0.6 of a second. Arno Donovan and Swan just navigating the lap traffic.
Yeah, it has opened that up a little bit, and Swan is now right on the tail once again of Oliver O'Donovan, so that gap has closed up. And
it was 4
I think
tenths.
that was the break Swan needed to help with that gap closing, and it has worked in her favour.
0.4 of a second was the gap on the previous lap. It's going to be down to around about a tenth as they cross the timing line. This time round, it's 2, but it's a personal best as well for Holly Swan. Now she's got the target is a lot bigger in front of her, and the confidence is going through the roof for the 95 of Holly Swan.
We're going to see what kind of a killer instinct she's got as well down as we head into the final minute plus a lap.
Look who's emerged on the back of the 4-cart train for third place. Joseph Yao is within touching distance now of Freddie Witherington. And as they come round, they're going to have 2 laps to go. It could even be 3 as O'Donovan crosses the timing line at 45 seconds. They're going to get round. This is exactly what Joseph Yao is going to want.
Yeah, indeed. There's going to be plenty more racing time here. Holly Swan actually dropping back slightly off the back of Oliver O'Donovan here in the early part of this lap, but we'll close up again, we think, through the South Bank corner. They head down the back straight one more time. That's Sam Robson in front of the 17 of Jake Grufferty. Now has those places have swapped back, and this group of 5 all together as one. Joseph Yao now right on the back of Freddie Witherington. So Carnes heading this group. Then it's Robson, Grufferty, Witherington, and Yao. Oh, no, not anymore, because Yao is through at hairpin 1 on Witherington. Witherington with the switchback at hairpin 2 and completes the move back. So it's as you were at the start of the lap, although they have changed places. And a gap has now opened up. This is not what Joseph Yao wants to see. And immediately goes down the inside of hairpin 3 and takes the position back from Freddie Witherington. Heading over the line one more time. Final lap board is out now for Oliver O'Donovan, and has gapped again by maybe a tenth or so to Holly Swan. So just needs to hold on now, does Oliver O'Donovan. It's the as Jacob Carnes still leads this one from Sam Robson, Jake Grufferty and Joseph Yao, with Freddie Witherington on the back of this group of 5 now with the battle for third place. Heading round the final corner for the final time. It is going to be Oliver O'Donovan taking heat number 2 here in Junior Rotax from Holly Swan, just holding off Holly Swan in the end. And then it's going to be Jacob Carnes, Sam Robson, Jake Grufferty, Joseph Yao and Freddie Witherington. So it's as you were for the start of the final lap for that group of 5 in the battle for third place. Then we're going to have Ava Reynolds, then Jaden Stonehouse in 9th, Paul Swan again coming across the line in 10th, but and as our only senior senior Rotax runner, and then Morgan Cooney and Jack Moss both failed to finish, as did Evelyn Bye as well, whose car is just being recovered in front of the commentary box.
Yeah, so Evelyn with the issues at the start. And her cart will be pushed home in a few moments' time.
But on the positive side, saved a race worth of tyres.
I'm a big fan of what you've tried to do there, Tom. I don't think it will offer any consolation whatsoever, but I'm a big fan of what you tried to do.
Yes. Well, points paid in the final, aren't they? So that's what I would be thinking. You're going to have good tyres for the final, Evelyn.
Even though the helmet's on, there's still a smile in there. And you know, it's because Callum's doing all the work.
Definitely earning his money today.
Exactly, because Evelyn could have walked back herself and let Callum push the empty cart, but absolutely not. Get the free ride.
Klansman driver. for any Scottish viewers.
So, I mean,
they'll get that.
And push. There you go, he's passed it on. Relay, top work. Haven't seen the quad yet for the first time this season. Well, I know the quad got stolen, but there is a replacement quad. They sent it out a few times yesterday to collect some carts. So, the final race before we head towards our lunch break. I did a Paddock show yesterday, which was full of its usual level of seriousness, with a smattering of absolute carnage in there, including the bit where I like to get kids to line up to race. And as soon as we say go, we turn the other way, and they race off into the distance.
And nobody knows who
thinking
wins,
they're
and
being
no one
serious.
cares.
No, exactly. But apart from them two, I think I would have Luka Bachuev and Ashton Horsepool line up with their scooters.
You are mean.
3, 2, 1, go. Yeah.
I'm surprised you haven't tried the have I weighed
That
you
was
yet?
I was about to say. I might be mean, but I've not weighed anybody yet.
Oh, you've not weighed anybody yet.
No.
Have I
Jack
weighed-
Collinson was always good for a weighing.
For those who don't know, it's where you go, have I weighed you yet? And they go, weighed you?
I don't know what you mean.
Have I weighed you? No, you haven't weighed me. And then you go, weigh!
And ruffle their hair.
And ruffle their hair, yeah.
Yeah, like I said, Jack Collinson with his perm was always good for a wee. Right, senior pro kart. We better rattle through the grid. It should be Jake Collins on pole, but he did have problems in heat number 1.
Go
so
off
whether he I ain't got no hair. Whether he emerges for heat number 2, but it should be Jake Collins and Danny Bean on the front row, with Sam Neri and Oliver Hill on row 2. Dan Weldon and Phil Reynolds row 3, with Joseph Williamson and Isaac Duff, who were top 2 in the Junior Pro Kart Championship last year, in 7th and 8th, sharing row number 4. Simon Dougherty and Riley Matthews are on row 5, Rossi Costello and David Brewis on row 6, with Chloe Oakes and Craig Grant on row 7. George Ludwell, one of the top 3 in heat number 1, starts 15th. He's got Carl Byrne alongside Dominic Needham and Ike Needham. Will share row number 9. Heat 1 winner Maximus Shields, he's in 19th, with Jamie Marshall alongside. Lee Jackson, Mark Hilditch with Tyler McKenzie and Matthew Farrell, Matthew Hauschby and Freddie Cowley and Zach Dawson complete your grid. And what I will say is Jake Collins, one of our novice runners, has elected to go off the back rather than the front, so that will promote all of our runners forwards, and Danny Bean will become your pole man.
Heat 1, 1, 2, 3 of Ludwell, Needham and Shields are once again going off within 5 places.
We haven't engineered this, though, have we? Because these were printed last night, so it's not like we've just gone, stick them together so we can have more entertainment.
They are going off near enough altogether, the 3 of them again, so they are very much mid.
It's going to be a very different race this time, though, Tom, with traffic management coming into play as they make their way through. Turn 1, always the crunch point. As here we go. Danny Bean is still on the outside because the pole berth is clear, and Sam Neri does well to hold that pole berth wide. Danny Bean will lead us in. Contact. Isaac Duff goes into Sam Neri at the first corner, the 74, with contact. Whoa. Oh, Ludwell's up. Ludwell's round. Ludwell's in the wall.
through the barrier at the cut through as well, and there's a few of them off and some weight. Oh no, it's an engine cover.
Engine cover,
airbox cover, yeah.
and an airbox cover is off as well. So we are yellow at the moment. Tyre wall should be fixed in time without the need for us to go to a full course Battenberg. We are clear at the moment.
There was Dan Weldon was involved in that one as well.
Yeah.
And we've got a slippery surface flag as well because of the water that was kicked out of the tyres as they came across the line.
Oh, they've slowed down. Danny Bean slowed right down. Does he think that that's a Battenberg?
Well,
does he think it's a Battenberg? He
I
does.
don't know.
But it's only a slippery surface. He slowed down. Needs to get the power on again.
Well, the rest of them need to realise it as well, and they could have driven straight past him, but they didn't.
Yeah, no, he's powered down again. He's obviously got to realise that there's no yellow flag at the next post, and he's powered down again. But he had a gap of nearly a second at one point back to Joseph Williamson that's evaporated, unlike that water on track.
And we've got Simon Doughty has got the technical defect, so I'm going to assume
it's his
airbox that came flying off. That will be delivered back to him post-race. But yeah, that came flying off. It was all action through the chicane on the opening lap, and that's what we tend to get with the... and you can see he just had a look down there over his right-hand shoulder and saw exactly what the problem was.
Needham squeezing Joseph Williamson. As Williamson then goes wide at hairpin number 1, that allows Ike Needham through up into second place. Williamson then in third. He's going to get a switch back on him by Isaac Duff. Duff up into third place then. David Brewis in P5 now as Simon Dougherty exits the race. Oliver Hill, Maximus Shields, and Kyle Byrne and Rossi Costello.
Shields up to 6th, in fact, I think.
Yeah. Needham, who started in 16th, taking real advantage, Tom, of the opening lap fracas into the first corner. And he's the one that's going to try and take full advantage. Danny Bean, though, Tom, 0.3 quicker and extends his gap to 0.9 of a second, although he didn't have to do any overtakes, whereas Needham did. This is going to be Needham's first chance at a clear track in front of him. We've got a kart off at hairpin number 4, which we'll find out who it is at the moment. I think it could be the 10 of Tyler McKenzie.
The Nassau panel's flat as well.
Ah, so it is. It's like
gone nose first into something.
Something's been over that. It's like a platypus, isn't it?
It's the number 10 of Tyler McKenzie. Yeah. So Danny Bean leads us across the line one more time with a gap still to Ike Needham. Isaac Duff able to go with, and Shields now has just taken 4th place away from Joseph Williamson. Past David Brewis as well on that lap, so up 2 places into 4th place for Shields. Not going to allow either Bean or Needham or Duff to have it their own way this time, I think, is what's on the agenda for Shields.
And Danny Bean, with that extra incentive of whatever Tom's Danny Bean song is, you said if he wins a race, is that are we going to retract that? It's got to be a final, or are we doing heats?
I don't know. I'll make a decision
because he's got that extra level of pressure on him that you've told him that you've got a song.
Yeah.
Shields is on song though. He's down the inside of Ike Needham for 3rd place. Of Isaac Duff for 3rd place. I was just laughing again at my segue, and then messed the commentary up. Shields down the inside of Isaac Duff for 3rd place.
Yeah, and I think the Bean song, it may well be parked one more time because Ike Needham is looking very racy.
That's on fire.
Yeah, it's not literally, David, but yeah, he's come down the back straight and is already onto the tail of Danny Bean, and I think it's only a matter of time, a matter of seconds. He ducks out from the slipstream down the inside and takes the lead away from Danny Bean as we got a technical defect going out for the 62 of Jake Collins as well in 25th place.
Yeah,
so that'll be a retirement there as well. And Shields already onto the tail of Danny Bean.
Yeah, Shields is... He's got it. The thing for Shields now is he's got to get through early doors, and Bean's wide. Danny Bean
just opened the door and said,
"Yeah, I think he clipped the curb. I think on the exit of the D chicane, and you don't want to clip that curb on the right. You want to drive round it, because if you clip it, it does pitch you wide. Exactly what happened there to Danny Bean. Maximus Shields was ready to take 2nd place away, and when Ike Needham looks over his shoulder, it's not going to be the kart he wants to see behind him.
No, indeed not. And if there's any door that you want, if you want to open a door, no, hang on, let me put it in the right way. Don't open the door to kart 43.
No, never.
There we go.
Never! In the words of Marv from Home Alone.
And I got my words out.
So, Needham then leads from Shields. Danny Bean, you're still your leading club driver from Mike Duff and Joseph Williamson. Riley Matthews is your leading novice in the 147. He's currently in 12th place. Behind him, though, the recovering
Shields.
George Ludwell. Warning for Shields for contact.
Well, he had a good look into hairpin 1 and eventually has another look into hairpin 2.
Needham with a push
completed
forwards, and I think Shields will defend a little bit just once. As Needham then says, look, go forward. Didn't see what the contact warning was for Shields, but I don't think it was for 1 or 2. I think it was happened in the back part of the lap. And, but wouldn't have had enough time to get the numbers in the as he came under the timing gantry. 3 minutes and 40 on the clock, then Shields with a gap of 0.3 of a second. Back to Ike Needham, Danny Bean and Isaac Duff. George Ludwell is up past Riley Matthews and is now recovered to 12th place after the troubles on the opening lap.
You've got a group of 4 now at the front, though. Isaac Duff with a good showing.
Very impressed with, and to be fair, Joseph Williamson as well, albeit he's the leader of the battle behind.
From the front 4, but yes. Indeed, a 5th place showing for Joseph Williamson.
But yes, massive shout out to Isaac Duff. He stepped up out of juniors last year. Mark Hilditch retires the 14 just as the leaders come through. Shields has still got that gap of around 3 or 4 of a second from Ike Needham, which is a similar gap to Bean and Isaac Duff.
Tell you who else is getting a big shout out: Oliver Hill.
Oliver Hill. Although
you already knew.
Yeah, but he's gone to the traditional MS livery away from his
from his
Williams livery,
one,
which is
but it's worth 2/10 clearly.
It's worth 2/10, and it could be worth a place here as he comes down the back straight on Joseph Williamson, and indeed you'll catch him in the background making a move for 5th place, and that will be his best ever finish if he can hold on for Oliver Hill. In front now of Joseph Williamson, they've got David Brewis for company as well, just off the back of them in 7th place. And Rossi Costello, who did message me in the week and said, can you just mention that I'm sponsored by Kart Sim now? So I've fulfilled my obligation to mention that he's sponsored by Kart Sim now.
Sponsored by who?
Kart Sim.
Oh.
You know, the sim of the kart thing.
Oh, them
yeah.
kart sim people.
Yeah.
Have we said it enough now?
Well,
right, okay.
I know, because
moving on.
So no, because you had a go on the kart sim here at the British 24 2 years ago and roofed it through the chicanes like Seb Algieri did.
I flipped it. Fully flipped, like a pancake. Yes. Anyway, Oliver Hill has moved up to 5th place now, past Joseph Williamson. And David Brewis is right there as well. Of course, in that pro class, though, different class doesn't really need to get involved. You can just take the points for 3rd place overall. 3rd place in class, although it will be 7th overall.
Ludwell up into 11th. He finds a way past Matthew Hauschby in the 215.
I'm genuinely so impressed with the step up from last year that Oliver Hill has made. I mean, to hold on to 5th place here is from where it was last year is a massive step forward.
Yeah, shout out as well here for your leading novice in Riley Matthews in the 147. He struggled somewhat in junior pro kart last year, but seems to have found a much more comfortable footing in seniors as David Brewis goes very, very wide at hairpin 3, looking to try and engineer something down the inside of hairpin number 4. And Oliver Hill has got away from Joseph Williamson. 27 seconds on the clock at the moment, but the leaders already through. I think they'll not get round, Tom. I think the time will elapse for an 18 seconds, but Shields has opened the gap up now to 1.5 seconds at the front.
Yes, the elastic has stretched now between the 1, 2, 3, and it's going out. It's that gap significantly. However, Bean and Duff are very much still nose to tail, as you can see on screen. Duff with that easily recognisable bright orange helmet and the red and blue, almost Teesside Academy-esque livery on the sticker kit of that kart as well. He's right on the tail now of Danny Bean, and I think this is the battle that we're going to need to focus on for the final lap of the race.
Yep, Shields just making his way through some lap traffic as he goes down the inside of the 84 of Lee Jackson into hairpin number 1, and from now on should have a clear run towards the checkered flag for Maximus Shields. A lot of pressure on that lad's shoulders, Tom, at 16 years old, to be handed effectively the keys to the 43.
The keys to the city, yeah.
And appears to be justifying the faith handed to him by Howard Lucas. Maximus Shields will make it 2 from 2 in Senior Pro Kart in heat number 2. Shields wins from Ike Needham. Isaac Duff trying to squeeze it down the inside of Danny Bean. Bean keeping the door closed, holds on to P3 from Isaac Duff. Oliver Hill, P5. Williamson, Brewis, Costello, Ludwell past Dawson on the final lap for 9th and 10th. Hauschby and then Kyle Burns in P12. Riley Matthews, your leading novice in P13. Dominic Needham, 14th. Sam Neri and Phil Reynolds complete your top 3 behind Matthews in novice.
I would just like to point out that Maximus Shields is continuing with the trend and the fashion of the 43 car in not celebrating victory.
Oh,
just drives over the line. And just
nonchalant.
Yeah, there's another one.
Peter Webster, who broke down on Friday. You only broke down to go home and make cake for us, didn't you? That's it.
Peter
Top work.
Webster's here. David hides his own cakes that he's brought in.
I didn't hide them.
Pretends they're not here. What have we got here then, Peter? As we break for lunch, it's going to be hashtag cake chat once we come back.
When we come back.
It's going to be hashtag Peter Webster's cake chat.
It is, although
Of course,
I can guarantee
deductible.
his mum Janet made them. Did you help? Did you?
He licked the spoon.
No, I reckon no. He'd have weighed out the quantities because you can't use too many because that'll put the costs up. And you know he doesn't like increased costs. Accountants.
So what have we got here?
We got
then,
Peter.
So we've got lemon and ginger, marble and chocolate.
Oh, lemon and ginger, marble and chocolate.
Right. I'm gonna take a bit of marble if that's all right.
I'm going to take some lemon and ginger if that's all right, Peter.
You've already broke a bit off there, haven't you?
Beautiful.
That's quality.
Thank you very much. Just wang it on desk for us there.
There you go.
There we
Look
go.
at
Look.
that.
Thanks, Kat. There we go. Right, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we will break for a lunch and we'll bring you back hashtag cake chat on our return. In around about half an hour's time, I think we're going to be back. About 12:30, I'm told. So
Lovely.
about 45 minutes.
Well, that's quality. That I can eat more cake.
Lovely.
No, don't close them up yet, Peter. Kat might want some. Toby might want a bit. There's loads to go around there.
Anyway, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We will see you in around about 45 minutes' time when we've all got full bellies.
Welcome to the first Teesside Paddock Show of 2025. I'm going to take you around the paddock here at Teesside, speak to some drivers, speak to some mechanics and parents, and just get a real feel for the atmosphere here at the opening round of the 2025 NRG karting season. We're going to go outside. There's a driver, I can see his legs, but I don't know who he is, so let's go and find out. Hey, look, I knew it was a driver because he's got boots on. There we go. Hello.
Hello.
Introduce yourself to the camera.
It's Freddie Widrington, Junior Rotax.
Good. How's practice gone today?
It's been all right, yeah. It's been all right. We've bit of engine failures almost, yeah, in the third and fourth session. But first and second was all right. It was a bit wet, but yeah, it went all right.
Good. Since you joined the grid last year, there's been some steady improvement.
Yeah.
What are we hoping for this season?
Gonna go top 5, I'd say. Hopefully, yeah. I'm aiming for a top 5 this season, I'd say, yeah.
Good stuff. Right, we'll keep it rolling.
Yeah.
Lewis, do me a massive favour. Quickly turn that camera 180 degrees. Get Amy on camera. Amy hates being on camera. Right, let's keep it going. Oh, let's go and have a chat with Red Bull Man. Go on, Red Bull man, introduce yourself to the camera.
Hello,
Go on.
my name's Jacob Carnes and I'm number 22 at Junior Rotax.
Good, so a Red Bull fan, clearly. Either that or it was a Christmas present and you couldn't send it back.
No, yeah, I'm a Red Bull fan and a bit of a Williams too, so.
Good, so as well. It's a steady weekend for last weekend for Red Bull and Williams. How's your weekend going so far?
Good, I was fastest in free practice, whatever it's called, practice, and then the last one.
Practice with the transponder to making sure it works.
Yeah. So hopefully a good weekend tomorrow.
Yeah, happy days. Where's your wagon? Oh, fresh stickers. Let's go. Here we go. What's the technique, Paul, to putting stickers on?
Do you really want me to answer that question?
well, we're live, so if you can answer it in diplomatic terms.
Yeah. There isn't a technique. Treat it like you treat your wife.
Oh, okay. Well, to be fair, even if it don't look good, at 60 mile an hour, you can't see the crease in it, can you? So it's fine.
Not when Jacob's driving.
No, it's fine. You just cover it in rubber. Oscar War, we're not racing this weekend. Why are we not racing this weekend? Also, why's your mouth full?
One. I'm eating a Haribo strawberry.
Good.
And then I'm not racing because I'm not doing T-side this year in Junior Rotax. And I'm going to do a round of pro kart at some point just for the fun. But yeah, that's why I'm not racing.
But are we learning some spanners?
Yes, we are. I am working in the academy this weekend.
Good. Well, we see that a lot with drivers. You know, almost all of your mechanics on the grid have driven at some point and then gone, do you know what? I'm going to go on spanners and I'm going to teach the next generation. I'm going to learn how to mechanic, and you know, some of them make a career out of it. What's your career hopes?
Well, I know I want to work in motorsport, doing whatever it is, but something to put on the CV, innit?
I wanted you to go, I want to work for Haribo. Quality. Right, Gareth McCarthy, why have we got a broken cart? And then the next question is, why have we got a broken leg? Broken cart first, what's going on?
Just snapped the seat stay down here. Not sure how it's happened, but these things do, so I'm just waiting for Paul to give it a weld.
And what happens when you break a seat stay?
You qualify third.
You do qualify third.
We might leave it alone, we don't know yet.
So I mean, yeah, just snap the other one. It's guaranteed win, isn't it?
It's actually going, so we're going to try and get them both sorted.
Double weld.
Yeah.
Good.
So.
Have you taken the bolt off there, or I was thinking if not, then you need one of them.
Secret.
Good.
But yeah.
Why have we got hurty leg?
I'm waiting to find that out. Previous knee surgery 8 years ago, it just swelled up like a balloon 2 days ago, so I'm waiting for a referral for that. So you'll see me limping around the paddock for the next day.
I'm full of sympathy, mate, because remember when I broke my foot and I was doing paddock shows in a moon boot walking around like that. Right, let's carry on. Let's go. Barry, no, don't you look at me like that, Barry Shields. Get yourself back here. You've backed yourself into a corner. You can't even escape. Now, last year you ran one driver, and now he's effectively a works driver now, isn't he? Because he's moved into 43, and from what I've seen, you're busier than ever.
Yeah, but he's been given a great opportunity, so I thought I'd just help out where I can. So, yeah, more tired than ever.
Exactly, you are, aren't you? But at least now you can retire early to the hotel.
Mixed grill on the cards and away we go. Yeah.
Driver says he's staying here for a few hours though.
Yeah, he can get an Uber, can't he?
He's old enough now, isn't he? He can pay for his own Uber as well, can't he? Out we come then, back into daylight. We'll have a walk up. So Pro Kart have just come off. That's the final session of the day. Let's have some mum chat. Hi, mum. Not my mum, clearly. Hello. I'm like 40. Your lad's done all right, hasn't he?
He's done amazing today. So proud of him, yeah. P4. Good. P4 qualifier. Best he's ever done.
Now, every parent will tell you, like they'll sit on the dummy grid and you'll look at the entry list and you'll go, top 10, yeah. I'd be happy with 8th. At what point did you think he's going to nail top 5 here?
Oh, I'm not really sure that we did. We just always say to Sam, go out, do your best, do what you can. But today he's surpassed all of our expectations. He's done really well, but he's worked really hard over the winter, so I think he really deserves it, to be fair. So yeah, he's really great.
He looks a different driver as well to last season. Looks really comfortable in the kart.
He's gained a lot more confidence. I think last year he was still a little bit reserved, and taking his time to sort of find his feet and move through and move past but this year, hopefully it's going to be a good year for him. Started off well, so yeah.
Good stuff.
Great, yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Right, let's go and have a quick chat over here with the early season junior pro kart favourite. Pretty much set the marker down in December at the O plate by nailing that one in what was changeable conditions. It's been dry this afternoon. It's gone well till that happened. Admittedly you had nowhere to go, but should be straight. We're looking good, aren't we?
Yeah, we're looking pretty quick. Couple temps ahead of P2 all day long. So hopefully good strong race tomorrow, see what we can do. Random grids though, which puts me off a little bit. Gonna have to fight through the pack if we start at the back. But other than that, we should be good to go. We'll see how we can do.
The good thing as well is it's been a few tenths quicker on tyres that I'm reliably informed were probably put on the kart in about 1983. No, they're about 7 months old, aren't they?
Yeah, they're back from when we went to Clare Pigeon, I'm pretty sure. Or Wilton Mill. They went through some absolute heat, shredded, and we've only used these for the past, since then really, so they're quite old.
Yeah, so tomorrow when you get some new ones, you'll be like record pace?
Hopefully, yeah. See what we can do.
Good. It's a 45.9, by the way, that record. Yeah. See what you can do. Right, we're going. We're new. Oh, we've got fresh rubber. Fresh rubber. What's the hopes with fresh rubber tomorrow? Where we think we can finish?
I don't know.
Good.
I just.
Well, the fact that it's a named tyre as well, like named engines are always quicker.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you've got your own name on it, so that'll be quicker. There's a bit of rivalry, admittedly, because you're brother racers as well.
Yeah.
Do you think we can beat him?
It depends where we get randomised on the grid.
It's different, isn't it? Random grids. You've done it.
Never done
No, because you've done Winter Series in You've qualified Winter Series, haven't you? How did Winter Series go?
It was good. I messed up in the final in both ones, but the heats went good.
No problem. Ted won't escape. I'll get him later in the year. That's a promise. Right, we best go do West Track. Because if we don't do West Track, we'll just do everybody down here and then West Track will complain. So we need to go do West Track. Danny Bean's got some fresh rubber as well. Hopes for this weekend?
I don't really know. Just have to see what happens.
Are we club again this year? Trying to win it?
Yeah, I think so. Well, we might move to pro. We're just deciding.
You need to do it like overnight, don't you? Because we're racing tomorrow.
Yeah.
Good. Well, I'll let you go because you need to get them scanned in. Let's make our way round. Got some football action from William Howard. There's Sam. We've already spoke to Sam's mum, so we don't need to speak to Sam, but Sam's qualified in P4. So that's all good. Let's have a quick walk over to, we'll have a chat with Tom Nichols. If Tom Nichols stops walking away. There we go. Oh, milkshake. Good milkshake. What we gone for?
Biscoff.
Biscoff milkshake. We're clearly a fan. So I bet that's not your first one here, is it?
No, it's not.
It's not, is it? No. How's quali gone today?
Really good. I got third. Not what I was hoping for, but still in the top 5, so it's happy.
It's really close though. You've got Ashton, Dexter, Luca, yourself, Aaron Berridge. It's really tight in Honda R200.
Yeah, it's really tight. We're only separated by a half a second, like more than half the grid, like half a second.
Good. And a strong Winter Series, P2 in the Winter Series, the first proper series we've ran as an R200, so you must be really happy with that.
Yeah, I am. It's really good. Happy with second now. I hope to get first, but second's still good.
Good stuff. Brilliant, Tom. Let's go. Where did Julie run off to? She saw the camera and just disappeared. Straight behind us. Wonderful. Let's have a we'll have a chat. David Potter.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. So your lad won the Winter Series and your lad finished second in the Winter Series, but we're all nice and friendly. It's all good.
Best way to be.
Oh.
Come over here, Tom.
You have. You did leave him hanging though. You went to shake your hand. Yeah. There we go. Hey. Winter Series went well for you.
Yeah, it was good. Really enjoyed it.
Is he too old for an R200 now?
Well, apparently you can still do a few bits and bobs into the year of your 14th, I believe. But we're concentrating a little bit more on something that's ridiculously expensive. But
cars.
Yeah.
Cars.
Yeah.
Yeah. cars.
Silly move.
But everything's expensive at some point, isn't it? These are expensive, and then you decide some. Oh yeah, all right. Rocky 2.
Yes.
Talk to me about your engine name.
Right, so Tom has a thing about penguins. As you probably know, he's got a penguin on his helmet and he's got on his graphics. So we started naming, the first engine was named Penguin. Second engine was named Emperor, after another penguin. And then we were running out of ideas. So we went to Rocky, as in Rockhopper. That engine is now with Dry. So Rocky 2 was the first R200, and then Rocky 3 is currently in its box in the back of the trailer.
I love a story like that. I think I did a whole Paddock show once, just asking, why your race number?
Yeah.
Why'd you do that? And like some kids just went, I don't know. And then some kids give me like a really detailed answer as to why they ran a certain race number.
That one, when Tom first started, which was about 2.5 years ago, he asked the question, how old was his granddad when he died? 74.
Ah.
So,
and
that's it.
And that's why
That's a simple story. That's a simple story. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Good. Why do you run 38?
Aaron Alexander, pro kart driver.
Yes, it was his cadet number, wasn't
Yeah.
it? And it's still, it was his sprint number.
Yeah, still in cadet now as well now.
Yeah.
But yeah, carrying on my legacy and hoping to carry it on into cars as well.
Good stuff. Brilliant. Enjoy your cars, Tommy. Right, we'll go that way just because there seems to be more people. So we'll carry on. It's a bit busy in here. Let's have a chat with the R200 pole sitter, Dexter Petty. You're busy. Oh, he's busy.
Never too busy.
Well, there's loads of kids. Tag somebody in. Right, you round here. You hold the jug. You hold the jug while and I'll talk to Dexter. It's all good, and then Dexter can have jug back in a minute. Pole position. I was going to say, are you happy with that? And you'll go, yeah, of course.
Yeah, obviously.
Good. We were speaking to Tom Nichols. It's really tight at the front of Honda R200. It's a class that's emerged in the last couple of months, really, compared to where we were last year. We had 5 or 6 on the grid for the first one, and then now we're well into double figures. But the top 6, it's really tight, isn't it?
Yeah, very.
Good. And we had a reasonable winter series. Did we bag ourselves a trophy?
Yeah, 3rd.
Good. I didn't expect it going into the last round, did you? But then all of a sudden, someone had to scrabble around to get a ticket for the presentation. Good stuff. Dexter, all the very best off pole position tomorrow. Brand new sticker kit as well, and it's looking good. Well, apart from what happened there,
Yeah,
Josh.
got round to doing bumper and that, yeah.
Oh, they're the old one.
Get pictures from the front. It looks fantastic. We've also got new Sullivan Media stickers on the helmet.
Where's the helmet?
You want to see that?
I do want to see that. We are we're on brand.
Always running the Sullivan Media.
There we go. Free of charge as well to anybody that wants them. You just have to catch me when I'm not in full flow in the commentary box. Right, you two get your sun lines up here on them scooters. Get your sun lined up. We'll face that way. Right. No, face that way. Face that way. Face that way. We're racing. We're not here to play. We're here to race. Get your sen sorted there. Right. First one to the BMW. 3, 2, 1, go. Right, see you later. Off we go. There we go. Absolutely brilliant. They've got they'll turn round and we'll be down here speaking to Matthew Plantstad. How's he done today?
We got 6.
Happy with that?
Yeah, it was 3rd row of the grid, so it's pretty good. So yeah, we had a blown up engine, so we haven't had a great day.
Well, we were just speaking to Tom Nichols' dad about how expensive karting is, and he went, yeah, they're expensive when they go bang, and it's gone bang.
Yeah. So yeah, 6 happy with 6. 3rd row of the grid. So
yeah, it's competitive, isn't it? That R200. We've spoke to a few drivers already, and it really is quite tight.
Yeah. So anything can happen tomorrow. So
yeah,
fingers crossed.
Well, hopefully. Right, I'm going to see if I can catch Tommy Burgoyne, because he had a tough weekend last weekend at Warden Law, but has qualified inside the top 10. Tommy! Hello. Good. Right, we've had a good qualifying today, but we had a tough one at Warden last weekend. Tell me about Warden first.
So it was a really good track, but I think I just got bumped again, and it just put my kart sideways.
Good, and we had a trip into tyre wall, didn't we, unfortunately? And then a trip in an ambulance.
Did you?
No, you did.
Oh yeah, I did.
I didn't. I was fine. I was at home. Yeah, I was speaking to Dad earlier. Yeah, you went in the ambulance.
Yeah.
And I've just said, you got in the ambulance? She went, But yeah, you definitely did. But you're all right, and we've qualified inside the top 10.
Yeah.
Good. Happy with 10th place?
Yeah.
Good. And obviously we won Bambino last year. What's the hopes this year in cadet?
Probably like just in the top 10. That's like my hopes.
Good stuff. Happy days. Good. How are you? Good. Introduce yourself to the camera.
Hi.
Hi. Do we have a name?
Aston.
Good stuff. Now we moved out of Bambino as well, and now we're in Honda. How are we finding it?
Pretty good.
Good. Yours is the 16, brand new sticker kit by the look of it as well. Name down the side, always important.
Brand new. That side pod is absolutely wrecked.
He's ruined the side pod already. But to be fair, it's what they're here for, isn't it? Really, it's
rubbing is racing.
Absolutely rubbing is racing. Hopes for this weekend.
Inside the top 15.
Good stuff. Aston, all the very best. Right, I think we might have a few more minutes. We just have to find a few people to speak to. So I don't think anyone's home in Ashton Horsepools, but he's qualified well. He's inside the top 3 in Honda R200. We're going to have a quick chat with Daniel Ziad's dad. And how are we feeling after today? Oh, not good, not good. I thought, well, to be fair, after we'd seen him at Shennington a few weeks back and he was running up the front with, lads that were expecting to run at the front in the British, I imagine outside the top 5 or 6 is a bit disappointing for you.
Yeah, it was. Fingers crossed tomorrow will be better days. I don't know the setting. I've changed a few things and the condition keeps changing as well. So fingers crossed tomorrow will be a better day than with Collie.
It's a track really that you don't need to qualify brilliantly. It's wide enough in order for you to be able to go and do some stuff.
He was a bit upset and we were crying about 20 minutes. But I just told him, I said, listen, you've been there, you can do it. So just carry on doing what you need to be doing.
Do you know, I say this a few times on commentary, but karting just builds a resilience in kids that they don't even know they're building until they get a few years down the line. But they'll go out, something will happen in the first heat, they'll end up at the back, and an hour later they've got to dust themselves down and go again, haven't they?
100%, that's right, yeah. All we've got to do, keep trying. Well, most things, we'll have fun, that's it. So far we're good, we have fun. That's it, innit? It's all about fun.
That's all about it. Right, I'm going to go and have a quick chat with Francesco on the grounds that he's followed me around the entire Paddock show, which means he must want to talk to me. Don't stop putting trees inside his bumper. Someone didn't shoot. No, that's bumper bolt, that. I can guarantee it's a bumper bolt. How's your day gone? We're on the front row, I believe.
Yep. P2, 47.8.
Good. So we've got Edward Rye alongside, and then 2 really unknown characters in Sebastian McCarthy and Sam Dixon, who've both qualified well on the second row. Hopes for tomorrow. Hopefully, just try and break away with Edward at the front and then scrap it out at the end.
Yeah, pretty much just work together like we did in the T-side in the winter series at T-side and do the same. Then just scrap at the end. Really, just build enough of a gap from behind and then fight for position.
Well, I was speaking with Edward earlier on when I interviewed him for one of our Wednesday interviews that go on the T-side page, and he feels that it's between him, yourself, and Henry Colborne for the championship this year. He thinks that'll be the top 3 come the end of the year. You in agreement with that?
Yeah, probably.
Good. Well, Francesco thinks he's going to be up there, so that's all we want. Let's go and have a quick chat with Matt Berridge, who's just had a quick turn of pace, but then has slowed down because he knows that I can outrun him. It's fine. Go on. You don't finish your cleaning. Go, carry on. Carry on. That's right. Exactly. So you clean that off. Who did that bit belong to?
I'm not going to mention.
Okay. Fair enough. How's he qualied?
5th.
Happy with that?
He wasn't when he come off. No. He'd got some rubber in his eye. We had to go to medical.
Oh, you've not left him there, have you?
I wish I had. But no, he wasn't happy with it. But I think I put it on wrong gearing. But we're fine.
You guys are open, aren't you? Whereas,
unfortunately,
it was fixed last year. It was easy, wasn't it?
Easy fix gearing. Loved it.
Last year you chucked some fuel in, and you went, "Oh, I'll have a brew." Lovely. Right, let's have a quick chat with Mr. Colborne. You're on fixed gearing.
Yep.
You're not cleaning, are you? You're done. Ish. Done-ish. 6th in quali, I believe.
Yeah.
Probably a little bit disappointed given where we know Henry can be.
Yeah, I think he got bogged down a little bit behind a few drivers. We have a tendency to struggle to qualify him, but we know his race pace is there. So let's watch him tomorrow because you know what he can do.
Certainly can. So he'll go off row number 3, I believe, will he? So it's not too bad. And I was just speaking with Francesco and then with Daniel Ziad's dad as well. And it's a wide enough track here at Teesside that you don't have to qualify particularly well to get to the front. We've seen drivers plough through the field in the past, and Henry's certainly got the pace to do that tomorrow.
Well, he's done it before, so hopefully he can do it again. Turn 1's an unknown, isn't it? 6 drivers are going to be piling into that at the same time. So let's just fingers crossed we get a bit of clean racing and make our way through the field.
Absolutely right. Is he finished? No. Has he finished? When you're done with that, you should try the muck on side of your face as well. Right. We're down on the west track and I've run out of people to speak to, so we're going to head back to the commentary box for heat number 3 and the finals here at Teesside Autodrome.
Hello and welcome back to part 2 of round 1 of the Teesside Owner Driver Sprint Series 2025. Of course, brought to you by Medics UK, Infotech, ARC Plant Repairs. I'm going to come back to that one. HRS Racing Engines, Garage 29 Graphics and MS Karts. And of course, NRG Karting as well, being our title sponsor, the NRG Sprint Series. But also, we've got another sponsor there, Metro Plum.
What do they do, Tom?
Well, we're going to give them a big shout out because they do plumbing. And they've done some plumbing here.
They have. New toilets.
New toilets.
New toilets. Which,
brand spanking new for 2025.
Yes. And I don't know.
And they're doing a good job, to be fair.
They have done a cracking job. So,
although,
Gents Toilets is now 100% stand up. And then the other toilets are around the corner. And then the ladies' toilets have got a new door. The entrance is on the side rather than at the end now, Tom. I don't know what. Someone's just gone, how do I know that? Well, because my eyes aren't painted on for a start.
I'm just such a child about it, where the entry was. Anyway, I'm going to talk to Kat off air about the gents' toilet because there's something you're missing something in there, but we'll talk off.
It's a TV screen, so
no,
that
you've saved yourself a lot of money, but you're also going to cost yourself a lot of money in the long run. So we'll talk off air.
Oh, he's so pedantic. Is it a big screen so people can continue to watch the action?
It's because I used to work for a company that sold washrooms for a
any
living,
job you haven't done?
No, it was all combined in one, wasn't it?
Oh, you've done trucking.
You've
done carpets, rugs.
Carpets?
Yeah, the rugs and stuff.
Laundered floor mats, you mean?
Yeah, when I say rug, I make it sound like
I worked for a laundry company that also was a washroom
When
company,
I say you do rugs, I make you sound like you're Aladdin. Here we go then with Honda and Micro. It's cadet heat number 3. Heat 2 winner Edward Rye goes off pole position with Francesco Di Caro alongside.
I think it's safe to say we filled pretty well.
We filled very well. Henry Colborne and Albie Cam fill row number 2 with Sebastian McCarthy and Ethan Pearson row 3. Sam Dixon will start 7th, Layla Berryman 8th, Tommy Burgoyne and Jake Gibbon are 9th and 10th. Daniel Ziad, 5-second penalty from heat number 2, drops him down to P11. He's alongside Abel Hutton with Jacob McDonald and Alfie Keeling on row number 7. Oliver Bullock and Aston Wilson in front of Andrew McCrossan and Edward Charlton, with Tyler Gruffity in the number 30 Micromax rolling off P19. Just a quick look out of the window towards the bank suggests it's not quite as warm as it was earlier on because Henry Colborne's dad is shivering and he's already got a woolly hat and a coat on. Somebody get that man some gloves. So top 10 are gridding up nicely as the 16 rolls into the 26. Sorry, of Jake Gibbon rolls his car into P10.
Sorry,
it's all right.
We were discussing urinals.
Yeah, just having Jacob McDonald's just having a little. He's going to push himself back. He was trying to wheel himself back by using his heels on his front wheels, but he's into position. I think Andrew McCrossan and Tyler Gruffity are just going to have their karts repositioned as Aston Wilson is loving life down there in the black, green and blue kart. He's having just getting himself psyched up ahead of this one. And as we say, Tom, it's always very interesting to see how drivers approach the start. Rye firmly face forward, almost unfazed. Similar with Di Caro. Colburn's gone for a more relaxed visor up approach at the moment, as is Sebastian McCarthy, who sees Callum, the flag marshal, walking back towards the front and pops his visor down. Di Caro now with a look over the shoulder just to get himself aware of what's happening. At the front now, Edward Rye, that's a steely. Just his head's just not moved, Tom, since he moved into that P1 berth. Almost
all focused on the entry to the national loop.
There is.
There's
look
a
back.
quick look round.
It's almost like he was visualising.
Go on, time's time, sunshine.
Yeah, come on. We're not. No OT here. Green flag is unfilled then at the start. Heat number 3 for Cadet is go, and it's a good start from Colburn, but I don't think he's going to get enough to get across from Francesco Di Caro, although Di Caro not confident enough to turn across the bows of him. He's slotting in. Cam holds on to P4, McCarthy P5. Berryman with a good start has got past Sam Dixon. Are we going to get a repeat of the previous race where Dixon struggled to get past Berryman? Then it's Ethan Pearson, Daniel Ziad and Tommy Burgoyne. Contact there. I think that's Alfie Keeling just running into the back of Jake Gibbon. No harm done. They're down the back straight. Berryman already defending Sam Dixon in the 76 on this opening lap. It's Rye, Di Caro, Colborne and Cam. Here's your top four. McCarthy going with them. And I get the feeling, Tom, that it's going to be the top five breaking away again. I think it's going to be a race of effectively two races. Yellow flag out at hairpin 4. We've got to drive around. We'll pick that up shortly. I think that is Tyler Grufferty's Micromax. He's managed to turn that round in the right direction.
Yeah, heading out through hairpin 1 for the second time. Edward Rye looking comfortable at the front of this one. As we've seen at the start of these heats throughout the day, the third time we've seen Rye leading the start of a heat, the third time we've seen him trying to stretch that elastic, trying to stretch that gap at the front and break a bit of slipstream to the karts behind, which has normally been second and third place currently as well, Di Caro and then Colborne. But then we've seen in Heat 1, when we were still on the wet tyres, Rye was overhauled by Di Caro and then gapped quite comfortably, and then Rye managed to hold on in Heat number 2. So we'll see how it's going to play out this time.
McCarthy's through. Good move on Albie Cam for fourth place for Sebastian McCarthy. He finds a way through. I think we're going to see a different race this time, Tom, particularly from Henry Colborne. I think he went a little bit high on pressures in the last one. He set his fastest lap early on. I think they might have had a slight change of tactic, and we'll now see him a little bit closer to Ryan Di Caro. We're again focusing on Sam Dixon and Layla Berryman's tussle that started at the start of heat number 2 and is still going
what I was just going to mention.
in heat number 3.
They were inseparable in heat 2. They're still inseparable all the way through this one so far. And I think Layla Berryman has more of Sam Dixon's sticker kit on the back of bumper of her kart than she's got her own. It's just been tap, tap, tap away from Sam Dixon. He's just, she is well aware that he is there and doing well to hold on to position.
Albie Cam, contact warning. He's currently behind Sebastian McCarthy. And this is the problem that Dixon's having, is Berryman is taking what was traditionally the Edward Rye line, which was down the back straight and just defending off position. And, I haven't actually watched him too much today, Tom, because he's not had a lot of camera time, apart from when him and Di Caro did have a battle briefly in heat number 1. But other than that, they've had a bit of a gap between the two of them. So I'm just keeping an eye out on him in a few moments as to the line that he's taking down that back straight now, as to whether he's reverted to the traditional stay wide and hook it in line, or whether he is still taking that out of 2 and then running up towards the entry to South Bank. And I think it is a wider line now for Edward Wright. It's changed tact from last season. Albie Cam all over the back. He's real Seb McCarthy in, and then McCarthy's head goes backwards off his shoulders. A little bit of a tap into the back, which is good for pace. Nice bit of slipstream.
Yes, a bit of bump drafting will get them a bit further up the road if they continue to work together. It's
we're alongside now. Long way round though there for Dixon. It's not going to work.
I've noticed as well that realistically this is the biggest gaps that we've seen, or the biggest field spread that we've probably seen in the history of us commentating here in Honda Cadet that we've had here this weekend. And I can only think that it's due to several drivers stepping up in class, and we've got what's the best way to put it, a difference in experience levels that we've got going on at the moment, as Dixon and Berryman are side by side, and Dixon eventually does find a way through.
Got to hold on for a lap really now, hasn't he, Sam Dixon, and see whether he's got the additional pace. He's got to hold on, can't allow Berryman to come back at him. And now let's see whether Dixon has got the pace to break away, because he got through on the last lap last time, Tom, And the gap as they cross the line between the two of them is going to be around about 0.4 of a second. But it could be a case here, has the damage been done for Sam Dixon to catch up onto Sebastian McCarthy, who's negotiating traffic at hairpin number 1, as is Albie Cam. So can Dixon find a way to close up onto this duo in front?
Just to finish that point on the gaps and the field spread, I think it's going to be one of those that we'll see that the whole field will become closer and closer together as the year goes on, because it's such a spec series here with these Honda cadets.
Well, we've seen it in the past, haven't we? 22 at the first 2 rounds, Sullivan and Potter were clear at the front. Round number 2, so the first 2 rounds of last year, it was Sullivan and Taddy who were the top 2. And in both cases, I think 23 we had 8 different winners. I think last year we had 6 different winners. More traffic to negotiate. Ooh. Oh, Sebastian McCarthy, who finds some kart control there, and then Dixon goes round the outside. Berryman is now under pressure from Daniel Ziad, who's reeled in the 166. Look over the shoulder. Let's see whether Ziad can find a way through. He's going to try going the long way round the outside of South Bank. That rarely works, but it's going to open the door. Oh! Wheel on the grass for Daniel Ziad. And does live to fight another corner, though.
Sorry, I turned into Gary Neville for a moment there.
Oh!
That all got very, very close. I could see a crash happening in my mind. Thankfully, it didn't come into reality. Layla Berryman managing to still hold off Daniel Ziad.
I want to focus, if we can, on this battle that's just come on screen. Fantastic work by Toby behind us and the camera team to pick up this battle for third place.
Your mind.
Because absolutely, because Henry Colborne in third place is now under pressure from Sebastian McCarthy, and Colborne is really struggling with that 75 kart. Just didn't get it pitched in to South Bank, and to coin a phrase that I used a few years ago, the handling on that's like a pig on roller skates at the moment for Henry Colborne. He's going to have to wrestle that round the remaining 2 or 3 laps here, because it looks like a bit of a handful, that 75. McCarthy 3/10 quicker on the previous lap. Albie Cam 2/10 quicker than McCarthy. 3-kart battle now for third place.
It looked pretty good through hairpin 1. It
Yeah,
looked like it's on rails there through the slower stuff. It's the, I think it's the quick corners where the back end's trying to come round.
and that change of direction round the national loop out of the D as well. Let's see whether he can get it pitched in. Struggling again, takes a much wider line on entry. And McCarthy, I don't think he's going to waste any time, Tom. It's Sebastian McCarthy. It's almost like he's found another gear almost this weekend, McCarthy. It's going to be a breakout weekend for the 56. Ryan DiCaro commenced the final lap. The action, though, currently for third place with Henry Colborne. And Colborne is wide at the national loop. McCarthy's down the inside as they head towards the chicanes. Colborne's up on the curb. McCarthy's through.
Yeah, lovely move from McCarthy in the end, and taking advantage, as you say, David.
Of Colborne's back down the inside, up and over the curb. Albie Cam's going to do them both.
Yeah, McCarthy not happy with the robustness from Colborne.
Could still get in this gap here, though, could he? Colborne threading the 75 back in, and then McCarthy's going to try and get down the inside of Colborne. Colborne's going to have track position. Sam Dixon in the background has caught up, but I think he's going to run out of time. Edward Rye wins it then. He'll start the final from pole. DiCaro in second. Then it's Cam from Colborne, McCarthy and Sam Dixon with Daniel Ziad. Layla Berryman, that's Tommy Burgoyne in front of Jake Gibbon to complete your top 10. Ethan Pearson, Abel Hutton and Alfie Keeling with Jacob McDonald crossing the line. Should be around about now in front of Aston Wilson, Oliver Bullock and Andrew McCrossan with Edward Charlton just behind them.
McCarthy not happy with it. There's been a little bit of afters after the flag as well.
Was he some fist shaking?
There was a bit of fist shaking, a bit of steering wheel banging, and a little bit of Morse code on the rear of Henry Colborne to say, "Don't do that again, sunshine." Whatever that is in Morse code, it'll all be dots and dashes, won't it?
Ooh! We have a spinner at hairpin 4, and after the checkered flag, Everybody's missed them, though, which is good, because Edward Rice slowed everybody down to a nice pace as they come into the pits. The breakout weekend as well, Tom. Albie Cam arriving inside the top 5 for the first time and looking quite comfortable and able to battle with Colborne McCarthy. Dixon showing his pace once he found a way through towards the end, putting a 47.9, Tom. We've only had 4 drivers in that race in the 47s, Wright, DeCaro, Cam and Sam Dixon towards the end there on lap 9 of 11 in the 47s. So good for Sam Dixon, just needed a little bit of confidence, and a 6th place should give him a half decent starting position for the final in around about an hour's time.
That already brings our final heat of Honda Cadet to a close. Next up will be the Rondas, the Honda R200s. I think that's our first mention of the Rondas this year, isn't it?
Ronders.
So we've got the Honda
and Inters,
R200s and the Intermax grid. They are all heading out now. That is Joey Swan and Isla Parsons just heading through the camera shot there. They are your 2 Intermax runners, and everybody else will be on an R200. And we're expecting around about half a lap gap between the 2 different championships that we've got here.
Yeah, hopefully not quite as much as last time. It was starting to get a bit... We were getting a bit worried that they were going to catch him before they actually
Swan was going to catch
start.
the leaders rather than...
But as expected, Tom, it will be Luka Bachuev off pole position. The previous race red flagged and then taken back a lap. So Luka Bachuev and Tom Nichols front row of Honda R200. Tom with Aaron Berridge and Ashton Horspool row 2. Dexter Petty.
Whoa!
Oh, we've got one round. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to start this, Tom. It could be a false start, could it? No. We're going to go, but R200 are still round South Bank, Tom. They're going to have to get a motor on.
They are going to have to get
Or they're going to get caught by Joey Swan and Isla Parsons.
And they're going to be at full racing speed.
Yes.
So need to be a bit quicker on this rolling up lap. Ashton Horspool does retake position in 4th place, apologies.
Should be okay here, Tom.
Joey Swan is well clear at the front of this one, but they are catching very quickly.
Oh,
they're
we've got
already into
another
South Bank
spin.
corner.
That's, Peter Webster round out of hairpin 4. We are away and racing. And Bachuev leads us through then. And down the inside goes Aaron Berridge up into 2nd place. Tom Nichols down into 3rd. Toby Turner with a good start. Toby Turner with a very good start. He's down the inside of Nichols for 3rd. As Aaron Berridge tries to take the lead away from Luka Bachuev. Then it's Ashton Horspool, Dexter Petty, who had a throttle return spring off his pedal. That was the issue for his retirement in heat number 2. He's currently in 6th place. Having started 7th, the red flag really did benefit him because it came out and it went back a lap when he crossed the line to go into the pit lane. So the top 6 with a bit of a gap then back to Matthew Plant, who's under pressure from Harry Pennington. Pennington trying to go round the outside. Jensen Whitehead behind them. Tristan Gilfillan and JJ Allen in front of Peter Webster, who's having a very tough day of things so far. And then Joey Swan, who's almost on the back of the Honda R200s already.
Yes, indeed. And good to see Tristan Gilfillan out again in heat number 3 after a little trip in the ambulance after heat 2 that caused the red flag. But away and racing again in heat 3.
Luka Bachuev there moved to the inside down the back straight despite having 4 kart lengths or so
Defended
on Aaron
Fresh
Berry.
Air.
He did, and Fresh Air didn't get through.
No.
Toby Turner's looking good in this one, Tom, in that number 66.
Another breakout weekend, I think it's safe to say, for Toby Turner.
Yeah, doing well so far, particularly 2nd place in heat number 1 for Turner, a memorable one. Aaron Berridge up onto the back of Luka Bachuev, seems very strong round the D chicane and the national loop. Seems to fall away a little bit round hairpin 2, at least did on the previous lap, but he's a lot closer this time, and now Luka Bachuev is having to defend, although Aaron Berridge says, how's about look forwards, because we can have a 6-kart battle for the lead, or we can have a 2-kart battle later on. And
that's definitely the smart way to play it, although normally we see it from the driver in the lead tapping the helmet.
Down the inside goes Ashton Horsepool on Tom Nichols. Horsepool up into fourth place. Now let's see whether Horsepool can find a way past Toby Turner, because Nichols wasn't having much luck. And Petty still in sixth place. Not quite making the progress I don't think that he'd have hoped for.
They head down the back straight. Bit of a gap now starting to grow, I think, with these two working together, although they're not working together anymore because Berridge has taken the lead.
And Ashton Horsepool has taken third place as well from Toby Turner. All change inside the top six then. And what that has done, I think, is actually going to allow Horsepool, I think he's going to be a little bit closer to this two in front.
He didn't have a great start, Horsepool.
No,
so
but
it's a good recovery from, I think he dropped down to around about about fifth or sixth.
4/10 quicker, Tom, for on the previous lap for Ashton Horsepool than the duo in front of him. So,
and dragging along the three behind as well. So now he's got in front of Toby Turner. Toby Turner is still able to go with Horsepool, even though the pace has been ramped up.
Turner, I think, here being very, very smart, as is Tom Nichols, because they're seeing that Ashton Horsepool's closing in. And rather than battling with Horsepool, they're thinking, well, actually, let's drag ourselves back on to Luka Bachuev, who then has a bit of a helmet tap.
And they have.
Again, so Bachuev clearly feeling that he needs them to play ball with him to try and get back onto Aaron Berridge at the front. So we are a top six currently split by less than a second at the front of Honda R200. Joey Swan leading outright and making his way through the R200 traffic as he goes down the back straight past Harry Pennington and Matthew Plant. And I get the feeling he may well catch this lead battle as we see Tom Nichols going for a move down the inside. Toby Turner closing the door, and that could be the door that's going to open up and into two groups of three. As Horsepool is closing in on the back of Luka Bachuev, but he's going to have to make fast work of it, because if not, if those two squabble for too long, Aaron Berridge will be off at the front and away at with 2 minutes and 40 on the clock.
Indeed, and Joey Swan in the Inters is once again very, very comfortably clear at the front of this one from Isla Parsons, the tune of around about a third of a lap at the moment.
Yeah, gap's 11 seconds on the clock last time round as Matthew Plant just off camera defending, I think it's Harry Pennington, quite robustly up towards South Bank. And there is
Joey Swan is going to get involved in this lead battle.
So
you know.
Aaron Berridge has lost a bit this time. Luka Bachuev has closed in by a tenth and a half and is pretty much half the gap to Aaron Berridge.
And those that second group of three, that is Turner, Nichols and Petty, they really do need to start working together if they're going to close this gap.
Thought Berridge was going to, I thought Horsepool was having a straight line to two there, down the inside of Luka Bachuev, but elected not to. And slots back into position, but I don't get the feeling it's going to be this plain sailing towards the end, Tom. I think this one's got another level. So Horsepool takes the wide line, almost deliberately. I don't think it was overly deliberate, actually. I think he just went wide and then thought, oh, there's half a chance here.
Oh, Joey Swan, extremely smart and courteous driving to those around him as well. Could have gone round the outside of Dexter Petty there.
Just for me,
and slotted him.
Hopefully he waits and just does all three of them down the back straight.
That's what I think he's going to do. I genuinely think he's going to do that. He could have got in the middle of that fight, but it's not his fight.
No, here he
there he goes.
You'll see him in the background. He's going to go. And what would be smart here, if he does get down the inside, he doesn't, there's just one. But if Petty can go with him, warning for Dexter Petty. I've not seen him anywhere near anybody for the last 2 or 3 laps, Tom, but don't know. Again, we don't make these decisions. We let other people who are getting paid to do it to make the decisions.
There's Swan passing Nichols.
Yeah,
now.
but now Nichols, if Nichols can hear, if Swan gets past Toby Turner, you just go through the same gap that's already been created for you. There's opportunity. The trio at the front have split, But now, if Joey Swan can find a way through in a corner, and these two behind can really benefit potentially from a little bit of slipstream from that faster kart, although the kart threw down the inside, I don't think it's harmed any of the trio, really. They're pretty much in the same order and with the same gap that they were previously, Tom.
Yeah. I think they're going to need Joey Swan, though, to start getting amongst this front three fight to close that gap back up.
They've split as well, haven't they? They were a lot closer 2 laps ago. We're going to stick with this one on screen, Tom, because I think these three are going to be a lot closer than what the leading trio are, although Joey Swan is up onto the back of them. Final lap for Aaron Berridge with Luka Bachuev and Ashton Horspool. Then it's Turner, Nichols and Petty in this second train of 3. And, I don't know, Bachuev wasn't particularly fast, and then Bachuev's going to try and defend Ashton Horspool, but finds Joey Swan's Intermax there. Berridge has got this one in the bag now, Tom. He's got the Intermax between the two of them as they head up towards the left-hander, round hairpin number 4. Aaron Berridge will take the victory here from Joey Swan. Sorry, Joey Swan goes round. Aaron Berridge through, and then behind them comes Luka Bachuev and Ashton Horspool. Then it's going to be Toby Turner, Tom Nichols and Dexter Petty, Harry Pennington. Matthew Plant on the final lap gets past Peter Webster with Tristan Gilfillan, JJ Allen and Jensen Whitehead. Your final runner. Although technically Aaron Berridge hasn't finished this race yet because Joey Swan crossed the line just behind him, who is the actual outright race leader. So Aaron Berridge will technically win this
at
Honda
a canter.
R200 race.
Trotting over the line.
By a whole lap. Because he's going to do one extra lap.
No, yes.
Yeah.
Technically, it's by a lap.
Don't break down. Aaron, don't break down. Just don't make sure you get to the line.
And
here he is. Aaron Berridge.
Walking pace. Visor
wins
open.
heat number 3.
Never has there been a more comfortable victory in this class. But that's just the way the timing system works.
54 seconds. He won by 54 seconds.
It's niches here, but
yes. That's what happens when you have a mixed class, isn't it? And one comes through. The only one he didn't get past was Aaron Berridge, who then did another full lap and won at the end by what it will be classed as 54 seconds. The largest.
I think he took a checkered flag, though. That's the thing. But it won't have triggered on the time.
Because
he passed the trick. Because it was out for Joey Swan.
Joey Swan lapped everybody except Aaron Berridge because Berridge crossed the line just in front of him, which means Aaron Berridge wins by the largest margin in Teesside history in 54 seconds.
Gotta love a timing system.
I love a grid. Let's have some grids.
Let's have a grid, shall we?
Right. In fact, we're going to have
what we're up to? Junior Pro Car E3.
Right. we did a double rate
in stereo.
Right.
For our viewers.
Go on, Tom. Run us through.
Right. Got Ashton Carmichael on pole position. In the number 69, it is pole position for Ashton Carmichael, followed by Josh Brown alongside. And it's going to be Daniel Camp and Reese Dodds, 3rd and 4th. Olivia Hall and Reese Cranston, 5th and 6th, with Ted Hall and Isaac Welburn, 7th and 8th. 9th and 10th place goes to Oliver Watson and Grace Matthews, with Joshua Sullivan and Liam Edmonds, 11th and 12th. So there we go. That's your grid for Junior Pro Kart. Heat 2 winner Joshua Sullivan going off P11. It'll be interesting to see what sort of inroads he can make through the field. Heat 1 winner Joshua Sullivan. Heat 2 winner was Reese Cranston.
Absolutely correct.
That's, yes. Short-term memory loss. Reese Cranston going off P6 as well. So we've got 6th and 11th for our
Cranston with
first two heat winners.
Well, Cranston with a 1st and a 2nd, Sullivan with a 1st and a 3rd. Cranston starting this one from 6th, Sullivan from 11th. Oliver Watson, who's had some good results as well. So it's really between those three
9th.
for the pole position in the final. So Ashton Carmichael then backing them up. He's got a lot of experience with rolling starts already, having come out of junior Rotax. So he's got Josh Brown, Daniel Camp, Reese Dodds, Olivia Hall, 3 or 4 drivers making their Teesside Sprint Summer Series debut, although Hall has done some Winter Series. Dodds moves offline. We're away and racing in this thing. And it's a good start by the 12, who goes all the way round the outside. From second place is Josh Brown. He'll lead us through, but then, oh no, immediately, sorry, we've gone somewhere, because we've got Reese Cranston now, Ashton Carmichael, Daniel Camp. Then it's Oliver Watson. There's the rest of the field trying to squeeze their way up through, and round goes Liam Edmonds at hairpin number 2. And I think we've got Olivia Hall round as well in the 27.
Yeah, and Josh Brown went off at the national loop as well. So we've had 3 off on the opening lap.
Yeah, Brown, who was leading.
Yeah, he had a flying start and then just went straight off around the national loop.
So Cranston from 6th, leads then from Carmichael. Oliver Watson up into 3rd place. Daniel Camp in P4, although does get a bit of a nudge through the dog leg by the 13 of Sullivan. So then we'll come up towards hairpin number 1. Cranston again just breaking away. Change for 4th place as Sullivan slides the 13 and then gets a contact warning, I think, for the tap through the dog leg.
Yeah, Cranston going from 6th place to 1st pretty quickly here in this one, and already moving away at the front, although Sullivan has come through from 11th on the grid into 4th place already. With that carrying that warning though, he's just about to pick up as they come over the line this time. And Oliver Watson as well up to 3rd place. So those have been your front 3 for most of the day. Ashton Carmichael currently holding on well in 2nd in this one. As we say, Cranston, Watson and Sullivan have looked very good here today for the podium places. And there goes Watson now trying to make a move on Carmichael. You just see them exiting the shot there and heading down the back straight.
Carmichael holds on though, Tom. We took the wider line, although it could be brief. Here goes the O-plate down the inside into hairpin number 2. On screen, Daniel Camp there in the yellow helmet, the 14. And then just behind, Isaac Welburn, and is that Ted Hall in the 95? Yep, they're having a squabble, and with Grace Matthews in the 26 just behind them as well. Fastest lap of the race, Tom. Reese Cranston, 47.5. Oliver Watson with a 47.9. Ashton Carmichael, 48.7. Sullivan, 47.5.
So almost matched Reese Cranston at the front, was just a couple of hundredths behind in terms of lap time.
Got to find the way through the traffic.
A couple of 100 metres behind at the moment, though.
Yeah, exactly. Got to find the way through the traffic in this random grid format.
You've got to do it cleanly as well. And there he goes down the inside at hairpin 4 and takes the podium position away from Ashton Carmichael. So it is our front 3 as they have been throughout the day, even with random grids. They have managed to find their way to the top of the standings here. And it is Cranston from Watson from Sullivan. Then we've got Ashton Carmichael, Daniel Camp, Isaac Welburn, Ted Hall, Grace Matthews, Liam Edmonds and Olivia Hall, the top 10. Josh Brown and Reese Dodds both on recovery drives after their first lap incidents. And I think Olivia Hall was involved in one as well.
Fastest lap of the race by Oliver Watson with a 47.111, but he's 3 seconds behind Reese Cranston, your race leader. And the gap was 3.1 on that previous lap. Cranston with a personal best. Watson though into the 46s with a 46.9, gap down to 2.8. And personal bests for everybody, Tom, down to Grace Matthews, including her in 8th place.
Yeah, tyre pressure is really starting to come up now, and the grip level with it. Although it is looking a bit darker and greyer here. I'd better start checking the weather app, really, hadn't I, and seeing whether there's anything incoming, because it didn't look too bad earlier. It looked like it was going to be dry, and it's a very low percentage of rain.
Yeah, Minutecast says that we've got nothing for the next 2 hours, which is helpful.
But it is looking very, very grey all of a sudden.
Yeah, 46s for both the leading duo. Cranston 46.9, Watson a fraction quicker again, 46.8, but the gap of 2.7 means that Cranston can take this one a little bit easier, particularly on the tyres, which his slicks and Sullivan's slicks have done one extra heat because they went for that option in heat number 1. Here we've got a battle going on behind Daniel Camp in 5th place, Isaac Welburn, and then Liam Edmonds recovering from the lap 1 spin at hairpin number 2 is alongside Grace Matthews down the back straight towards South Bank. Matthews is going to try and hold on round the outside, but Liam Edmonds is through, and the number 5 moves his way through after engine trouble in heat 2. Up in a place into P number 8. 46.6 for Oliver Watson, Tom. Get the feeling he's gone a little bit lower on tyre pressures, and now they're starting to come into the mix here.
He's bringing the gap down as well. It's down to 2.5 seconds. He was almost 3/10 quicker that time around. There's 4 minutes to go, plus a lap. So it's going to be touch and go whether he can get there. I think he'll need a bit of help from Slipstream as well. So he needs to start getting tucked in behind that steering wheel, seeing if he can gain any 1/10 of a mile an hour will help down the back straight.
Lap traffic. The leaders will have to contend with some lap traffic before the end of this race. It's wide goes Camp as Edmonds is through on Ted Hall, and then Edmonds tries to go down the inside of Isaac Welburn, and indeed he does, and that's going to allow Ted Hall to have a run at Welburn. Contact warning for Liam Edmonds.
Moved up a couple of places on that lap though, did Liam Edmonds, but picked up a contact warning for the efforts. Needs to try and recovering after a first lap spin, I think, as well, was Edmonds. So making his way through. Daniel Camp next on the list. They go side by side. That's Ted Hall and Isaac Welburn in the 77 car, and Grace Matthews right there as well to take advantage should these two come together. Might fancy taking advantage before that though, if you can send an overtake into hairpin 1.
Yep, Liam Edmonds right up onto the back now of Daniel Camp for what will be 5th place. Ashton Carmichael's been fairly lonely in 4th in front of them as the leading trio have navigated some lap traffic cleanly and are miles away from everybody else at the front in terms of each other. We've got a gap of 2.4 and then a gap of 3.2, so Cranston comes through now with Oliver Watson and then Sullivan, and then it's going to be Ashton Carmichael who's got another 2 seconds or so. Daniel Camp still being hounded by Liam Edmonds, and more lap traffic in front that the rest of them are going to have to negotiate, and didn't quite have the awareness of what was coming up in front of them for the trio behind of Welburn, Ted Hall and Grace Matthews, and Matthews has fallen off the back of the two in front as Liam Edmonds is down the inside of Daniel Camp. Camp running down the back straight, should have enough at the end of the straight, will he? No, Liam Edmonds is going to go through down the inside. I say that because there's still a few eyes. The move not completed until now. There's Reece Cranston. Laps gap is 2.7. I'm just going to have a quick look at the... It's gone down. It came down to 2.4 and then went out to 2.9 and has come back down to 2.7. So things are starting to ease out at the front of this race. I think Liam Edmonds might still have aspirations of catching up onto the back of Ashton Carmichael in front of him, but that gap is 2.4 seconds in front of them. So with the timer elapsing down below 40 seconds, we've got 2 laps to go then for Reece Cranston from Oliver Watson and Joshua Sullivan. But the gap, the one that we were looking for is this one behind Liam Edmonds.
Yeah.
2 laps to go, and can he close in on Ashton Carmichael? Let's see whether he makes any gains this time round. 0.8 of a second is the gain. Previously, everybody had opened the gap up to their nearest rival on the previous lap, but he's starting to move up onto the back of Carmichael. I think he may well run out of time towards the end of this one. Still a good battle going on between Hall, Welburn and Matthews. Matthews hits the wall on the inside. That's a bent rear axle, I'm sure of it, for Grace Matthews.
Yeah, very much so.
Clips the wall on the inside of the left-hander of hairpin number 1, and Matthews is up and out of the kart on the way to the retirement sanctuary of Marshall's post number 1.
Fuming as well is Grace Matthews.
And the gloves have gone for a Burton.
They have been thrown away in frustration. The gloves of Grace Matthews sitting there in the Marshall post now and furious with herself.
Henry about that. Look at the right rear. Is the wheel? Is that come off actually, Tom? It's the wrong side. Left was the side. I'm sure she looked like she clipped the tyres, but the right rear looks like it may well be loose. Liam Edmonds is up onto the back of Ashton Carmichael. Out of the final corner, though, will come Reese Cranston to take the victory from Oliver Watson and Joshua Sullivan. Hopefully we can go back to pick up this Carmichael and Cranston Liam Edmonds battle as we come out of the final corner. Edmonds is going to try and draw alongside, needs an extra lap, not going to get it. Ashton Carmichael 4th, Liam Edmonds in 5th, with Daniel Camp, Ted Hall, Isaac Welburn and Olivia Hall in front of Josh Brown. And then it will be Reese Dodds who will cross the line and move up into P11, with Grace Matthews retiring a lap before the end. So, Junior Pro Kart making their way in. Cranston, Watson, Sullivan, Carmichael, Edmonds, your top 5. Camp, Hall, Welburn, Olivia Hall, Josh Brown, Reese Dodds. And then Grace Matthews, whose kart shall be recovered by the first appearance out on track in 2025 by the recovery trailer. We think so. It looked like she clipped the tyre on the inside. So, we'll just... it looked like a bent axle, but then when they rolled around, it's the other side for Grace Matthews, which is the wheel that's loose. So, see whether we've had a issue there. So we've diagnosed the problem by asking the marshal what the problem was. The problem being is that the rear wheel, which is held on by effectively, it has 3 studs and 3 bolts. 2 of the studs are missing, and now it's being held on by one of them. Hence, Grace is getting the complimentary return back into the pit lane on the trailer. And a thumbs down as she passes the commentary position for Grace Matthews. So replacement hub, and that kart should be back out for the final in around about an hour's time. Next up is Junior and Senior Rotax. Random grid once again. Jacob Carnes on pole position, Ava Reynolds alongside Evelyn Bye and Jack Moss on row number 2. Morgan Cooney starts P5. Hopefully with a reattached rear bumper. He's got Holly Swan for company on the 3rd row. Joseph Yao and Jaden Stonehouse, row 4. Freddie Witherington and Sam Robson on row 5. Oliver O'Donovan and Jake Grufferty round out your junior Rotax grid. Paul Swan, the solitary senior. Hopefully we'll see him in a few moments' time. Though at the moment we do have a rather large field spread to the point that we already decided that we're going to have a roll round, I think. So we're just waiting for the final 4, and round goes the 17. But he's all right. He's got back onto it, and yeah, we will have a roll round. Jacob Carnes off pole position. The pace a little bit too quick, and we're already going to roll round. He's seen the false start flag already and has continued to warm up the tyres of the number 22 machine. As Swan, Stonehouse, O'Donovan and Grufferty will join up onto the back of the train. So we're still waiting at the moment for Stonehouse and Robson not to catch up with Grufferty behind. I don't know where Witherington is, but it looks like they could well be slightly out of position here as we might get this one going. Everybody now seems to have caught up and is into position. There they are. It was just basically the second half of the left-hand side of the grid, and we are away and racing. Slow start by the poleman, Jacob Carnes. Looks like the plug has oiled up on the way through. Power down for the poleman, and he's almost down now. It looks like it's cleared and we're away. Grufferty takes some curb, but moves up into P5 as he goes down the inside of the 12 of Jack Moss. At the front, though, leading the way, it's a 111 of Ava Reynolds. Good start from Holly Swan. P6 up into second place for Swan, with Oliver O'Donovan and Joseph Yao for company. That's your top 4. Grufferty P5. Behind them, that looks like it's Freddie Witherington, as Jack Moss is overtaken by what appears to be the recovering Jacob Carnes. Field coming through now, and it is indeed Reynolds from Swan. Yao now up into 3rd place in junior. Be it Oliver O'Donovan, Jake Grufferty, Freddie Witherington and Jacob Carnes, Jack Moss, Evelyn Bye, Sam Robson, Morgan Cooney and Jaden Stonehouse. Then Paul Swan in P13 overall in the senior. We've got a straight transponder, but I don't think that's the runner because we have had 12 juniors and 1 senior. So, and here goes Holly Swan trying to make a move down the inside of Ava Reynolds, a little bit too late there, and then Reynolds will close the door again into the right-hander. Yao just behind with Oliver O'Donovan as well. Needs to find a way through here quickly, does Holly Swan, to try and break away, because we know how quick Joseph Yao is around here, the reigning junior Rotax champion here at Teesside.
I think Yao was trying to force a way through there on Swan, and it didn't quite come off. Ended up almost driving through Holly Swan. Has a look down the inside at hairpin 1 and still can't get the move completed. Holly Swan needs to start making moves on Ava Reynolds pretty quickly here, otherwise Joseph Yao is going to be through one way or another.
First time, Tom, that Ava Reynolds has led a race here at Teesside and looks to be unfazed by that.
Yes, and definitely doesn't look like wanting to give it up either.
No, driving impeccably at the moment in the 111. Another interviewee that will be out on one of the Wednesday interviews on the Teesside Facebook page. A nice interview with her and her father Phil, who was in senior pro kart. He's out in the race after this, so he'll be watching this kitted up down in the dummy grid as there's a contact warning for the 143 of Evelyn Bye.
Yes,
clutch issues for her, Tom, was the reason that she failed to get going again after the spin.
Yeah, went backwards into the barriers, didn't she? And and ended up retiring before the start of the race in the previous heat.
I'm sure that Yao was going to go down the inside there of Holly Swan, but was probably a little bit too close.
And Yao had a big drift coming out of hairpin 4, and that allowed Oliver O'Donovan to close the gap massively to Joseph Yao as well. I mean, relatively speaking, you know, it wasn't hundreds of feet or anything, but it was significantly closer by the time they came over the line.
Yao down the inside of Holly Swan, that allowed O'Donovan through. When was the last time we were 7 deep at the front in junior Rotax, Tom?
It's been like Honda Cadet, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's always been competitive.
Which has been more like junior Rotax.
It's always been competitive. Like last year, it was War, Wilkinson, Yao, but it was a top 3, wasn't it, for most of it? This one at the moment is a top 7 at the moment, and Ava Reynolds currently enjoying her day in the sun at the front of this one, holding off the reigning junior Rotax Teesside champion Joseph Yao, Holly Swan, Oliver O'Donovan, and Freddie Witherington. Jacob Carnes has got past Jake Grufferty. But still, 7 karts split by a little over a second at the front of this one, and Yao easing himself closer to Ava Reynolds, but she's parking the 111 nicely. With 6 minutes to go, as Jaden Stonehouse looks like he's had a bit of an off at the National Loop. He's going slowly through the chicanes.
Joseph Yao nearly ended up with an ow coming through hairpin 3 as he had a half move on the inside of Ava Reynolds.
And again,
couldn't quite get pulled off.
Clips the rear bumper, and that's allowed Holly Swan to close right up on the back.
Has it caused the nose to drop down on Joseph Yao? It looks pretty
skimming,
low,
isn't
doesn't it?
It's not wobbling, but it's definitely looks like it's skimming the tarmac.
And if you weren't with us earlier, that will be a 5-second penalty if that fairing has dropped. It's a safety bracket that's installed on the front of those
Witherington
karts.
is through. Sorry, Tom. Is down the inside of Oliver O'Donovan and then defends him off hard down the back straight. And Jacob
overtaking
Carnes.
hard there was Joseph Yao on the inside of Ava Reynolds, and that allowed Holly Swan through. Full block pass. Nice and clean from Yao, but a block pass at hairpin 3, and that allowed Holly Swan to plug that gap and follow through.
2 second places for Swan, Tom. Might give her pole for the final, along with her Heat 1 result, because we know Yao's had a tough one already with a spin in Heat number 2. So it's all on an average. Ava Reynolds now starting to fall back behind Freddie Witherington and Oscar Ward. Jacob Carnes trying to get through on the inside as well. But a strong showing from Ava Reynolds, and hopefully one that will give her a little bit of confidence that she can run in the top half of the field here.
And O'Donovan 2 in 2 corners there. Took Reynolds at hairpin 2 and then took Witherington through South Bank corner. So 2 overtakes in 2 corners for O'Donovan, who has now got the bit between his teeth.
And set a personal best as well.
Yeah, I think what he's seen is Holly Swan and Joseph Yao starting to move away at the front. And it's now or never for Oliver O'Donovan. And he's chosen the former. They head down the back straight. Now holding off Witherington and Carnes is O'Donovan. Reynolds now, having led for so long, now dropping down to 7th place. So a great performance at the early part of this race, but now starting to go away and drop down the order.
P6, there's a straight...
Oh, yes, apologies, yeah.
TX-156 has been leading this race since the start.
And yet hasn't completed a lap.
No.
Good going. That's me, that is.
It is it?
Yeah, it's me.
See, if you refresh the timing, it works. I've just refreshed it, it's disappeared. But obviously, we can't really refresh the timing mid-race on the screen, I don't think. So we're going to have to deal with that.
Well, that's my transponder. Don't take me away.
I'm
I'm winning at the minute.
So we just change the name, Tom Butterworth at the front. Joseph Yao, Tom, is not pulling away from Holly Swan, and she set a personal best on the previous lap. Oliver O'Donovan set the fastest lap of the race, but wasn't much quicker than Holly Swan.
I'd like to, and I don't mean this as any disrespect to Joseph Yao, I'd like to see Holly Swan put a move on Joseph Yao.
Yeah,
I think she just held station in Heat 2. I want to see her make a move and go for a victory here. Although, like you say, it might not be in her best interest. She could take 2nd place and potentially take pole position for the final if she just holds on and holds station. But
Jack Moss retires from P13 or P12 when TX-156 disappears.
She will also know, though, Holly Swan this is, that the likes of O'Donovan, Yao, Carnes, Witherington, etc. are going to be in close proximity. And it
doesn't want to make a mistake, and Yao was a little bit quicker, fastest lap of the race, 0.2 faster than Swan on the previous lap, 42.082 for Joseph Yao. The contact warning for the 22 of Jacob Carnes in 4th place.
O'Donovan's not done here, is he?
No.
A minute and 40 to go. So there'll be a good few laps left here, and O'Donovan, do not count O'Donovan out of this one.
No, Swan was 0.3 off Yao the previous lap, is now 0.4, but is quicker than O'Donovan in 3rd place. So the gap extending for all of them. Jacob Carnes a fraction quicker than Oliver O'Donovan, but nothing that you'd write home about. And then goes very wide at hairpin number 1 and allows Freddie Witherington to close up. A retirement, Tom, for TX-156.
Oh, damn it.
Out of the race. Oh, we've got a spin. And Yao's had to avoid the spin. And Holly Swan goes all the way around the outside. 46 seconds on the clock. 3 laps to go. And Joseph Yao with a spinning kart at hairpin number 4. And I think Yao would have been past post 3 where the yellow flag was, came round, had to go to the inside, it scrubbed all his speed off. Holly Swan swept round the outside, swept into the lead. Swan leads from Yao, Oliver O'Donovan and Jacob Carnes, Freddie Witherington, Jake Grufferty, Sam Robson, Evelyn Byer, Morgan Koenig. As down the inside for 3rd place goes Jacob Carnes, and O'Donovan wide and through goes Witherington as well.
Has O'Donovan got a problem? Because he went really wide there through South Bank Corner, allowing through Carnes and Witherington. Very bizarre situation for Oliver O'Donovan, but seems to be back on the pace now. I thought we might be chalking up a win here for Oliver O'Donovan, but now dropping back to 5th place and off the lead as the clock has now hit 0, so they'll will take the final lap board this time around.
Yeah, 0.4 of a second was the gap. It had come down from 0.7, but some of that would have been Yao getting back up to speed from effectively a standing start out of hairpin number 4. As we head towards the final lap here, Holly Swan with 1 lap away from a heat victory. We've had many female junior Rotax winners here, Tom, in heats and finals. Gracie Mitchell, Bella Franklin, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Amy Peacock, to name but a few. And we are half a lap away from adding another female driver to the illustrious list of race winners here at Teesside in junior Rotax.
Just got to hold on for 2 more corners for Holly Swan. Around hairpin 3, hairpin 4 looks good, and Joseph Yao isn't going to be able to mount an attack, and it is going to go the way of Holly Swan, taking victory in heat number 3, and most likely now will take pole position for the final. Joseph Yao in 2nd, Jacob Carnes 3rd, Freddie Witherington in 4th, and Oliver O'Donovan unable to make inroads after that mistake through South Bank Corner in 5th place. Jake Grufferty 6th, Sam Robson 7th, Evelyn Bye 8th. Paul Swan in the only senior Rotax finished 9th on the road, with Morgan Cooney 10th and Jaden Stonehouse 11th. Ava Reynolds, and then I think Jack Moss retired.
So did Ava Reynolds. We missed that, Tom, because of all the action that was happening at the front. Which is
a few laps, 5 laps down.
Gutting for Reynolds, because she had a very strong opening half to that race, led the most laps in the whole race, actually, the fact that we had 3 different race winners. Race leaders. Which I'll say with half
race leaders.
Race leaders.
I'll fill that in for you.
Yeah, I was
fill in the blanks.
I was chucking Ireland's second favourite drink after Guinness down my throat, wasn't I? Senior Pro Kart Heat number 3 is the next one and the final heat of races before we head towards our finals. Final grid's already set for Cadet, and I'm just having a quick look, Tom, and we might have had a bit of a development in Honda Cadet Heat number 3.
Ooh.
And the development being that due to a failure of post-race inspection, The driver that would have been on the front row alongside Edward Rye, Francesco Di Caro, will not be on the front row of the final. Removed from the standings of heat number 3, it's Ryan Colburn then on the front row. Di Caro will start the final from 17th place, Tom, in Honda.
Wow,
We'll come back to the rest
costly.
of the final grid shortly, because Senior Pro Kart are making their way out. It's last year's novice champion going off the random pole. It's Zach Dawson with Craig Grant on the front row. Freddie Cowley and Chloe Oakes, row 2. Matthew Hauschby and David Brewis on row 3, with Matthew Farrell and Rossi Costello, row 4. Top 10 completed by Tyler McKenzie and Riley Matthews, with Mark Hilditch and Simon Dougherty, Lee Jackson and Isaac Duff, Jamie Marshall, and then Joseph Williamson, with Phil Reynolds and Maximus Shields, the first of what we'd say the trio of big hitters, going off P19. Dan Weldon on in the 7 completes your top 20. The second of the big 3, Ike Needham, going off 21st, with Oliver Hill, Dominic Needham and Sam Neri, Kyle Burns, Danny Bean, George Ludwell and Jake Collins. Riley Matthews goes round, Tom, as he spins the 147. He should be in 10th place. Can he retake his position? We'll find out. I think he's there or thereabouts as we head through and up towards the timing line for 10 minutes plus 1 lap of Senior Pro Kart.
Zach Dawson leads us away and gets a good start as well in that 83 kart. Comfortably leading into the National Loop as they are 3 wide going in there. Are they all going to come out in the one piece and facing in the right directions? A few dropping back.
Oh, we've
Maximus Shields with a hand up in the air as we've got
Chloe Oakes round in the 204. That's why Shields' arm was in the air. I think he saw
what was coming.
Was coming, yeah. A lot of novice and club runners towards the front of that, in what was a fairly good start, Tom, actually. So credit where credit is due. We had 7 novices, Tom, in the top 11. Contact warning for the 777 of Phil Reynolds, as Zach Dawson will lead us through with a hearty gap, to say the least, Tom.
Yeah, it looks comfortable at the front of this one at the moment, does Zach Dawson, but of course we've seen that change very quickly as
Sam Neri is round. We've got, looks like, is that Dominic Needham on the grass, and we've got the number 8 off as well, I think, of Jamie Marshall. Contact warning for the 62 of Jake Collins.
I think there was...
we've got driver round as well. That's the 99. I think there's that Craig Grant round.
It was Kyle Burns that went over the inside curb at the D chicane and launched almost to the moon and came back down quickly with a bump.
And Grant looks like he's out of this race.
And that's a shame, because started way up the order as well, did Grant.
Yeah, he's going to have to cross the track a little bit quicker. There he does. He's through. As the gap was 1.2 seconds and still is. It's Dawson from Matthew Hauschby. Great start for Hauschby in second place. Rossi Costello, Isaac Duff. We've got Ludwell, Shields and Needham all inside the top 10 already. Shields 7th, Ludwell 8th, Needham in 10th.
Yeah, and we will monitor their progress as they work their way through. And during the lunch break, I popped my head into the MS awning. Well, it's not an awning anymore. It's a full-on workshop down there, and
garage.
Had a chat with the Lucases as well as Mr. Shields as well, and sporting a new helmet for this year is Max. It's still got that traditional Iron Man frontage to it that he's carried throughout his racing career. So he tries to go around the outside of David Brewis and can't quite get that one completed, but yeah, still got the Iron Man kind of facial features on the front of it, but
yeah,
a few little tweaks to his design.
So he's trying to find a way past Brewis, and now does find. Oh, it was tight, wasn't it?
He's going to try,
and he's going to be on the outside, and then Ludwell's going to try and squeeze him. We're going to be 3 wide on exit, and I think Shields is going to have destination grass. Oh, he just gets back and then gives Ludwell a bit alongside. Ludwell should get through. No, he doesn't. Shields is there. Warning for the 13 of George Ludwell, David Brewis, and it's Oliver Hill in front that they're all trying to find a way past. Is that Oliver Hill? I think it is.
How did they all come out in the same order that they went
into that? Oh, no, it's not. It's
corner?
Matthew Farrell, sorry. He's got the same sticker kit as Oliver Hill. And now Brewis is on the outside. Shields is through as well. And Ludwell finds a way around the outside.
Another contact warning for the 43 as well. So that's one race he's picked up so far today. But Brewis proving difficult as always to get past. As there goes Shields now
Nose down the
inside and takes Ludwell with him for good measure.
Yeah.
So Ike Needham now will be the next one possibly to pass Brewis, and you can see he will be the fourth one in that group that we're looking at now. So that is 6th, 7th, 8th onwards.
For me here, Ludwell, with already a result down the order for him, just needs now, and I think that was what he was trying to say to Shields, is look, I'll push you forwards, we'll go quicker. Every time you overtake, I'll just go through the same gap you make, and we both win.
And at the end of the race, what's going to happen is I'm going to lunge you at hairpin 4 and job done.
Yeah. Exactly. So we've got a gap at the front of 1.8 from Zach Dawson. Matthew Hauschby being reeled in ever so slightly by Rossi Costello and Isaac Duff. We should have a good battle at some point for second place, but at the moment we're looking at Shields, Ludwell, Brewis and Needham.
Zach Dawson is miles clear at the front of this one. They have got work to do, the trio that have headed the races so far today. If they're going to catch Zach Dawson, that gap is, well, I'm going to bring you the gap.
2 seconds or so, I think.
No, I think from back to Shields, yes, 2.3 seconds. Oh, sorry, 5.5 seconds it is.
To the lead, yeah. And he needs 2.3.
Shields put in the fastest lap of the race that time around. He was half a second quicker.
Change for third, though. Isaac Duff goes down the inside of Rossi Costello into the left-hander of hairpin number 1. Good move there, and that will help the Shields. Danny Bean with a contact warning, I believe, for an overtake on David Brewis. On the back of Ike Needham in the 25, who was there or thereabouts early with Shields and Ludwell, but doesn't quite seem to be able to go with that duo.
No, Ike Needham, in fact, getting tapped on the rear by Danny Bean in the clubman class as well, so he's being pushed along now.
Being pushed along.
No, it's Needham being pushed along.
It is, isn't it? Retirement for Jake Collins in the 62, so we're down to 24 remaining on-track runners. Fastest lap once again for Maximus Shields, almost a 46 dead. And 9 tenths quicker than Rossi Costello in front. Warning for 31.
Yeah, Carl Burns just picked up a contact warning, so his eventful race continues.
Shields is going to catch him, Tom, I think, before the end here, because Hauschby in second, under pressure from Isaac Duff, then it's Rossi Costello. Shields, who was 9 tenths quicker. Another fastest lap by Shields, another 9 tenths quicker than Rossi Costello.
But got to make his way through these 3 in front and then try and set about Zach Dawson, and that's going to be a difficult task.
No, Dawson's in dreamland at the minute. He's not going to get caught.
Oh, are you calling it?
Yeah.
Oh, you're calling it. That's a brave man to call it from here. But
I think Shields will get up to second. I just don't think he's got enough for Dawson. Because Shields has got to get through, you see. Down the inside, he makes the move on Rossi Costello. Pick him up there in the 43, down the inside of the black and green machine. Straight line into 2. He's immediately finds his way up onto the back of Isaac Duff. Great showing, though, from Hauschby in the 2:15, Tom. That's as high as he's run on it for a regular basis throughout the race, and does seem to have found something over the winter in what was Max Shields' kart from last year before he had the 43 handed to him. Down the inside goes Duff, and Shields is through down the inside. 2 for 1 is the special we're going to have here for the 43 as Shields goes down the inside for second place. And that's going to allow Hauschby, I think, as Shields then asks Isaac Duff to help him down the back straight.
Give some waft.
Right, let's see what the gap is, Tom, that Shields has got to try and reel in on Zach Dawson.
Well, it doesn't matter. You've already called it, David.
I have already called it, but I think it's 2 seconds at least when they cross the line. Obviously, Shields having to do some overtakes on that one. It's 2.2. Although Shields was 3 tenths quicker than what was Dawson's best lap, and Shields did that 2 for 1 into hairpin 1 or 2.
I'm giving David the eyes. You know, like the emoji with the eyes where they look sideways.
Yes, yes. One is beginning to regret one's opinion very quickly.
You know that little stuffed monkey that looks left
yeah.
and right?
Whereas if Dawson does win it, I'll be like, yeah, I told you so. Warning for George Ludwell. He's got past Matthew Hauschby and Rossi Costello. As Dawson manages to get past Mark Hilditch with no issue. Gap was 2.2. And Shields is going to find the traffic
Another
at the single.
For George Ludwell.
He's
going to
find the
second of the race.
Yeah, he's going to find the traffic. Is he? No. Good. Mark Hilditch moves off the racing line. So Shields, who was going to find the traffic in the section of track where it was single file, not doing so. Gap down by 7/10, 1.5.
So he's got to do that again and again, and there's only 1 minute left.
So it's 3 laps to go. So he's got to do it twice and overtake Zach Dawson. It's going to be tight.
He's died like a tiger. Come on, Zach. Hold on. David wants to be right so badly.
They might catch some more lap traffic in front as well, Tom. They're lapping 3 seconds quicker than some drivers further down the order.
Another 3/4 of a second for Shields. He needs to do that one more time and he will be on the tail of Zach Dawson. We are possibly going to get the last lap board this time around. In fact, I think we will get the last lap board this time around with 20 seconds to go.
The gap was 0.78 and Shields was 0.75 quicker, and now he's going to benefit from a little bit of slipstream down the back straight. Ludwell is up into 3rd place. Duff, Hauschby, Rossi Costello, Ike Needham, Danny Bean, David Brewis, Oliver Hill. Matthew Farrell's your leading novice from Tyler McKenzie and Riley Matthews. 12th, 14th, 15th respectively.
He's
the
there.
Final lap of the race here will start, and again there is lap traffic that will come into play. Shields and Dawson. Dawson 1 lap away from a maiden senior pro kart heat victory here at Teesside. Is being swarmed over by the 43 of Maximus Shields. Shields not close enough. Shields will want to win, but 2nd place is more than enough, Tom, for pole position in the final. Down behind the steering wheel. He doesn't want pole in the final. He wants to lead. Dawson head back. He's almost conceded it already, and he has. Shields is through. I know absolutely nothing, and the 43 is 2 corners away from victory once again.
And a thumb up as well from Shields there for not fighting it too much, but I think Dawson can be very happy with that result. Led from the front all the way until 2 corners to go and still takes class victory here.
Does Shields as well actually came through the dogleg and actually clapped Zach Dawson home was how well Dawson had done in that one. Shields, though, takes victory from Zach Dawson and George Ludwell. That's your top 3. Your class top 3, Shields, Ludwell and Needham in 1st, 3rd and 7th, respectively, in Pro. Club, won by Zach Dawson in 2nd, Isaac Duff in 4th, Matthew Hauschby in 5th. Great result for Hauschby, another good showing for Isaac Duff. Novice, won by Matthew Farrell in 12th place, Riley Matthews and Tyler McKenzie, 14th and 15th, respectively, in that novice class. Just going to have a quick look, see if we've had any more for Ashley Williamson. Can I have a shout out for Lee Jackson in his new suit?
No, we don't do that.
No, apparently he looks like a short David Beckham. That's what it says there.
You get the irony that we'd already done it.
Yeah, we've already mentioned his nice new suit, but we didn't mention that he looks like a short David Beckham. I've never seen David Beckham in a race suit and helmet.
I've never seen him short either. But
I don't know. He's not exactly 6'6", is he? I mean, David Beckham or Lee Jackson, for that matter.
His voice makes him sound like he's 4'3".
Hi, I'm David Beckham.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is not an impression of David Beckham.
No,
so you know.
I could do a joke. I'm David Beckham. I play football.
Please don't do that while I'm drinking coffee.
That's the 2nd time in that race.
Nearly went all over the.
That was the 2nd time in this race that you've nearly shared coffee with us. Right, just having a quick look. What other races have been declared? Intermax declared, should give us a grid. No penalties applied in that one. Junior Pro Kart heat number 3 declared with no in-race penalties. And Junior Rotax heat number 3 declared, but there is some penalties in that one because we've had Freddie Widrington and Evelyn Bye with front fairings, and then Jacob Carnes and Evelyn Bye with advantage by contact. So 10 seconds applied to Evelyn Bye, 5 to Widrington and Carnes. So your grids then. So we're going to have Joey Swan and then Luca Battu have respective poles in Inters. Junior Pro Kart pole will be Reese Cranston. He's sharing the front row with Sullivan, with Watson and Carmichael behind them. And then senior and junior Rotax will be Oliver O'Donovan on the front row. So it's O'Donovan, not Swan, your pole. So O'Donovan with 148 from 50 points, almost a little bit under the radar there. But Holly Swan then with the victory. Just going to have a look towards the first final grid then of 2025. And with 149 from a possible 150 points, it's a 66 of Edward Rye. He'll be sharing the front row with Henry Colburn, Albie Cam and Sebastian McCarthy on the second row. Layla Berryman and Sam Dixon. Been close all weekend, and they share row number 3, both on 132 points. Between the two of them in 5th and 6th, Daniel Ziad and Ethan Pearson, Tommy Burgoyne, and Jake Gibbon, Abel Hutton, and Alfie Keeling on row 6, with Jacob McDonald and Oliver Bullock on row 7. Aston Wilson and Andrew McCross on row 8, Francesco Di Caro and Edward Charlton on row number 9 in front of Tyler Grufferty. Keep an eye out, though, for that 127. That's Tommy Burgoyne exploring parts of the inside of hairpin number 3 that don't normally get a visit. But yeah, let's keep an eye out on the 127 of Francesco Di Caro, Tom, because he's going to have to come through this field, and if he wants to have aspirations of challenging for a podium, he's going to have to come through it very, very quickly. Now,
Ignore the timing on the left-hand side. Of course, that's still showing our senior pro kart heat number 3 results, and that will disappear as this race becomes underway.
Edward Rye this time electing to twitch the front steering wheel rather than just have that steely expression forwards that he had in the 3rd heat.
Sebastian McCarthy pointing the kart very aggressively.
Yeah, he's rolled that backwards, forwards.
And now he's pointing
to position
a
himself.
Good 10-15 degrees to the right.
Just got it. It's because I get the feeling, Tom, that might get straightened a tad.
I think you might be right.
No drivers like to do it, and I can 100% understand why they do it, because if I was in their seat, not that I can fit in a cadet seat, I'd do it as well, because it's important to try and get to the inside on that long run up towards the national loop.
You'd try any trick in the book, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. It's what you do as a racing driver, isn't it?
T-boning people at hairpin too.
Got to have a competitive edge. McCarthy just being realigned and repositioned. So Ryan Colburn on the front row, Cameron McCarthy on the second, Berryman and Dixon on row 3 in front of Ziad and Pearson. The first final of 2025, 10 minutes on the clock, plus 1 lap for our Honda Cadet runners. Green flag is up, green is down. It's a good start from Colburn. It's not a great one from Rye, but he's going to hold on. Everybody slots in nicely. We are in order, the top 7, as you were on the timing line on the grid. But Ziad is down the inside of Sam Dixon. Into the right-hander of the national loop. He's up into P6, as Di Caro's already picked a few off into the first corner. We'll keep an eye out on his progression as we make our way round this Teesside National Circuit for the first time. And McCarthy's down the inside of Albie Cam for 3rd place as well.
Indeed, and Layla Berryman going with, as is Daniel Ziad as well. They all come together at hairpin 3, and then they end up 3 wide, and Layla Berryman ends up on the inside of Albie Cam.
Yeah, Cam might have held on to that, Tom, if he held on to his steering wheel. But it's Tommy Burgoyne's had a start and a half. He's up into P6.
Well, Tommy Burgoyne got a good start. That's not usual. But good to see now that he's moved up into the cadet class. He's got his start sorted out and moved up into 6th place, as you said, David. Edward Rye still leading this one and starting to stretch away from Henry Colburn now. There is Francesco Di Caro in the background.
Fastest lap of the race as
he
well,
was up to 12th as they came over the line. I think it's a good 10th maybe by now.
166, Layla Berryman with a warning for contact is in 4th place.
It's 10th or 11th for Di Caro at the moment.
4th place. Cam trying to draw alongside and go round the outside. That could put Ziad down the inside of Albi Cam.
Does.
They're side by side up into the D. And Di Caro's on the back of this one at the moment. The top 3, though, Tom, are enjoying the opportunity to break away here as now Ziad goes down the inside of Albi Cam. Good move by him and then blocks off Cam coming back at him. Di Caro's going to try and get a switch back on Jake Gibbon, and similarly in front of them, that looks like it's Sam Dixon alongside Tommy Burgoyne in the run-up, but Burgoyne's got a little bit too much because he was wider, and then Albi Cam and Daniel Ziad re-switch positions again. All of this playing into the hands of Rye, Colborne, and what could be a maiden Honda Cadet podium for Sebastian McCarthy.
It could be. It could well be. He's flying along at the moment, is McCarthy.
Personal best on the last lap as well, but the fastest lap of the race by some margin as well. Edward Rye in the 66.
We saw how up for this McCarthy was on the grid, aggressively pointing his kart to the right, had to be corrected. He wants this one, does
Goes
McCarthy.
wide though, Tom, out of hairpin number 2, runs onto the rumble strip and looks over his shoulder. Layla Berryman is defending this 4th place with 7 minutes to go, and Albi Cam trying to find a way through, and behind them you've got Ziad, Pearson, and then, Francesco Di Caro down the inside into the side of Tommy Burgoyne. Burgoyne holds firm. Di Caro, though, loses a few kart lengths with Sam Dixon just behind him. Jake Gibbon, Alfie Keeling, Abel Hutton. From 4th place, Layla Berryman, to 13th place, Abel Hutton, nose to tail over the timing line. And they all set a personal best, except Sebastian McCarthy, who we knew was going to struggle because he'd bounced over the curb on the outside of 2. And now Dixon is alongside Tommy Burgoyne in the background. Orange kart. Didn't have the power last time, and Burgoyne's trying to squeeze him. And Burgoyne does squeeze him, and Dixon can't get through.
Yeah, Burgoyne's had plenty of practice at that line down in into South Bank Corner through the Bambino class, where you cut across to the right-hand side and you squeeze your opponent there. And that's exactly the experience that he has just given to Sam Dixon. But meanwhile, Di Caro continues his march through the field up to 9th place now. Sorry, 7th place, I apologise. 7th place now that the timing's kicked back through.
Yeah, up onto the back of Albi Cam. And everybody takes a tight line into hairpin 1 following Berryman. Di Caro then will be down the inside of Albi Cam, but Cam will get on the power earlier as they run down that back straight, and Cam might have enough to hold off, and indeed does. As then Burgoyne goes wide round the South Bank corner, trying to go round the outside of Ethan Pearson. That allows Sam Dixon to go down the inside. And Berryman and Ziad are side by side through the dogleg. Ziad is going to be high and wide round the outside. That might allow Albi Cam through.
Yeah, I
doesn't.
thought Cam was going to fill that hole that had been left by Ziad there.
It's a great shot round the national loop of how close this battle really is. As Di Caro goes wide, trying to get past Albi Cam. Ethan Pearson trying to find a way through as well. And just behind them, it's Jake Gibbon and Tommy Burgoyne having a bit of exchange of side pod, and they both put their arms in the air. So Ethan Pearson holding off Sam Dixon on the back of this train of 6 drivers now. So Berryman still holding firm in 4th place. Ziad, Cam, that's Di Caro, who's ascension towards the front. And once again, Daniel Ziad's around the outside. He might have it this time, Tom. And he does indeed have it this time. And Albi Cam's going to sweep round the outside as well of Layla Berryman. And that's going to put Berryman down 2 places. And now Di Caro right on the back of the 166 as they head up towards hairpin number 1. And Berryman's down the inside of Cam because Di Caro has helped her wide. And Cam's fallen down the order as well. And then Ziad is just in front now of... Oh, if that's some lap traffic, it is. It's Edward Charlton down the back straight that everybody's got to navigate. But DeCaro leaving Layla Berryman wide, and then Albie Cam and Tommy Burgoyne come into contact round the South Bank corner. It's been a lap with too much to cover, Tom, in Honda Cadet.
In this one. So let's give you an order as they come over the line with 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. We're going to have Edward Rye from Henry Colburn, from Sebastian McCarthy. Those three are away at the front of this one. Then we've got the next train, and it's Daniel Zayad, Francesco Di Caro now already up to 5th place. Ethan Pearson, Sam Dixon, Layla Berryman, Jake Gibbon, Abel Hutton, the top 10. Albie Cam now out to 11th place with Burgoyne down to 12th after all of that.
Overtaking opportunity in the background, I think, for Sam Dixon, and Dixon is through on Ethan Pearson. Layla Berryman's going to get a contact warning, Tom, but I'm going to categorically disagree with that because she was 100% helped into the back of Albie Cam by another party.
Yes. But that's just our opinion, as we call it in the commentary box.
Well, it is, and again,
and
Tom,
we miss more than we see.
We do, but also we also get paid to talk about what we see, and that's what we see. So we're not here to make friends. We're here to tell you what's happening.
We call it as we see it. So Berryman now in that bright pink helmet with a bit of a gap then now to Sam Dixon in front. And those two have been nose to tail for the best part of 3 heats today.
Yep. Just notice Daniel Zayad looked left, and then Francesco Di Caro overtook him on the right. So Di Caro up now into 4th place, but has got a big gap. Looks like Albie Cam's getting a contact warning as well in the 34.
It was like a magician, Francesco Di Caro.
Gap
the magic man.
Gap for second place, Tom, is coming down as well. I think we're gonna run out of time, I think, for Seb McCarthy, but he's reeling Henry Colburn in at the rate of about a 10th and a half a lap.
And they're all having to go round the outside of lap traffic, and there's that Abel Hutton. I think Abel Hutton got caught out by that. They were moving around the outside of the lap traffic.
Ran out the tarmac and found the grass, unfortunately.
Yeah, he got a bit of a nudge out there, but it wasn't Abel's fault, and it wasn't the kart in front. I missed who it was that was in front. I think it was
Gibbon,
Jake Gibbon, yeah. But Jake Gibbon was only trying to avoid the lap traffic, didn't know that Hutton was there. Complete accident. And
3 laps to go, Tom, as Edward Rye crosses the line with 1 point, with a minute and 20 on the clock. And again, McCarthy takes another 2 tenths out. We're down to a little over a second. Francesco Di Caro's up into 4th, but I think that's about as far as he's going to get, Tom. He's got 4.3 seconds, I think, is the gap to the battle in front, but he has made up 13 places, so a great effort by the 127 of Di Caro, and he'll certainly come back stronger for round number 2.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, 4th place at the moment for Di Caro. So Rye leading this one now, 4.6 seconds. Comfortable, to say the least, from Edward Rye. That new Fernando Alonso-inspired helmet.
Yeah, I'm going to look out the window. Hopefully we can drop back onto the battle for 5th place, because Daniel Zayad is under all sorts of pressure by the 76, going through the chicane and around the national loop from Sam Dixon. So they make their way round the... there they are.
There they are.
And as you can see, Sam Dixon is right on the back of Daniel Zayad, and we know Dixon is strong out of hairpin 2. Always seems to get a good run in terms of getting a switchback. The nose is already there down the inside, but Zayad will be on the outside with a little bit more power, will he? Certainly will, and has it blocked off, but this one's certainly got plenty to run. So Edward Rye commences his final lap. Second place is not over and done. The gap's down to around about half a second. We'll keep with this one, though, because it's a little bit closer as Dixon makes his way up onto the back of Daniel Zayad once again. Rye, Colburn, McCarthy, Di Caro, Zayad and Dixon, which is the battle we're following now.
Indeed, and Dixon trying every which way, inside, outside, to get past Daniel Zayad. Zayad going defensive into hairpin 2.
Again,
Dixon's got final lap.
Dixon's got the nose down the inside. Zayad had the power last time. Will Dixon drop in behind? Dixon's got the nose. No, he hasn't. Zayad with the power. Edward Rye, though, comes out of hairpin number 4 to win round number 1 by a comfortable margin. Henry Colburn will indeed hold on for second place, and it's a maiden Teesside Cadet podium for Sebastian McCarthy in third place. I think it's a maiden podium as well for Colburn. Decaro, Ziad, Dixon, then it's Berryman and Albie Cam with Jake Gibbon and Tommy Burgoyne finding a way past Ethan Pearson on the final lap. Pearson then in 11th in front of Keeling, McDonald, Hutton and Bullock. They'll cross the line shortly. Aston Wilson, Andrew McCrossan, and then Tyler Gruffity and Edward Charlton.
Wow, that was once again all action in Honda Cadet. Not quite the usual freight train that we see here at Teesside. The slipstream train that we tend to get here. But Edward Rye winning that one comfortably. And I was about to say that the Alonso-inspired helmet has clearly been worth a couple of tenths. And Alonso, of course, known for his ultra-consistent pace as well. Just bangs in lap after lap.
Not bad for a rookie.
Yeah.
That Alonso fella.
Yeah. No, Edward Rye emulating what is quite clearly a bit of a hero of his as well.
Yes, certainly. Alonso, one of many rookies on the F1 grid this year, Tom.
I'm just wondering how many years Alonso would have been on the grid before Edward Rye was even born.
Was it 2005 he won his first World Championship?
I think 2001 or 2 he came onto the grid, didn't he?
Yeah, for Minardi. So I think he's raced for double the amount of time that Edward Rye's been alive.
Yes. In F1 alone.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, good action here in Honda Cadet. Brings to a close our first final of the day.
Yeah,
absolutely steaming through it. It's
Yeah.
only 2:15 as well, and we are flying through the order today.
Back into the live chat. Charlie Bean getting in luck, saying best luck to Danny Bean. Watching again from the Algarve, where he's moved to for work.
I might move there for work then.
Commentate remotely.
Yeah. Do you reckon I can commentate remotely and do whiskey transportation from the Algarve?
Loads of other people commentate remotely.
Yeah. I mean, I don't. All I do is hand them keys and tell them where they're going.
Yeah.
I mean, I can do. They can get their own keys.
It's fine. Is that what you do? Do you do? Is it whiskey transportation?
Yeah. So I tell them where they're going, how much they're picking up, and
I know
where to drop it
I know
off.
you did transport, but I didn't know what you were transporting.
Yeah. It's about 80% of all of the whiskey, that comes out of Scotland,
which is a lot of whiskey.
It's moved by my boys and girls. Yeah.
my boys and girls.
No, they are my boys and girls. Yeah, they part of my team.
Your cartel.
Yeah, and they. So we move it all over the place. It's unbelievable. I'll tell you off air all about it. It's nuts. The amount of stuff that we're moving, and we're not even moving all of it.
You're moving 80% of it.
Yeah, but I mean we're talking hundreds of thousands of litres a day.
It's not even that nice.
Well, it depends on your taste, doesn't it? But I mean, obviously it goes worldwide and everything.
Worldwide.
Mr. Worldwide.
Prestige Worldwide from Le Mans in 23. Yeah.
But yeah, it goes all over the world, and obviously it doesn't move. I mean, what I was working out the other day is the stuff that's coming out of the distilleries now. I know we're a bit off topic here, but the stuff that's coming out of the distilleries, I genuinely might not see it bottled in my lifetime.
Yeah,
because it sits on a shelf for that long.
Yeah, that's what I don't get. It's like at some point, somebody's obviously got a bottle and then left it for about 20 years and tasted it and went, loads better than that rubbish we've been drinking for the last 20 years. What we should do is buy loads more bottles, stick it on more shelves.
Yeah, stick it in that barrel there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have this chat sometimes, where people discover stuff and like how things are created.
Yeah, but the opposite to that is cheese, isn't it? Because cheese sits on a shelf for ages, and then you take it out of that, and then within like 3 days it's gone off.
It was
and
less.
How can that sit for a year?
Mate, it was less food, and I was thinking more stuff like parachuting, where someone's gone, right, I'm going to be the first person to jump out of a plane with a bed sheet. You know, and like bobsleigh and stuff like that. Someone's done it for the first time and thought that's a really good idea.
Luge.
What would be luge?
Someone went downhill on a tea tray and thought, this is a great idea.
Come on, try this, it's quality.
So you can get down here the fastest.
Let's see whether I can be fastest at rattling through a grid.
Well, that's where curling came from, because that's where they whack them over the head to get them to go down the luge track with a curling stone.
Joey Swan and Isla Parsons are two into Rotaxes at the front. Then it's going to be Luca Bachev and Aaron Berridge, row 2. Tom Nichols and Toby Turner, row 3. Ashton Horspool and Dexter Petty, row 4 of our grid, with Harry Pennington and Matthew Plant. Then it's Peter Webster and Tristan Gilfillan, JJ Allen and Jensen Whitehead. Inters are away. And all the way around the outside, briefly at the start, is Isla Parsons. Swan's round at the first corner, and Isla Parsons will lead through the chicanes here at Teesside, and will have a fairly comfortable gap to Joey Swan. Into Honda, which is R200, are going to come out of the final corner, with Luca Bachev leading us away, and Tom Nichols right in his wheel tracks, and this one's going to be a squiffy one as we get up to the first corner, and Aaron Berridge is all the way round the outside, from the outside of the front row to lead Luca Bachev, and then it's Tom Nichols, and Nichols is off on the outside, forced wide by the 66 of Toby Turner.
Gathers it up, though, and manages to hold on to the back of that train. Hasn't lost the slipstream, and in fact has carried some momentum, and will make an overtake immediately down the back straight and into South Bank corner. You could just see it flashing through the back of the picture. In fact, doesn't get the overtake done through South Bank, but does get it completed into hairpin 3, does Tom Nichols. Contact warning going out for the 66 of Toby Turner for that move on Tom Nichols, and it is going to be Luca Bachev, Aaron Berridge leading us over the line, followed by Bachev, then Turner, and then Ashton Horspool, Matthew Plant, Harry Pennington, Tristan Gilfillan, Peter Webster, Jensen Whitehead, then Tom Nichols in 12th overall, 10th in the class, then JJ Allen and Dexter Petty. Meanwhile, Joey Swan, having to actually work for his final here after that spin in the national loop on the opening lap, is continuing to reel in Isla Parsons, the gap getting closer by the metre as he's almost onto the tail already now. I think the gap was around about a second coming over the line. It was, and in fact, Joey Swan is already alongside down the back straight and taking the lead of the interclass away from Isla Parsons. So a second faster just in that first half of the lap alone, and taking the lead
I think we're going to try and follow Tom Nichols here as he comes through and tries to get back towards the front of this one. We've got a 4-car train for the lead, and then Nichols is currently in 9th place in the Honda R200 class, currently behind the 59 of Tristan Gilfillan. So they head down the back straight. Berridge still leading from Bachev, Turner and Ashton Horspool. As down the inside
goes Nichols again.
Goes Nichols. Hopefully we can just drop back onto it, onto the second of the 2 red carts in the train. And I know he's not in the position that I think he hoped to be for Tom Nichols, but hopefully this will give an opportunity for him to come through. Dexter Petty's gone down. Where's he gone and why is he down there, Tom? He lost 6 on the opening lap. And I think he could have
got caught up with the Tom Nichols.
Yeah, missed that, unfortunately, as we were focusing on Nichols. But the one thing that I want to say here about Nichols is that in the last couple of months or so, I've been very complimentary about his pace, but similarly, a little bit critical about his lack of a ruthless aggression when it comes to coming through a field of karts in front of him. And now he's going to have absolutely no option, Tom, to be ruthlessly aggressive to try and get back through this order, because not only is he needing to come through, but he also has probably got a little bit between his teeth at the moment.
Do you know what he needs? He needs a sticker like Lennon French used to have on his Alfano.
Drive fast.
No. well, sort of. It said words to the effect of, just overtake, will you?
Ah, yes, it did, didn't it? Yes, with a few adjectives in it.
Yes.
So, yeah, look like Peter Webster was trying to get back past Tom Nichols, but now Nichols is through and almost immediately up onto the back of Matthew Plant. Battle for the lead sees Aaron Berridge being reeled in ever so slightly now by Luka Bachuev, who was a tenth quicker on the previous lap, and I think may well be quicker again this time. As Nichols is through on Matthew Plant. Now he's got Harry Pennington in front of him. And then he's going to have 5 minutes or so if he can get past Pennington early doors. So Pennington goes deeper into hairpin 1. Nichols not close enough, but he's got to maximise hairpin 2 to try and get a good run out and onto the back straight. And looks like he's got on the power slightly earlier than Pennington. And indeed, you'll just about catch him in the background, diving down the inside, up into 5th place for Tom Nichols. He's going to have 5 minutes and 1 lap. As for second place on Luka Bachuev goes Ashton Horspool. And that's the type of aggression you need from Horspool. Just levered himself through and said to Luka Bachuev, you're going on the curb or you're going to fall back a place. And back a place went Luka Bachuev. Ashton Horspool then up into second. And Tom Nichols needs 2.7 seconds. And now he's got some clear track in front of him. Can he try and close in this gap? And you can tell he's on a mission, Tom. Huge chunk of curb at hairpin 2. Dexter Petty with a move as well on Tristan Gilfillan up into 11th. 4 minutes and 20 on the clock.
Just an update on the Inters, in case you were wondering. Joey Swan now leading Isla Parsons by 7 seconds. So barring any mechanical issues for Joey Swan, I think that one's done and dusted and will go the way of Swan once again. Berridge continuing to lead this one and looking good for it as well. Certainly doesn't look out of place here. Leading this one, of course, came really on song towards the end of his Honda Cadet career, or lifespan, shall we say. As that came to a close, Berridge really started to march his way towards the front of races and certainly didn't look out of place there. But leading this one now from Horspool and Bachuev. Bachuev got a big lean on with his head as they came out of hairpin 3. I wonder whether he's starting to get a bit of a sore neck. Of course, it's been a very long winter this year. Wonder how much testing and practice he's been able to do in the off-season. Of course, it's a much longer race here. We would be coming up on the final minute around about now with an extra 2 minutes in the final. 3 heats plus what is already another heat and then another 2 minutes on top of that. He's going to take a real strain on the neck here, and you can see Luka Bachuev again just adjusting his helmet. Maybe I'm doing him a disservice. Maybe he's just got his helmet's just a bit wonky on his head and he just needs, it's a little bit uncomfortable or something. Look, you can see he's leaning his head again there, like his head is or his head and his helmet are too heavy for his neck as he comes through South Bank Corner. And having done endurance races here, I can speak from experience to say I know what that feels like, and it's horrible.
Yeah, fairly equidistant for the leaders at the front. Berridge has got 3/10 on Horspool. He's got 3/10 on Bachuev as well. Nichols has been closing in on Toby Turner in front of him anywhere between 4 and 2/10 of a second per lap. Still has a gap of a second or so. I think it's 1.8 to Toby Turner as Ashton Horspool takes a very wide entry there, Tom, into South Bank. And as you can see there, it's allowed Aaron Berridge to extend his gap at the front, at least round South Bank. The gap was 4/10 of a second, 5/10 previously, and now it's out to 6. So Horspool with that wider line. Nichols with another 2/10. Gap is down to 1.6, but the time is starting to run out for the 74.
1 minute 40 to go. In the final here of the Honda R200 Interclass.
Joey Swan now starting to make his way through the lap traffic in his Inter Rotax. Finds a way past the 59 of Tristan Gilfillan, who's currently in 12th place.
I think we finally got the gaps about right as well for between the Inters and the R200s for the final. It took him 3 heats, but we got there for the final. And Joey Swan not able to start carving his way through enough to probably influence the front of this race, but he's still very, very comfortable in the lead of the Intermax. Gap is out to, I think it's well over 10 seconds now. In fact, it's 16 seconds is the gap to Isla Parsons. So just going out and out and out. And as I said, barring any mechanicals, this one's going to go the way of Joey Swan in the Intermax class. Of course, still all to play for here in the Honda R200s as we look at your leader, Aaron Berridge, coming across the line. Gap going out slightly now to Ashton Horsepool. And Luka Batuev dropping back as well. So gaps opening up as the race goes on longer. I think Batuev as well suffering from a bit of a sore neck as well. Looks pretty tired out there, and no surprise that he's dropping off the pace of the front two. It's whether he can hold on.
Chunk of curb by Batuev at hairpin too as well, Tom. And
is he going to be able to hold on from Toby Turner, though, who looks like he's not suffering from the same ailments, particularly with the neck, that Batuev is.
Half a second Batuev lost off Ashton Horsepool on the previous lap. Turner closed in by a tenth. Nichols 2/10 behind them. Timers down to 0, but Joey Swan as the race leader will trigger the final lap board.
And here
for him. He's just currently behind Dexter Petty, who was off on the opening lap, but hasn't been able to fight his way back through the order in the way that I think he'd have hoped.
So this battle here has still got half a lap plus the final lap to go.
Yeah, so yesterday's pole man, Dexter Petty's going to end this one down the order. As Swan now finds a way past him down the back straight. Berridge has extended his gap to Ashton Horsepool. So they're going to get their final lap board shortly, as Joey Swan will come out of the left-hander to take the victory into Rotax. He's got Hondas in front of him. He's going to sit round them as Peter Webster and Harry Pennington have a battle. But there's Joey Swan taking the checkered flag and the victory, although he's still racing, so I don't know if he's seen it or not, but we'll focus. And Toby Turner's past Luka Batuev for third place. Batuev falls down to P4, and he's in the clutches of the 74 of Tom Nichols, and Nichols is out of the slipstream as they run up towards the right-hander at South Bank. Nichols is on the inside of Luka Batuev. Nichols is through down the inside for fourth place. Then he goes wide. Aaron Berridge, though, will take the first Honda R200 victory of the season from Ashton Horsepool, Toby Turner, and then it's Tom Nichols with Luka Batuev in P5. Peter Webster ends Honda R200 in P6 from Harry Pennington, as Joey Swan, the race winner, peels off into the pit lane.
Yeah, good recovery drive from Peter Webster as well. He seems to have been recovering all day, but to take sixth place in the final is a good drive from Webster. Likewise, Tom Nichols as well after that incident at hairpin 1 on the opening lap to recover to P4, and I think it was just fatigue for Luka Batuev. I'm sure you'll get an update post-race on the Batuev situation, David, through your communication channels. But yeah, it looked to me like Luka Batuev, just fatigued, just a bit out of practice over the winter.
Just having a look at the final lap there. He was doing 46.2s, 46.3s, and then on the final lap, a 48.3. So whether something's happened off camera, I don't know. But
no, I think it was just fatigue. I think he was just fatigued, David. That's what I would put it down to. But I've been wrong before. Not often, mind you.
I'm often more wrong than you are.
Well, at least he admits it at last, ladies and gentlemen. Run us through a grid then for the Junior Pro Kart final. Or would you like me to do it?
No, you can do
I'll
it.
do it. I'll do it.
I'll only get it wrong.
So, Junior Pro Kart final, pole position. Of course, this will not be a random grid because this goes on the points based over the 3 random grid heats that we've got. Pole position has gone to Reese Cranston with Joshua Sullivan alongside. Oliver Watson will go off P3, so they've been your 1, 2, 3 all day. Not necessarily in that order, but they've run 1, 2, 3. Then we've got Ashton Carmichael in P4, who's had a good day so far as well. Ted Hall goes off P5 with Isaac Welburn and Grace Matthews, 6th and 7th. Then it's 8th place for Olivia Hall, 9th for Reese Dodds, and Liam Edmonds rounds out your top 10. 11th goes to Daniel Camp, and 12th to Josh Brown. So that is your running order for the start. Rolling start here for Junior Pro Kart, and they will make their way out off the dummy grid any moment now. Young Mr. Lucas on the bank as well over here.
Yeah, watching
his wave. There he is.
Watching his protege, Reese Cranston, roll off pole position. Well, effectively his second protege after Max Shields.
Yes.
There's like a pecking order, isn't there? You sort of step up and step up and step up. And
yes.
Eventually you get given the surname Lucas. That's how it works, I think. He wasn't Conor Lucas to start with. He had to earn the right to be a Lucas.
He Conor Jones.
No, he was like a Brazilian footballer. He was just a Conor.
Oh, right, yeah.
And
right.
then got given the surname.
Conaldo.
Yeah.
So as I said, at lunchtime, while we're waiting on them rolling out on the dummy grid, I had a wander down to that 43 and MS workshop and just had a good catch up with them over what's been going on. So Max Shields is sporting a new helmet this year, and the 43's got some trick little bits on it, which is nice to see.
Nice.
I mean, like they're not secret. I'm not going to tell people what the secrets are, but there are some little nifty bits on it which are quite cool to see, and that anybody on a dummy grid will be able to see what they are because they're there and obvious. They're not hidden away.
It's not like F1 testing when the
no,
exactly,
no, nothing like that. But it's some little innovations that we're seeing now in that coming through on that, and I'm sure that will filter down to other teams and drivers as well as they figure it out.
Yeah. Not even painted it in camo, we're out.
No. It's not. It is almost the same colour as the chassis, but I mean, it's pretty obvious if you look at it.
Okay, the clerk of the course has finished his discussion in front of the commentary box.
No, it's still ongoing.
No, it means we can go racing though.
But yeah, that was nice to see. There's some, like I say, some gimmicks and innovations there, and
right,
karting always moving forward in one way or another.
Yeah,
whether it be aerodynamics or pedal systems.
Talking of aerodynamics,
and all sorts.
I'm going to put it on the block here. The
weight block.
Yeah, the new Nazio panels that we're seeing in Rotax. Absolutely hideous.
I've not even seen them. But, right, okay, so we've gone from the hot dog one, and then we've had the little smiley face one, haven't we?
Yeah,
Reese Cranston's got one of those on, actually.
One looks like a Duckville platypus, and the other one looks like it's got a ninja throwing star as a number board. They look absolutely woeful.
Okay. Well, anything to claw some more money out of
people,
exactly. That's all it means.
Different, right, so, yeah, it's only an opinion, though. Here we go, then, in Junior Pro Kart. We're away and racing, false start flag. I don't think anybody's seen it apart from a few at the back. So the marshal at hairpin at the post is going to have to tell them.
No, I think they have.
Now they have. Arm in the air from some of them. Good, arm up. That's it.
The front two did give the signal. It came late, but they did give the signal.
Yeah.
And it's slowly made
Correct
its way
call,
down
though,
the
Tom, because I don't think we were necessarily in the right order further down the
Reese
field.
Dodds was supposed to start P9 and was well off the back of the grid.
So we're gonna have another go at it.
Gonna jig it around a bit, and away we go. So they are already making their way through hairpin 3 and into 4. They're just going to need to back the pace down again because Reese Dodds is still not caught up with the group here.
Yeah, I think as long as he's on the back, I think we're all right. I don't think he's got an appetite to go in the middle here, Tom. So we should be good to
behind.
Should be good to go. And we're away and racing as we head up towards the first corner. And looks like there's a bit of side pod between Sullivan and Cranston. As Sullivan tried to get in, that's put him wide. And Oliver Watson off the inside is down the inside and through. So and that's Ashton Carmichael.
Getting airborne over the final part of the chicane.
Yeah, and we've got yellow flag because we've got Edmonds, Camp, Olivia Hall, and the 12 of Josh Brown round as well.
Yeah, 5 karts all went off at hairpin 1, so now we've got essentially 2 races.
Now we've got 7 and a 5 at the minute as Cranston leads then from Oliver Watson, Joshua Sullivan, which has been your top 3, but I think now Ted Hall is up into 4th place. He's had a troublesome day. Let's see whether now he's got three in front of him that he can chase, to whether he can try and escape.
It's a new name to me, is Ted Hall. What do we know about Ted?
Did the Winter Series. I can tell you he's got a sister.
Well, clearly.
Yeah, I'm just spitting bare facts.
Also a new name.
Yes, also a new name. Do you know a fact about Olivia? She's got a brother.
Right.
Happy to help, mate.
Good stuff. If you do want to let us know some facts about the Halls, whether they're true or not, hit up the live chat in YouTube.
Yeah, just any random facts. Make them up if you have to.
Yeah. Give us some information about the Halls.
Cranston hasn't been able to escape, Tom, in the same way that he has off the random grids for the previous two races from Oliver Watson, who in turn hasn't really been able to escape the 13 of Sullivan either, although they are all opening the gap up fractionally. Fastest lap of the race by Cranston on lap number 1, but that would be because they don't take the D chicane. So yeah, a tenth quicker was Cranston than Watson, and then Sullivan was a tenth off Watson, but I think Watson's now starting to come back into this one, Tom, even though it's early. Now, well, we're 10 minutes on the clock. This should be the start of the race, and we're already 2.5 laps in. Cranston from Watson and Sullivan, and they are moving away from Ted Hall in 4th place.
Watson has closed right in on Cranston now. Sullivan not far off. I mean, the gap between Watson and Sullivan has stayed the same, but Watson has now closed the gap to Cranston. So
47.045 for Oliver Watson. Did open the gap up by 1.5 to Sullivan, but then moved onto the back of Cranston at the rate of 0.3 of a second, and that will allow within a lap or so, unless Watson can find a way through.
They're coming together, David.
I was about to say it will allow Sullivan to close up as well.
Sullivan is starting to arrive into this front group, this front pair, and it's going to be a trio probably by the time they exit hairpin 4, particularly with Reece Cranston already starting to go slightly defensive.
Yeah. What I will say, Tom, and as you well know, I'm sometimes a little bit harsh on the lad that I refer to as the boy. But we came here last weekend and he struggled, and this was not on the cards to be challenging at the front of this one.
It's a long way to go as well. So
credit where it's due.
In the same way that we've seen fatigue enter with some of our younger drivers stepping up in class. This was a big step up for Joshua as well in terms of not particularly the weight of the kart, not just in terms of the power and speed that he's going to feel with this junior pro kart, but we'll see how his physical state holds up throughout the race.
Well, he's just done a 46.9, which is his fastest ever lap, and the first time he's dipped sub 47.
And it's the fastest lap of the race as well. So coming towards the front. So let's see how well he can hold on throughout the last 8 minutes of this one, and whether he can mount a challenge for the lead. What was that?
It's fallen off the...
Something falling over?
Fallen off the back slightly on the previous one, but then Watson goes wide at hairpin hairpin 1, turned in. I think he saw the tyre wall on the inside appearing faster than he expected and had to turn out of the corner, and now looks over his shoulder, asks Sullivan for a bit of assistance in catching up onto the back of Reece Cranston.
I think he'd get it as well if Sullivan could get close enough to help Watson. I think he would. I think Sullivan would be willing to work with him to bring Cranston closer once more. But Sullivan isn't able to get onto the back of Watson just yet.
No.
He's close, but not close enough to bump him along.
Cranston, though, now with the fastest lap, 46.882 for Reece Cranston. They've been here since Wednesday, Tom. Not through choice. The car broke down and they couldn't go home. So his dad was happily telling me last night, well, not happily, that he's had the same pair of pants on since Wednesday. No, there's an Asda like a mile down the road. Did nobody tell him?
I wondered what that smell was when I walked through the paddock.
He did get his clothes delivered. They were boxed up and parcelled, Tom, and arrived at the track last night.
You are joking.
Yeah, but there is an Asda just down the road. We are concertinaing back together at the front, though, Tom. I thought Cranston might have done enough with that 46.8 to break away, but now it's a 46.7 from Watson that's drawn him back onto Reece Cranston, and a 46.9 for Sullivan as well, and lap traffic to contend with within the next 30 seconds or so. Watson trying to go down the inside of Cranston. Cranston with the door closed.
Yeah, he took a tight entry into hairpin one, did Cranston, and again, that's just going to bring Sullivan closer.
Yeah, just having a look further down. Ted Hall now in a lonely 4th, but doing well with Ashton Carmichael. There's change further down the order with Daniel Camp and Olivia Hall finding a way past Josh Brown.
Good awareness from Rhys Dodds.
Yeah, absolutely. Credit where it's due once again, Tom, from some of our newer drivers.
Indeed, it's of course they all want to be running right at the front of this one, but if you're not, it's good to have that awareness, just little tick boxes of your career.
Gaps out again by another 0.3, 46.7 for Rhys Cranston and Oliver Watson. Fastest lap of the race, Tom, but if you look at terms of consistency, we've done like 47.1, 47.1, that 46.7, and then back out to 47.1s again. So benefiting from slipstream when he was right behind Cranston, takes a wider entry into South Bank, and then Cranston, who took a tighter entry, is understeered wide, and Watson's right on the back of him again. Oh, the pendulum left and right in this one as Junior Pro Kart. It's probably about as entertaining as we've seen in this class for the last couple of years. And as we mentioned in another class earlier on, Tom, if this is on the menu at every round, I'm dining out.
And as we said, we had a split as well early doors, and we ended up with 2 races in one, and that's exactly what we've got. So the second group, Ted Hall very much on his own in 4th place, but then we've got Ashton Carmichael, Grace Matthews, Isaac Welburn, and Liam Edmonds.
Watson asking for a push down the back straight, but at the same time half defending because he'd gone for half a move on Cranston. Cranston now sliding wide again round South Bank, halfway round the corner. And Watson does want the help from Sullivan, but he's also very mindful with the way that that O-plate is parked as to not leave doors open at hairpin 4. And as you can see, in doing so, Cranston's got that 3 or 4 or 5 kart length gap back again.
It's a stick or twist for Oliver Watson now,
it's
isn't it?
It's always the hardest place to be in that middle of the sandwich, isn't it? Because if you go for a move for the first, you could come out in 3rd.
Indeed, and it's whether you take that risk or not. But of course, as commentators, we want to see the risk. We want to see it taken. Gamble! Gamble!
Gamble, all the time.
And in
it's like we're in a crowd of Deal or No Deal.
Exactly. And Joshua Sullivan is trying to make a deal with the banker here, the banker being Oliver Watson, and see if they can work together towards the front and close that gap once again to Rhys Cranston, who opens it up over the last lap and a half.
Personal best 46.683 for Cranston. 46s as well for the others. They've got, even though they're battling to an extent, they are working together as well, but they've gapped the field by 7 seconds, which is remarkable, to say the very least. There's a cracking battle just going on. Grace Matthews has moved up to P5. Ashton Carmichael, Liam Edmonds, Isaac Welburn. Edmonds coming back into it after that spin on the opening lap. And the gap, Tom, that was 0.6 closed up at hairpin 3. I think Watson's struggling to get it pitched into 3, and then that opens it up in terms of the timing line as they come through. We are probably going to stay with the leaders at some point, but we're going to cut to this battle, which from Matthews down to Welburn, because they've been having a good one, and rightly so. We'll give them a bit of TV time, because Matthews has come through.
Yeah, she has. She's
after a retirement earlier on, started 7th, is now up in 5th. As Watson and Sullivan are side by side. Not quite sure what happened at hairpin 1 or 2. Did Sullivan go down the inside and then Watson straighten up? Because we're watching this on the screen. But Cranston now's got almost a second, I think.
They head down the back straight with 2 minutes to go. The second group, which is 5th on down, that's Matthews, Carmichael, Edmonds, Welburn. And we've got side by side for 2nd place, Sullivan and Watson again. They just came through on the camera there, and it is still as you were. Watson in front of Sullivan, and the gap going out to Cranston now as they do start to battle, and the gap is over a second, and there goes Sullivan through to 2nd place.
Down the inside, and I get the feeling, Tommy tried that last time round, and then Watson came back at him at hairpin 2, and that's what opened the gap up to Rhys Cranston.
And he's
just
pushing
waiting
hard
for
now with Sullivan to try and close that gap to Cranston. But as we say, is fatigue going to come into play here? His head isn't wobbling around like it was for Luka Bachuev, so it looks like he's holding on okay so far is Sullivan.
What's the gap was, I lost it, but he's got 1.1 seconds now to try and find.
He's
had that overtaken, was only a tenth or so off Cranston, but he's
pulled a small gap to Watson.
He's got 3 laps though, Tom. That's the thing. He's got 3 laps, and he's also got to defend that second place as well. And he's wide at hairpin 2. That's not going to help, although we'll get on the power a little bit earlier. And now Watson's got to decide whether he wants second here or whether he's going to try and push Sullivan back onto a lead battle with Reece Cranston. And Sullivan is slightly wide, and then he's later on the brakes into 3, but then he'll go wide again. It's a mouth-watering battle, Tom, in which way this is going to go. And Reece Cranston, he can't see any of it, but this is working nicely in his favour. It was 1.1, now it's 1.25.
Yeah, I think, I genuinely think Sullivan is starting to fight the kart now as time goes on, time elapsing down to 0.
Needs another shot of adrenaline, doesn't he, Tom, which he might get with the last lap board next time round. Cranston's got some lap traffic in front of him, and we'll see that he's a little bit tight out of 2, but then gets on the power. Sullivan coming up down the back straight behind the 82 of Reece Dodds. He's down the inside. Last lap board will await Reece Cranston as they head up towards hairpin number 4 for the penultimate time.
And Reece Dodds once again with good awareness, and like we say, it's credit where it's due. That's twice he's been overtaken, twice he's been very, very aware of his surroundings and his positioning in the race.
Cranston leads from Joshua Sullivan. 46ers once again for this leading trio who appear to have stepped their game up in this final. Cranston leads out of hairpin number 2 and onto the back straight. Sullivan and Watson second and third, but in what order it's going to be. Cranston already climbing onto the top step of the podium here as he makes his way round hairpin number 3. Sullivan straight lines it ever so slightly. That's a cadet move to make sure people don't get down the inside, and I think he'll do the same at 4. Well parked. Reece Cranston takes the first Junior Pro Kart victory of the season from the new pretender Joshua Sullivan and Oliver Watson. That's your top 3. Ted Hall will cross the line for P4. And he brings the 95 home. Liam Edmonds past Grace Matthews on the final lap to take P5. From Matthews, Ashton Carmichael and Isaac Welburn. Daniel Camp will cross the line in P9 with Josh Brown and Olivia Hall completing your Junior Pro Kart grid with Reece Dodds already taking the checkered flag.
Good result for Reece Cranston. Good way to kick off the championship, and good to see Sullivan there as well, making the step up from cadet straight into Junior Pro Kart, missing out the Honda Inter class, jumping straight into Junior Pro Kart and straight onto the podium. So well done to our podium sitters, as of course Oliver Watson rounding out that one as well. So So 2 races to go here in round number 1. Been a fantastic day so far. Great action all around, and we'll take you through the Junior Rotax grid. First, of course, our Senior Rotax, our single senior Rotax of Paul Swan, will go off the very back of the grid. But Oliver O'Donovan takes pole in junior from Holly Swan, Joseph Yao, Jacob Carnes, Freddie Widrington, the top 5. Then it's Jake Grufferty, Sam Robson, Ava Reynolds, Jaden Stonehouse and Morgan Cooney, the top 10. Then we're going to have Evelyn Bai and Jack Moss, the 12 runners in junior Rotax, and they are already heading through hairpin 3, and they are going to have to back this up hard as Andrew McCrossan takes a spill on the bank behind. Didn't think we'd seen it. Absolutely saw it.
He might have to come down to go back up here.
Race boots are not the grippiest thing,
I
as Andrew
we're going round. Well, good save, Andrew. And we're rolling round anyway, so we can...
Yeah, it wasn't. They didn't back the pack up enough, as I said at the start of this one, and so we've had a false start. We will go again. Been all action in junior Rotax so far today. It's been arguably, along with probably the Honda R200s, the best racing we've seen today. Has been the junior Rotax class, which is not something that we usually have.
In the sense that it could be anyone's, basically, is what we're saying.
Yes, I mean we've had, look, don't get me wrong, we've had great junior Rotax races in the past, brilliant races in the past, but we've not had a pack as close as they are now. Before it's been, we've had battles for the lead, we've had battles for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, etc. But we've not had 7, 8 karts battling for the lead, and we are away, and it's O'Donovan that leads us away from Yao. Yao immediately down the inside. O'Donovan just opened the door. Yao got a run.
We've got Jacob Carnes off and into the wall, and it's Sam Robson as well.
Yeah, off the national loop. Before they even hit the chicanes, well, they actually did hit the barriers at the entry to the chicane.
Yeah. Feel for Holly Swan, Tom. It's always difficult going off the outside of the front row to get back in, and she drops from 2nd down into P5. She's got some work to do, and if anybody deserves a pot at the end of the day so far for me, it's Swan. Let's take nothing away from O'Donovan, who we went a bit under the radar despite the fact that he only dropped 2 points through the heats. He's certainly up there just at the moment behind Joseph Yao.
Holly Swan has gone straight across
the grass. So,
after the chicane.
It's real, Tom. The commentator's curse is very, very real.
Holly Swan, there'll be a check in the post from marked from Sullivan.
Compensation.
Yeah.
There won't be a Porsche 911 like what Eddie Jordan got, but I'll a card of sympathy at the very least.
Oh, and she's still slow as well. I think there might be...
Game
a
over,
more
I think.
serious issue here for Holly Swan. We'll see whether it gets back up to speed down the back straight. Looks to be going again now.
No,
it's not. No. So it might be into retirement for Holly Swan, which is a real shame. Been going so well here today in this junior Rotax class. But yes, unfortunate for Holly Swan. So Joseph Yao still leads from Oliver O'Donovan, from Freddie Widrington and Jake Grufferty, and Evelyn Bai doing very well in 5th place as well, although it is at the moment a slightly distant 5th. It's a front 4 battle we've got going on.
No Ava Reynolds. Missing.
Yes.
The 111, not here. Shoulder hurt. Injured.
Hurty shoulder. An
incident yesterday. She had a fairly big one yesterday, actually, in practice. So it's done well to compete today. There's Ava Reynolds, but taking no part in this final.
How did we have a big one in practice?
I crashed. Don't know. I didn't see it, but I saw him fixing it.
Oh, okay.
And there was a lot being done to it. Jacob Carnes has gone down the inside of Jack Moss for what will be 6th place as he tries to fight back through, but he's got a long way to go now to catch back up, and that's Morgan Cooney, is it, in the background, who the back of that one.
Yao still leading this one, but still got O'Donovan and Widrington in close company, and Widrington turning it on for the final. I mean, he's run close to the front all day, but not this close.
No, It's been a strong day in terms of his consistency for Widrington, and I think this will be certainly a confidence boost for him. They appear to be pulling away slightly from Jake Grufferty in 4th place at the moment as well. So for me, he's just got to try and stick with it because and see what happens, because we know, Tom, these races are long.
Well, this will be our most distance covered in the day in this particular race.
Yeah, same
here.
length of final as junior and senior pro kart, but they go a bit faster. Jack Moss is in again. Tough day for the 12 as he retires from what will be at least the second race and
We've got
of the
another
day for
car
him.
off at the back there as well, a hairpin 3 and 4.
Cooney
getting
Morgan
underway
Cooney
again,
falling down the order, Tom.
Another one who's had a tough day is Morgan Cooney.
Yeah, I didn't see what happened. I don't know whether it's a kart issue or whether he's had a trip into the wall on the outside.
Everything looks intact, so not sure. But Joseph Yao coming under increasing pressure now from Oliver O'Donovan.
Well, this is what I was saying for Freddie Widrington, is you've just got to stay within touching distance because something can happen. And as we know in karting, Tom, it very often does.
It does.
Oh, and that happened there. That was that.
Did
look
it
like
wheel off the
O'Donovan.
inside?
It looked like O'Donovan had a bit of a skim of the wall. I'm going to watch that back.
I think he might have had a dip to wheel on the off the inside of hairpin 1, a rear wheel, which is, to say the least, flirting with danger.
We said earlier we like risk.
How many times have we seen a bent axle from that?
Yeah, we said we like risk. Oh, he clipped tyres.
Oh, he's clipped the tyres.
Clipped the tyres. 3/4 of the way round the corner, he's clipped the tyres, which he's done well there, actually. I think he's just about caught it. Tom wants a second viewing. And then also wants the timing back.
Yep.
Multitasking. That's why I'm the commentary wife, Tom, because I can multitask.
Yes, indeed. Anyway, Yao actually now starting to pull a little bit clear of O'Donovan in this one. The gap ebbs and flows through various corners. Obviously, at Concertina's through the slower corners, so they come a little bit closer together. It stretches out a bit further over the start-finish line and through the quicker sections, down the back straight, etc. But O'Donovan, don't think is able to mount a challenge at the moment for Joseph Yao. Of course, last season's champion, looking to continue the run and get a good start to the 2025 championship charge by winning the final. It looks like the only person who's going to have any kind of answer to him is Oliver O'Donovan at the moment, as Freddie Widrington starts to drop back ever so slightly from this front two. The gap, 1.3 Widrington to Yao, so that gap is going out now.
Again, it could just be a tyre game, couldn't it, Tom, of where you pitch your pressures, and Widrington showed great pace early doors, and whilst not falling back into the clutches of Jake Grufferty in 4th place, is certainly falling away from the battle at the front between Joseph Yao and Oliver O'Donovan.
Evelyn Bye's having a good final.
Evelyn Bye is having a good final
in 5th, and
it's because
looks good for it as well.
It's because she was given a medal after the retirement earlier on. They welded a chain to the clutch that had broken, and they've got a medal for her later on.
Oh, okay.
And is now trying to earn that medal in P5. Jacob Kahn's behind, who...
Is it like a Wreck-It Ralph Medal of Heroes?
Yes, it is. So here's your battle for the lead. I was expecting Jacob Kahn's to maybe have a little bit more pace in this one after the incident earlier on to try and catch up onto the back of Evelyn Bye, but everybody on the previous lap, with the exception of Paul Swan, failing to close in on the driver in front, although Morgan Cooney did take 2.2 seconds out of the driver in front of him. The unfortunate thing is that he's 10 seconds off after whatever the incident was down there at hairpin number 2, that I'm still waiting for confirmation as to what that might have been.
Yeah, not sure myself. So O'Donovan's still able to go with Yao, but also still unable to make a challenge for the lead. Don't know whether O'Donovan's just keeping powder dry. Perhaps lulling Joseph Yao into a false sense of security, playing mind games. We're not sure. We'll find out in the next 3.5 minutes. For me personally, I think O'Donovan is absolutely flat to the floor, and I think Yao is as well.
Yeah, and they've got some lap traffic to contend with in front of them, which is Morgan Cooney, although to be fair, Tommy, he is motoring. He's trying to reel in Jaden Stonehouse and was 1.7 quicker on the previous lap. So really just using this now as more of a test session. Again, another driver straight out of cadet and getting used to the physicality, and O'Donovan's closer.
He is closer. He's using the slipstream to full effect down the back straight. Almost brought him right onto the rear bumper there of Joseph Yao, and then backed out of it slightly through South Bank as they make their way through the lap traffic. And good awareness again. Was that Morgan Cooney? I think it was, yeah. Good awareness from Cooney.
Awareness, because now he's going to get to learn a little bit from the top two. Hang on for a lap or so and, sort of see if he can drag another 10th or so.
Yeah,
them.
Where do they put their kart that I'm not putting it, etc.?
Exactly, which is why I always say to your drivers, particularly in Honda, where you're learning, is that you're not going to learn going at the back of every practice session. Get your kart one day, dump it down on P1, get overtaken a lot, learn a lot more.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I learned far more in practice sessions than I did in race situations.
Now Yao is having to park that 88 machine in the right places.
Certainly in sprint races, anyway. When you're doing endurance racing, it's almost the same as a practice session anyway. Cause you just run flat out for as long as you can.
I want to go fast.
And you get overtaken. You go, oh, there's Charlie Bingham, and how can he do that corner at fullback and take it like 10 miles an hour faster than I can?
Yeah, it's not fair, is it?
No.
How dare you have talent that I can't?
So frustrating. You just look at it and go, I can't do that.
That is a frustrating thing. So it's like, no matter how much I do this, I can't become that good.
Yeah, I won't be like that.
Yeah. Oh, right up onto the back is Oliver O'Donovan as Morgan Cooney peels off into the pit lane with a minute and 20 on the clock for him. Evelyn Bye crosses the line, still in P5, and is still gapping those in behind her, I think. So holding firm for Evelyn Bye. In fact, closing in slightly on Jake Grufferty, although I think we're going to run out of time. Similar for Jacob Carnes. So the leaders round hairpin 4. Going to wait.
Oh, I thought O'Donovan was going to send it then. I think he's had a little practice now. He's had a rehearsal for the final lap.
Well, no, it's not. Well, not yet, Tom. Because
no, I know they've got.
Well, no, there's 45 on the clock when they went under, and they're doing 41s.
Oh, who's that gone round?
Oh, yeah, Jaden Stonehouse behind the.
I thought that was going to get them involved with the leaders.
Out, yeah,
it was just in front of the leaders. They were maybe 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds before coming across it. And
Yao's already been caught out once by a spinning cart, hasn't he? And almost happened once again.
That's got me out of my seat as this one.
And now
O'Donovan now.
Yao nowhere near as wide as he was on the previous lap, and then straight towards hairpin 4. 2 laps to go because they're going to get through here with 3 seconds on the clock.
Oh goodness me! Which will put us on 19 laps. 18 laps. They will. No, 19 laps. Which is a crazy amount.
It's a ridiculous amount, Tom.
Completed 17. This is lap 18 they're on now. They will take the final lap board. That will be 19 laps completed.
It's an amount that you're going to know about when you wake up tomorrow morning and your arms hurt.
Certainly, and your neck and your head and your shoulders and your ribs.
And O'Donovan is a lot closer through 3 and 4, Tom, but I think Yao just parking this nicely. O'Donovan's going to have to find some chain. Chain's come off something, and there's no power. Oliver O'Donovan.
He's chain snapped. Chain.
Oliver O'Donovan. His battle for the lead goes with his chance of a podium as well.
Across the start-finish line came Oliver O'Donovan, and behind him, his chain.
His chain nearly beat him.
Just followed him. Unbelievable. So that is going to be that for Junior Rotax here. The victory will go the way of Joseph Yao as he comes through hairpin 3 and 4 and across the line. And there goes your victory for Joseph Yao, 2024 champion, taking victory here in round number 1 of the NRG T-Side Owner-Driver Sprint Series. Freddie Widrington across the line to take 2nd place. And Jake Gruffity will take 3rd place in the final step on the podium. Oliver O'Donovan dropping down the order for obvious reasons now as Evelyn Bai comes across the line, takes 4th. Paul Swan finishes 5th on the road. Of course, our only senior Rotax runner. Jacob Carnes 5th overall. Sam Robson 6th. Then Oliver O'Donovan will actually be classified as 8th place because Jaden Stonehouse was a lap down. Then it will be Morgan Cooney and then Jack Moss and Holly Swan will be unclassified, as was Morgan Cooney as well. So, yes, real shame for Oliver O'Donovan. Things were just starting to really heat up for that final lap here in Junior Rotax. Not sure what happened that would cause the break in the chain. Perhaps a little bit too much curb on the inside of the dogleg kink final section of the track. It is quite bumpy through that section, and yeah, may have just snapped the chain. And it was half a chain that followed him down.
Yeah,
it wasn't like the whole thing just came apart.
It was noticeable as well, wasn't it?
It broke.
It
broke in a couple of places. Yeah, so yeah, real shame for Oliver O'Donovan, but that brings to a close our Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax final, and congratulations once more to Joseph Yao.
It's 3:10, and it's time for the final race
know,
of the day, Tom.
Do you know what? I'm staying for trophies today.
Well, you're doing them, so yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, I'm going to stay and do the trophies. Normally, it's quite late, and I need to get back for FAM. It's 3 and a bit hours up the road for me. So, but actually, we're finishing early enough that I can stay and do them today, which is nice.
Good stuff. Final race of the day then sees Maximus Shields holding on to a maximum points haul, going off P1. He's got Ike Needham alongside him. Isaac Duff, the highest club runner, in 3rd. George Ludwell, despite the fact that he went on holiday with that flight in heat number 2, goes off P4, with Danny Bean and Zach Dawson, row 3. Matthew Hauschby, his highest final start in P7, with David Brewis alongside Oliver Hill and Rossi Costello, complete your top 10. Joseph Williamson, Kyle Burns are on row number 6, with Dominic Needham 13th, Riley Matthews 14th, Matthew Farrell and Sam Neri, Phil Reynolds and Dan Weldon, with Jamie Marshall and Lee Jackson, your top 20. Mark Hilditch and Tyler McKenzie, Freddie Cowley and Craig Grant, Chloe Oakes, and then what should be Simon Dougherty, but he appears to have gone home, and Jake Collins. I think Dougherty went home with, or whatever caused, he was flown over, wasn't he, by George Ludwell. I think that's caused some kart damage. He's gone home after
we do often see when they go airborne that we'll see front corners just literally shear and snap as Shields takes us over the line from pole position and away and comfortably actually through the national loop for the first time. And it looks like
it's Needham in 2nd, Danny Bean up to 3rd, George Ludwell
in 4th, and then we've got Duff and then Dawson.
We've got loads round
1,
at
2,
hairpin
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think there's 12 gone round.
Yeah, it
1,
looks
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
yeah.
11.
What's happened there is our novice runners have all decided they want to have their own race. So they're now going to have their own race.
We're doing this again. We're doing split grid.
Yeah.
Do you know what they've done? They've seen what happens with Intermax and Honda R200s, and they've gone, we'll have a bit of that. Although now there's another 2 trying to join it at hairpin 4. Yeah. They're trying to join the rear train as well. And then there's more round at hairpin 4.
I think that's Riley Matthews and Oliver Hill have gone round.
So 2 of them have gone round again.
No, it's Matthew Farrell, Tom, the 26.
These 2 side by side. Let's get some numbers for these because they have.
Well, Phil Reynolds is the 777, Jake Collins is the 62,
and they've had the first lap from hell.
And Dan Weldon was in the wall and facing the wall, and no reverse. in Pro Kart. So yeah, they had to wait until he was pushed out by helpful Marshal Chris.
Indeed. So Shields, Needham, Ludwell, your front three, almost as expected. They're all leading the pro class as well, with your clubman class 4th, 5th, and 6th as well. Well, indeed, and 7th. So Bean, Duff, and Dawson, the podium sitters in clubman class at the moment. Novice class being headed by Riley Matthews from Tyler McKenzie and Matthew Farrell, and they are 14th, 15th, and 16th. So the class system actually working very well here. Everybody in order, with the exception of David Brewis, is a bit of an outlier, who's in the pro class but is currently P8. So the class system and the seeding, if you like, is actually working extremely well here.
Oh, Minnie Beckham's in. Lee Jackson retires from the final. Down to 25. Shields with a gap to George Ludwell now up into 2nd place. He's found his way past Ike Needham. Danny Bean could be on for a class victory here, Tom. In the
a mini David
club
Beckham.
Class.
You say a mini David Beckham.
He said he looked like a small. Well, someone said he looked like a small David Beckham, so I'm going to call him Mini Beckham.
But there's mum's knees are weakening all around the country as we speak.
That's arthritis for you.
Yes, so here we go. This is the battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, which is actually 2nd in pro, 3rd in pro, and 1st in clubman. Danny Bean in the 23 at the back of this train, your clubman class leader, doesn't actually need to get involved in this because he doesn't get a trophy for an overall finish.
No, just push.
Just sit behind them and work together.
Push Needham away and enjoy the remaining 9 minutes of this race. Don't do anything silly because you're in your own championship. We have sub-championships. So at the end of the year, when we have our presentation, you win pro, you win club, you win novice. So don't do anything silly. There's a long, long way to go in this, but if you can pick up some solid points at round 1, it sorts you out for the rest of the year. Further down the order, Brewis, Costello, Williamson, Kyle Burns. Up towards South Bank, we are 4 strong, and they are going at it like hammer, tongs, and hammer again.
And they are. Yeah, oh, they go side by side through hairpin.
Yeah, we're going to pick them up. Here we go.
This is them now.
And that's Oliver Hill just in front, who got past David Brewis on the previous lap.
Then we've got Rossi Costello, and then it's Joseph Williams and Carl Burns. Carl Burns, of course, had that adventurous, to say the least, heat 3. Sorry, hairpin 3. Heat 3.
He's having a good weekend, though, overall, I think, is Carl Burns. I think he'll be happy. He raced in novice last year and has moved up into club, which is it's pretty much you race in novice for 1 year and then go into club. You don't stay in novice for 3 or 4 years and earn the right to go out like you do out a club.
You are a novice by definition.
Yeah.
And then
not by result.
Yes, and then you are clubman because of experience, not because of talent. Like we say, not by seeding, but it tends to shake out that way, as we can see with the timing at the moment. So, as we said, Maximus Shields still leading this one, and comfortably now by 2 seconds from George Ludwell. Then it's Ike Needham in 3rd, but still being hounded by Danny Bean, who is the leader of the clubman class. Then it's Isaac Duff and Zach Dawson, 2nd and 3rd in clubman, 5th and 6th on the road. 14th, 15th, 16th are your novice class leaders, and they are Riley Matthews, Matthew Farrell, and Tyler McKenzie. And Tyler McKenzie actually up 6 places in this race so far. So going to be trying to make inroads on Matthew Farrell as well. And doesn't look too far ahead.
Yeah, I know that they had an interesting opening lap, did our novice runners, but do you know what? They're having a really, really good scrap, and I think that it's going to be an interesting class throughout the year to see who manages to progress throughout the year. So we know Riley Matthews has done a bit of junior. Tyler McKenzie did a few rounds at the back end of last year. All of the others are fairly new names to us. I know Phil Reynolds has done a few 24 hours in higher. I think he's making the trip over to Le Mans, doing the British as well. There's Jake Collins just moving to one side in the number 62 to allow the field to come through. The gap is 2.4 seconds at the front for the race leader.
Coming in, Jake Collins. No, just easing his way around.
And just allows Dominic Needham in 13th place.
Just trying to find his feet, Jake Collins. As a novice runner, that's completely and totally acceptable.
Just while I mentioned Dominic Needham, I'm just going to give him a little bit of a shout out, Tom. From what I'm told, he's done a bit of work physically, and for the first time,
he's been having fish in a rice
No,
cake.
I'm saying I think for the first time he's down onto weight and he's having to run a little bit of lead to get him up.
Oh,
so
he has been having fish in a rice cake then.
Yes. Something. But
if you get that reference.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, credit to him, mate. Absolute credit to Dominic Needham. His lad in 3rd place as well at the moment, but Needham currently running in 13th. And massive shout out to Dom Needham.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely.
Because as we established from the Formula One as well, mate, it's always important to be just above the weight.
Yes, yeah. Don't be underweight. Fortunately, we don't have planks in this one that'll wear off.
No, they're just in the commentary box.
2 short ones.
I'm 5'11" and a bit.
It's tickled me as that one. Yeah, and every time I see David Brewis is 80, I just have the ball in my head. So stupid. Maximus Shields puts in another fastest lap of the race. 46.177. So around about 8/10 of a second quicker than what the juniors were going. Is that about right? Is that fair?
Yeah, roughly. Yeah, well, yeah, juniors were doing
46.9.
46.7 and 46.6 was the fastest lap. So half a second, which is about right.
Pretty good going for the juniors, and they're right on pace already.
Well, last year they were running roughly about 8 or 9 tenths off what the seniors were doing. Yellow flag. We've got somebody off halfway, which is in very quickly. So whoever it was has figured it out.
Danny Bean doing the smart thing now of working with Ike Needham.
But this is the battle for second place in that club class, and there's 2 places left on the podium.
Yeah,
and 3 of them going for it: Dawson, Duff, and Hauschby.
And I think it's Hauschby that's actually made his way towards Dawson and Duff. Yeah,
he's been there or thereabouts. I think this is about as close as he has been.
This is what I mean. Yeah, he's not been as close as this throughout the race.
4 tenths, 5 tenths, and now it's down to 1/10 of a second or so off the back. It's off of Isaac Duff.
See, much like Zach Dawson's helmet, we've got eyes everywhere.
Chloe Grant retires the 204 from 24th place into the pit lane. 2.5 minutes to go. Shields is making his way now through the traffic and can do it at a comfortable pace, Tom, at the moment. Gap is 3.4 seconds back to George Ludwell and then Ike Needham and Danny Bean. This is the battle for second place in club, and Hauschby's fallen away again off the back of Isaac Duff. He's got to work now to try and close this one back in with Dawson, Duff, Hauschby just behind. 2 minutes on the clock for the race leader, and he's finding his way through the traffic a little bit easier than Ludwell. 8 tenths quicker on the previous lap. This is what happens with the race leader.
Hauschby now dropping back.
Yeah. But could that have been a lap traffic issue as well for Hauschby?
But Dawson and Duff able to increase that gap, and they are coming up on traffic again here. Good awareness. I think it's Sam Neri, is it? 14. Oh, it's Mark Hilditch. My apologies.
Yeah, Neri in 4th place, as you mentioned him, Tom. He's trying to close in on Tyler McKenzie for the final place on the novice podium and took 7 tenths out of Tyler McKenzie on the previous lap.
The gap at the front of the novice.
I think it's
field.
just changed round. I think Matthew Farrell has just got past Riley Matthews up at hairpin 3, and indeed, we get confirmation on timing that that is the case. Farrell up into 14th overall and leading our novice class from Riley Matthews.
There goes Duff down the inside of Dawson. It took him a while to set that one up, but finally he's got there. Dawson's going to take that back. Duff's going to try the switch back, and Hauschby's going to try and get involved as well, but it's as you were.
Right back in the mix comes Hauschby, and there's some lap traffic in front as well for them to contend with in the single file section through the chicane and up towards hairpin 1. And Hauschby's right on that. I'm so pleased we just randomly picked this battle of 3 out and just went, we're going to stick with this, because some new names to cameras. It's certainly in trophy scoring positions in this class. And Isaac Duff went wide, and they're going to try and find a way through.
That got a bit close there, and I think that may have bulked Duff slightly, but it's certainly brought Hauschby back into contention as well.
Shields has just commenced the final lap at the front of Senior Pro Kart with a gap of 4.4 seconds. And what could be his first Senior Pro Kart final victory as Ludwell goes down the inside.
We've got one going backwards on South Bank.
We do, just in front of the leader, in fact. I don't think I think that was Sam Neri and Tyler McKenzie in what was the battle for the final step on. No, that's Neri and that's Tyler McKenzie. That's for the final step on the novice podium. Out of the final corner, though, for the first time at Teesside, Maximus Shields wins in Senior Pro Kart. Pats the 43 on the side pod. Shields wins from George Ludwell. And then it's going to be Danny Bean in 3rd overall in front of Ike Needham. At the end, Zach Dawson and Isaac Duff. That changed on the final lap for Danny Bean. Dawson and Duff complete your podium in our club class in front of Hauschby, Oliver Hill and Rossi Costello. David Brewis is 4th in Pro, finishes P10. Kyle Burns, Joseph Williamson and Dominic Needham. And then in our novice class, Matthew Farrell, Riley Matthews. And crossing the line in 3rd place, it's Sam Neri in the 173 in front of Tyler McKenzie, Craig Grant and Freddie Cowley. Phil Reynolds, Jamie Marshall, Dan Weldon, Mark Hilditch, Jake Collins. And then your 2 retirees, Chloe Oakes and Lee Jackson.
George Ludwell with a big shake of the head as he came over the line, clearly not happy with the gap that was formed to the 43, but he should be happy with the gap that we formed behind him at the end of that one, and took a comfortable 2nd place in the end as they came across the line. So we would just like to say, as we bring our stream to an end at the end of this round number 1, what a fantastic event this has been once again, as always here at Teesside. Run without hitch once again here today. No major problems. We would like to thank very much our marshals for making this possible and making our event run so smoothly. Our race director, clerk of the course as well, for everything that they do to get this event up and running. Also, of course, our sponsors and our paramedic team, or our medic team, which is provided by Medics UK, Infratech, ARC Plant Repairs, Metro Plum, and thanks for the toilets, HRS Racing Engines, Garage 29 Graphics, MS Kart, and of course NRG Karting, our title sponsor.
It's been a superb start to the 2025 season, and we've got 8 more rounds, Tom, over 6 weekends with 2 double headers throughout this season. We'll be back in 5 weeks' time for round number 2, the 4th weekend of April, for the 2nd instalment of the NRG Karting Owner Sprint Series. I just want to say it's been an absolute pleasure being back alongside you in the commentary box, mate. It's been a long winter where we haven't worked together. It's been superb to be back with you again. I think we've fallen back into it absolutely seamlessly. So
it's like we've never been apart.
We'll pat myself on the back, and you pat yourself on the back. It's been an exciting day.
Do you know what we'll do? We'll do a high five.
High five.
There you go. An audible high five.
But you have to say, have I?
Have I?
Right, that's enough from us. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, and we'll see you again in 5 weeks' time.